don't think when I think about the way that this is presented to me, for me, logic would tell me that this large object that's much higher from me, based on the angles that are coming to the points in my eye, that this large object high above me, really far away, isn't going to interact with that vanishing point the same way that this close in small information interacts with it. Because I feel like that the closer in information is what establishes that horizon line.
I'm trying to imagine I'm trying to imagine it now. When I imagine it, is that it seems like the horizon line would get lower, like the way I'm seeing it. So because you're seeing more clearly at the top, like the top of your field of view is, more clearly because there's things that are a larger angle way above you, and below, the lower field of view is getting compressed into like a fuzziness because you can't make out all those things along that same horizontal line. Seems like a bit lower.
Well,
maybe I'm wrong.
The only difference is you're standing on the ground, so you actually have a little height above that surface. And as far as now, if you could picture yourself in a tunnel, or let's say it's a glass tunnel, and it's kind of tinted, so you can kind of see the surface color, but you still can see outside of it. And we're just in space, out in the middle of nowhere. But you have this tunnel going out to infinity. Even though you're standing in the tunnel, if your eyes are still 6 foot from the ceiling and your eyes are 6 foot from the ground, the center point would be right in the center of this field of view, the center of this tunnel, and everything above it, the sky above it, would be equally distanced angularly from the center point, and everything below, looking through the glass floor, anything you saw down there, say there was a comet or something underneath you, or a spaceship that went above you, everything would be equal. So you got to think of that when you're on the surface of the Earth. If it's flat, now it's just you can't see down to the metal. All you have is a 6 foot above the surface difference, and then above you there's no roof. You just have the sky, which was still there before when you were inside the tunnel. So
yeah, but you also have. I was just going to say, you also have like a focal length, right? You do have limitations. We can't see forever, despite what you guys claim.
Well, you can't see forever. You have optical resolution limits that are going to be 0.02 degrees about, and that would be where, if it was some object, that's the physical size that you could see it. But if you have a flat surface that's going all the way out there, well, that's not a problem, because it's going to be flat to infinity, and it will go on for infinity in all directions. So, and the sky also will be, so that the optical resolution will never be a problem. You always be able to see all of it because it goes on forever. All you can do is now just the line between where they meet will be a little bit blurry, and that blurry will be probably 0.02 thick. 0.02 degrees thick will be the line vertically, but horizontally it won't matter because it'll go on forever. So it'll always be in your field of view end to end. So that's kind of what I've always been trying to push through here, is angular resolution, and of course perspective just being this height above the surface divided, inverse tangent would be the angle which you can see any object in the field that is sitting on the surface.
Right. So like my point being is we don't experience that situation where we would be like in between the sun and in between a infinite plane below us, right? That would present to us a different situation, right? What we do experience is that we're very close to the surface. All things considered, we're always very close to the surface compared to the celestial objects. So the interplay between where that horizon gets set. So if you go back to your space example, right? And let's say you're halfway in between something like the sun and the moon, and they're both the same size, right? So you're halfway in between two celestial objects. They both move past you, one's above you and one's below you. They will both go off into the distance and go as far as they can and eventually shrink into nothingness, right?
Well, here's another thing to think about.
But
that's a good. But one more thing to think
about. But what
about.
we're dealing with is a situation where that bottom 50% of our field of view is being skewed, and you've got a horizon line that's being set at a very short distance.
Well,
so the interplay between that and the field of view above it, what is that ratio? What are we dealing with there?
Well, that's
because
why we bring up kind of
it's not an actual physical thing, right? It's optical, meaning it's.
Yeah, I get that, but to think about, maybe not think about this one kind of, maybe some just kind of spark your imagination in this one area. So you would be seeing things rise to eye level, and we know by your height divided by the distance to it, inverse tangent, that's the angle to the object. But the cloud, let's say you have a 30,000 foot cloud above you, a little wispy cirrus cloud is way up there, 30,000 feet. And it's in the jet stream, and it's going away from you. And so it's going to go down in your field of view also. But look at the difference in how much the angle changes, right? If it's 30,000 feet and it goes away from you, they have to be, hundreds, maybe hundreds and hundreds of miles before you couldn't see it anymore, right? Maybe 200 or 300 miles before that cirrus cloud was actually down at your at the vanishing point, or at the level. You'll never meet level, but it'll be just above level. You could probably do that calculation. Say 5 miles height, 200 miles distance, inverse tangent, see what the degree is above level. That's your eyesight. So yeah, it'll be totally different than the stuff on the ground that you only can see out 3 or 4 miles, and because the sky starts out way higher, and then make it even further, make it the moon or a star or something. And that goes away from you. What happens to it angularly? And that's why there's so much confusion about that. I mean, I see this all the time, that post about the sun, and that was one of my biggest things.
No, it's not confusion. I don't think you're explaining it properly, and I don't think you're really fleshing out what I'm saying.
Distances, angles are a big thing. So when I see people put that post, like I think Clay did the other day, when you see the sun kind of looking at it's just setting, and then you see the moon above it, and it's like a kind of a crescent moon. It's like how can it be illuminated like that? It's illuminated like its sun should be way higher, but the sun's way below it. It makes no sense, and that's what got me interested in astronomy back in
that's a matter of perspective, right?
Yeah, but it's still mind-boggling to understand how friggin' far that sun is in our model. And
this is the truth of it, right? We're actually talking about a very complex conversation, because the eyes are not even understood by science to this day. The eyes are incredibly intricate. How it relays information to our mind is a whole different rabbit hole.
Oh shoot! So, I got to go. My power. My power's here. I might have to go. Sorry, what's it? If I evaporate, it's not because I'm being rude. It's because my power is going out here. We lost power today.
Oh, Witsa, before you continue, or whoever wants to go next, don't you think everyone's mind is different and may interpret what they're seeing, even from the same elevation, same distance, different than the person right next to them slightly? Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, but I mean, we do have like cameras now that kind of like level the field to an extent. I mean, I guess we would see the video differently, but
I'm having trouble reading small print up close, but I can see far away. Somebody might be able to see further than me, or focus better, or I think we have to be careful to just assume that everyone sees what we see.
Yeah, well, I think that you also have like an azimuthal grid of vision. So if you're standing 5 feet away from me, you're going to have a different visual space than I do. And same with the camera. If I have a camera on a tripod right here and then 100 yards away, they're going to have different visual space limits.
Even in their perspective view, and this might be what you were talking about, like it might be screwed up, or their brain might interpret it just a little bit differently. So, it may not, be at that same distance or rise as far or whatever, in the same situation. Our minds are definitely different. So,
well, that's why you want to eliminate the mind from it for sure, like with the camera or something, Yeah, no, like I'm like positive at this point that the mainstream way that, first of all, perspective isn't even taught, right? Like you go to art class, they show you how to draw, but when you're in school, and like I went to a college preparatory school and a private university, dude, they do not teach you about perspective. And now in this arena, people have went and looked for it, and there's a mainstream way that they explain perspective, and everyone just assumes that's true, but it's actually not. It's not. And if you were taught about perspective outside of our class, I would be impressed there, Chucky. I don't know that that's true, but
Yeah, art
either
class
way,
in photography, the only times I used it or learned it, other than my own hands-on dealing with it, is photography and art class. That's it.
yeah. I mean, I went to like a pretty good high school, so I don't know, but either way, what I'm saying is that it's wrong, and it's not like a surprise that it could be wrong. It
If
isn't a
grid is true when we
popularly
have all
taught.
lines, you don't think the perspective. Am I roboting?
No, you're good. You just overtalked him. That's it.
We both started at the same time, I thought.
You're good.
So do you not think the perspective grid that we use is true? Where everything converges to the center line?
Well, it's not that everything converging to the center line is wrong. It's just that this linear relationship with perspective that we assume is wrong. So like where and how it converges is different than straight lines.
Think of it this way, Jeremy, right? So the grid of perspective that you think about is typically based upon a hallway setting, right? They set up a grid system based on kind of like a hallway where your camera or your eye is set right in the middle of that hallway. Where if you bring yourself really, really close to the ground in that hallway, that grid changes considerably. Now take that
but
ceiling.
even if you're in the hallway, though, things are always going to converge to where your horizontal is, right?
Yeah,
Well, that happens. That
vanishing
happens.
point.
That happens in either situation. Like the question is, how does that happen, and at what rate does it happen? Like they just draw a straight line out from our eyes to infinity. This is why you have, like, I just had a modern day debate, and the people still say that the fact that you can see further when you get higher proves the globe. And they say if the Earth's flat, you would see forever. And they come up with these misunderstandings, which are very elementary, but from the idea that you can just draw a line from your eye and just infinitely extend it, right? And that's not how reality works at all. Like, we don't see in straight lines, man. It's not that we can't see straight lines. It's that we don't see in straight lines. So everything curves down like hyperbolically into the convergence point, which we call the vanishing point. And very obviously,
You're talking about refraction or
no refraction, man. Like, so what the atmosphere does is it exaggerates the visual effects because it's like an additional lens. So like your eyes has a lens, the atmosphere is like another lens. The atmosphere is like wearing glasses. That's what the atmosphere does. It's like putting glasses on. So, and it fluctuates. What kind of glasses you have changes day to day and throughout the day. And so this exaggerates the visual space that we see, right? So we see curved visual space, and then the atmosphere is like an additional lens on top of it.
you're describing refraction, though. We don't.
Cleansing
I don't know what
is
you're
not the
talking
same
about.
as
You're
refraction.
describing refraction. The atmosphere changes, and we see different on a day-to-day basis. Yes. You're
No,
saying
man,
our
you're not
perspective
listening to
is
what I'm saying.
changing. The way we see it,
No.
is changing on a day-to-day basis.
No, man.
So what are you
You're
talking
not
about?
listening.
We were seeing different days.
I
I
you're not
listened to
listening.
everything you said intently.
No, you didn't, man. So like our perspective is a certain way. We see curved visual space. Okay. And then an additional variable is the atmosphere. And that acts as an additional lens. So that exaggerates how we see curved visual
Yeah,
space.
that's refraction, right?
Yeah,
The
but
atmosphere is refraction, right?
well, okay, but sure, you can call it that. Although they try to say that the whole like deviate from straight is because light bends relative to dense mediums. It's called refraction. No, things bend because of how we see. and the atmosphere exaggerates that. So I'm saying throw out the atmosphere for a second. We're still going to see curved visual space without any atmosphere.
But can we get like, I don't know, like evidence of that? Because I don't see that like anywhere.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No, I
If
don't.
you look at railroad, yeah, you do. If you
Railroad
look at
tracks
railroad tracks,
converge. They don't bend
all right,
down.
you guys have got to learn some self-control, man.
Well, you were interrupting me when I was saying no, we don't. You said yeah, you do. I mean,
No, you said, do you have any evidence for that? Because I don't see it. And I said, yeah, you do. I didn't interrupt anything.
all right, we'll go on though.
Yeah, so don't admit that you were wrong, though. So anyway, like the railroad tracks are parallel in tangible reality. They are parallel, but they don't appear to be parallel. So what that proves objectively is that the way that we see things is not the same as things are in tangible reality. We see straight lines appear to converge.
Yeah, it's called trigonometry. That's how it would work. You expect it to converge because of
The
trigonometry.
line stays straight, though. The line stays straight, though.
You have to add an inverse function to get it. It's not called trigonometry. Actually, trigonometry doesn't. Dude, you have to have a trigonometric inverse function. Dude.
No, if you do trigonometry, you actually expect to see, or at least perspective, or whatever. You expect to see those lines converge. Like it's trigonometry. Like you just do the math.
Because we literally came up with a way to explain what we know we see, dude. You just brought back perspective into it and said, look, we came up with a mathematical way to describe perspective, so it predicts it perfectly. It's just like when globers say, look, the globe matches the sky, that proves the globe. No, the globe was made from the sky. So my point is that they converge, bro. So we don't see the same. We don't see the same as tangible straight lines. They are intangible reality. They are parallel lines never converge. That shows that there is a visual effect that happens that's distinctly different from a tangible reality.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Well, that's expected, though. I mean, that makes sense.
Okay, so I don't think you're ready for this conversation. I'm sorry.
I'm definitely ready, but all right.
Well, you just keep basically asserting your that you know the right answer without any specificity. It's just completely devolving the conversation. I don't know.
No, because I mean, where does the curving like come in? Because you're saying like things like, if I'm correct earlier, you were saying that it's not like the Earth, curve or whatever, but it's how our eyes see things. Where we expect things to like drop or something like that's. I don't see evidence of that.
You're just making stuff up, man. No one talked about the curve. No one talked about the Earth curving. No one talked about.
So what's your argument then? What's your argument? Because maybe I misheard.
You should calm down, man. Maybe that's what you need to do, or work out or something, man.
I used to.
My God, bro. Okay, we're talking about how the way that people assume we see an infinitely extended straight lines is incorrect. It's incorrect. I just dropped a very specific textbook that explains it. There are many PhDs that explain that the assumption of Euclidean perspective is wrong. Someone jumping in on Discord and saying, I know how to do the elementary trigonometry of perspective. It works. Doesn't in any way rebut it. So we see in curved visual space. Okay? We do not see in perfect straight lines. If we saw in perfect straight lines, we would see perfect straight lines as perfect straight lines. Okay, but we don't.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure it's just like literally it's trigonometry. I mean, literally we expect things to get smaller, angles to get smaller because trigonometry. Like I'm not even sure where this argument where this is going.
Math is not reality, dude. So when if I ask you what caused it to happen, you can't say trigonometry. That isn't an answer. That's a mathematical description of what we see. Okay. So what causes the railroad tracks to appear to converge? You can't say trigonometry. Trigonometry doesn't cause anything.
Okay. Well, then the reason why it appears to converge is because the space between the two, rails, the angular size of that is literally shrinking because it's farther away.
Why?
Okay. So if you actually, make an angle to, let's say, a part of the rail that's closer to you, and make an angle to part of the rail that's farther away from you, the angle changes.
Okay.
Can't say
I'm
why
asking
with
you-
that, because I mean that's literally that's the math. The angle does change.
Back to the math. See what I'm saying? It's like, this is the problem, man. Like, you guys don't understand that math is not reality, dude. Math is how we attempt to describe reality. Okay.
Okay.
So if I'm asking you what's physically happening with the way that we see things that cause this effect, and you just keep saying trigonometry and math, then you're not answering the question at all.
Okay.
At all.
Okay. So what's happening is the angular size is literally decreasing with distance.
It's not actually. Nothing's actually getting smaller. I just want to point that out.
Okay.
Nothing's actually getting smaller.
That's fine, but the angular size is decreasing though with distance though.
We know, dude. We know that, dude. Like,
Yeah, but that's
the point
but once
is,
again that's expected. Yeah. Okay. The angular size decreases with distance because literally the angle that you make to the outside, the edges of the object literally shrink. Right. I mean, it's an angle thing. If you literally make an angle, right, to the edge of the object to the other side of the object. Let's say I don't know, like let's say we have like a circle, right, and the diameter, right. So like let's say the circle is one unit across, right, and let's say we measure from the one end of the circle, right, to the other end of the circle, right. I can't really put this into words, but the short of it is, if you make an angle, right, to the object, it's gonna decrease. All right, that's it. I mean, that's a physical thing.
You just keep doing it. You just keep talking about angles that we make are not physical things. What are you talking about?
So, okay. All I'm saying is that if you make an angle, right, depending, I guess you need like a reference point, whatever. But if you get an angle to the inner part of the rail, right, or whatever part. Okay, let's say we have two rails, right? That's a railroad, right? Let's say we make an angle, to a part of the rail that's closer to us versus a part of the rail that's farther away. The angle changes, all right, and you could use that angle, right, to figure out what we would see. I mean, that's just, I'm probably explaining this really badly, and I get that, but like it's pretty self-explanatory.
The biggest portion of this, right? And I don't know if you were here earlier when I was discussing it, but for somebody of a 6-foot observer height, and you're standing like at the ocean, and you're looking straight out, 50% of your field of view is filled up with the ground that is from you to roughly about 3 miles out. So 50% of your field of view is filled up with that angle. Now you have objects above you, say like even like a bird. If a bird is 6 feet above you, so that the distance from the bird to your eye is the same as the distance to the ground to the eye, that bird would appear the same as if that bird was on the ground moving away from you, right? You'd get the same angles, you'd get the same perspective. The same things would happen to that bird as it went off in the distance, right? Two birds, one's on the ground moving away from you, so it appears to ramp up towards the center of your vision, and the bird that's 6 feet above you, right, 6 feet above your eye line, as it's flying, it appears to ramp down. The two birds appear to converge right around 3 miles and appear to disappear, right? You'd agree with that?
Yeah, but
the thing is, so that is setting your horizon line. The ground is doing that. So if you have objects that are much higher than the bird, right, you've got different angles to them. So when you're talking about something like a sun, how far away does that sun have to be before it starts interacting with the artificial horizon that's being created by the ground? It's going to be a specified distance, and it's going to appear to converge into that horizon line well before it appears to disappear due to its actual like angular size decreasing, like to the object itself. If it's a large object, because this 50% of your field of view is being cut off by something that's very close to you. So there's not just this simple mathematics to explain everything that we see in our vision, because our vision isn't always equidistant from things like railroad tracks, where you can stand in the middle of them and they'll be, equidistant from you left to right in your vision. Does that make sense?
I mean, I get what you're getting at, but I have I more or less heard this argument before, but like that, I don't buy that though. That doesn't really. If this was the case, then we should be able to, replicate this. And I know you guys will say that we have, but we should be able to replicate this on a smaller scale. All the examples I've seen where it's been replicated on a smaller scale, it's either because of the cameras. What do you call it? The shit, I forgot the word for that.
Focal
I think it's the aperture.
dude,
I think it's the aperture. No, shut up. I think it's the aperture, right? So I think it's the aperture for that table example, right? Where if you increase or decrease the aperture, you're actually able to see above the table or not above the table, and that's why you're able to, if you zoom in and zoom out, you're able to see like the penny or whatever it is on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not perspective. That's an aperture.
Wait,
no. Hold on. So you're saying an aperture has nothing to do with your perspective?
Okay, the context is important, right? So I get what you're getting at, but once again, in this aperture example, with the table example, the camera is actually slightly below the table, right? So when you actually increase or decrease the aperture, what's actually happening is you get to a point where the aperture is small enough to where the top of the table actually the light from the top of the table isn't actually going to enter the aperture. But if the aperture is large enough, then the light from the top of the table will enter the camera. All right, because the aperture is large enough.
It's not small and large, bro. It's low and high with aperture.
But isn't the aperture like the opening of like the little hole? Isn't that like increasing?
Yeah, it's the hole, and it's
that's
relevant.
What I'm saying, large and small. That's what I'm saying. That,
yeah, it's relevant to the conversation, right? So it is somewhat difficult to replicate this on a small scale if you're dealing with the same size aperture, right? And that's typically what happens. We're dealing with an aperture size that's very similar to that of the human eye, but we're trying to replicate the effects on a smaller scale with the same size aperture, where the aperture size is extremely relevant to how you're going to see the perspective.
I'd also like to add in that on a small scale, we use a ratio for these angles, right? And the law of perspective. And that ratio that we use is man-made numbers again, of course, right? But which is not to say anything bad, but they wouldn't show any kind of fault in a local observation, right? So like a 1 to 100 scale, in a room is never going to show up. You're never going to see the fault in that ratio, except for when if you take it to a longer distance, you could then see that our man-made numbers of 1 to 100 may not fit perfectly into what nature has created as its ratio.
So is the argument then that the aperture does play a part in this, even on a large scale? Is that what you guys are saying? Because if not, then why are we even talking about the aperture then?
I was just adding that in there. It's not relevant to the aperture.
Wait, why would it not? Why would it not?
Well, because here's the thing: the table example, right? The camera has to actually be slightly below the table for that effect to work. All right, if it's above the table, then that's never going to happen. The whole idea is that when you shrink the aperture, right, when the aperture is small enough, right, where the light from above the table isn't entering the camera, right, you're only going to get the side of the table, right, because you have that in view. But if the aperture is large enough, right, you do get light from above the table entering the camera, right? When we're on the surface of the Earth, we're never, at a point where we're like slightly, beneath, like the surface or something. You can't get that effect unless there actually is something blocking it. That's the whole point.
You're conflating those examples to aperture size, right? So in order to recreate on a very small scale, 3 miles, right, and a 6-foot observer height, and the aperture of the human eye, what size aperture would you need on your camera to do that on like a 6-foot table or a 10-foot table? The aperture size would need to be so small it would be less than a pinpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's hard to properly do this on a very small scale.
Yes,
that's why people try to kind of do it in a way where a portion is being blocked, a portion of the aperture is being blocked, right?
But you're still missing the point, though. The effect only works if something is being blocked to begin with. That's why we're able to see the coin disappear, because there actually is table right in front of the camera, right? And so when you make the aperture smaller, right? Yeah, we literally can't see the penny anymore because we only get the side of the table. That effect only works because there actually is physical blockage. That's the whole point of my argument.
Replications for bottom up obstruction that you can do in small scales that are a little bit larger, right? Like if you go to like your local hardware store and you put your iPhone on the ground and you move things away in the distance, you can replicate this.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I know there's an argument that it has to be flat because the way they lay the
Oh
the
my
floor or
God, I was
whatever.
about to say the floor is curved. Oh my God.
See, I don't. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't quite know. The full. I might have to maybe look into that a little bit more. But I've also seen some arguments where maybe because the heat or something on that surface, whatever, is like different than the air. Maybe you can get like a little bit of refraction or something. I don't know personally. I'll have to like really look into those. I'm
Right.
just saying.
You see how
you're making
example,
a flat
only
Earth
looking
argument
at it
then,
from
though.
wait, Arma. You not see how you're only looking at all of this from a perspective of you just have to figure out how to explain your position, and it has to fit within your assumption. So since you say sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth, any evidence to the contrary, you must just find something to say that sunsets can't happen on a flat Earth, or just say I'll have to look into it till you find it. You're not like even open to the idea that your assumption that they don't work on a flat Earth was wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing you were doing with the perspective. It's like you think you already know exactly what perspective is, and the idea that perspective works a different way just isn't even an option for you. So it's really like limiting the progression of the conversation because you're not even really having the conversation unless you think you have like a slam dunk against what you have a bias against, right? Like you're not really listening.
Can I at least get then like a video of this, like like example where things are just appearing bottom up with on like the ground or the floor, or whatever, of like a warehouse, whatever. Like, can I at least get like an actual piece of evidence so I can analyze it or something? Like, does anyone have anything?
Do it yourself.
Otherwise,
man.
we're
That's
just
the best way. The best way is to just do it yourself because you're going to learn
how do I look
things
that up?
throughout the process. You leave your
How do I
house
look at?
with your iPhone. It's not tough.
No, I mean the video. Like, because on YouTube, obviously YouTube likes to censor things. Can I get this on YouTube? Because
just suck it up and be.
How far away is a Lowe's or a Home Depot from you?
Hey, Napalm, let me say something real quick. The reason he doesn't understand is because you have to say maybe you could go to a local GameStop and do the experiment. He doesn't understand the local hardware sort of thing, bro. I'm just saying that.
I don't even go to GameStop. Like, come on, like I don't even. GameStop is first off is done because you got downloadable games now. Who even buys like physical copies now? But even then,
my point exactly, bro. My point exactly.
Like a goldfish. It's like dealing with the goldfish.
No, but second off, hold on. Just because I know
Corey.
about that doesn't mean anything. Because second off, I don't even play games like that anymore. Like if anything, I build games more than I play games.
Nobody cares, Arma.
My point exactly.
Okay, well there you go. You can go with that. You can get that one though. You can get that point.
All right, man. Just chill, man. Arma, chill, man. Look. Are you open to the idea that maybe things are differently than you currently understand them?
Sure, but like I said, the evidence that I've seen isn't that strong. You know what I'm saying? So
let me give you a litmus test. Let me give you a litmus test. If since we go higher on the Earth and we can see further, does that prove a globe? Or if we were on flat Earth and we went higher, will we also see further?
Depends on what you mean by further, all right? Because in theory, if everything is traveling, in theory, if light is traveling in straight lines, then yes, you would be able to see forever on a flat Earth. With that being said, if you're going higher on a flat Earth, you do get a different angle, and you do kind of like maybe you can make it out better because there's more, a different angle. But you would, in theory, be able to see forever though. If photons are traveling in straight lines,
you didn't answer my question, and then you said something else.
I'm not going to be. Because if I give you an answer to your question, right, which is a very specific question, right? What do you mean go on mute? I mean, because I know what you're going to say. Like,
you're disrespecting the room because you're not having honest conversation, man.
Okay, then ask the question one more time.
Okay, so if we raise up above the Earth and we can see further, there are actual globe Earthers. One just did it in my modern day debate that said that can only happen on a globe, and the fact that we get higher and see further proves the globe, and that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. So, do you disagree? Do you agree that on a flat Earth, if you went higher, you would see further?
Can I answer like the way you want, and then also add a little bit of context as well? Is that fine?
Dude, why don't you just be honest? What do you really think?
No, I will be honest, but I mean, I also want to add a little extra context towards the end, though. I mean, why do I have to do things 100% his way? Like, I'll give an answer, but I also want to add my own little thing
He's
afterwards.
literally just asking you to be honest. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but I want to add because I don't want him to take away from this that I'm thinking something, because you know what I'm saying, because these globe earthers, when we make our arguments, right, it's with specific context, right? If you give us like some other explanation or something, like a refraction or something, we might agree. You know what I'm saying? But I think most of us are just saying, in terms of just like strictly geometry, strictly without refraction.
Hey, Arma,
So
I have a non-disclosure agreement you can sign before you state what you're going to say. Just for this, so you're saying you're going to say what Witsit wants to hear, just simply so you can keep staying in this debate or in this chat room, so you can keep reaffirming the ball Earth belief. Do you want to?
No. I mean,
I'll give you a non-disclosure agreement. I'll put it in the live stream right now.
No, what I'm saying is I'll answer the question, in the way he wants to answer, and I'm not going to give him the answer he wants, but I'm going to give him the answer in the format that he wants. Whereas, but then I'm going to give him.
He's not going to really mute you. Just fucking say your words, dude.
Okay, so yeah, no, I agree. Technically, you could have, if you can rise up on a flat Earth or flat surface and see more. But with that being said, that's that could be because there's a refraction. If there's like some kind of refraction going on, then yeah, raising up in altitude or elevation, whatever, that could make it where you see like more because of like refraction or something. So I do agree with that.
Don't try to say what you think Witsit wants you to say. Say what you think is honest, bro. That's all people are asking for.
Yeah, I just said it. I said I do believe. Flat Earth has like a refraction. What?
Dude, listen. If I'm in a huge infinite Home Depot, an ant on the floor cannot see as far as me, and that's not because of refraction.
Yeah, you're getting a larger.
Depends on how flat the floor is. It's a flat. Well, hold on. How flat is the floor? Is it like perfectly? What's up?
Perfectly flat. No, I just wanted to ask you, like, how do you? So in reality, we know that we get a larger angle as we rise above a surface, to be able to see further, as well as it, you can say as well as it being a globe. So how do these two add together? Like when you take the reality that getting the larger angle and the drop of the curvature of the globe, do they kind of go together, or are they completely separate?
The larger angle thing?
Yeah, you rise higher on a flat plane works because it works in reality. Because even if you're on a curved surface, you can still see further by rising above it due to the larger angle that you're getting.
I said it works if there's like some sort of light bending going on. If there's no light bending going on at all, then it wouldn't work. You would always see whatever is furthest. You would always see no matter the angle. It would just because it would be a straight line.
I'm not talking about
a straight path.
I'm not specifically talking about the horizon and the globe. I was just in general rising above a surface. You get a larger angle so you can see further, as well as if it's a globe. There's the the reason for the globe. You're seeing further because you're seeing over the curve and further. And then you're looking down. Even though you're looking straight, you're actually looking down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And seeing further.
Arma, I don't think you're being honest, because when asked, they've given you the example multiple times about in a Home Depot and putting a cell phone on the floor, right? So I'm sure even if you've never been to a Home Depot, I'm sure you can imagine how the floor is. It's the same as every single store you've ever gone into. But you answered this question with a question by saying, well, is the floor like a flat floor, or like what kind of floor? Like, when have you ever seen a floor except for like in a crack house that's not perfectly level, bro?
Well, you also said an infinitely large Home Depot, so I want to see how far this hypothetical goes. Do we have a flat floor?
No, you're being
that's not
God, dude.
No, I'm being serious. Because if it's not like perfectly flat, there's like some little imperfections. Then yeah,
can you calm down?
I'm not really screaming.
Just take some deep breaths or something.
All right. So anyway, if we're talking about like a usual, your usual floor, whatever, it's not perfectly flat. Then if there's like imperfections, then the ant might not be able to see a whole lot because there might be some obstruction going on. But if it's like a perfectly flat floor, then I would say the ant would.
He didn't say a crack house. He said Home Depot. A crack house floor might not be level, because the floor is warped. But he said Home Depot. And you know what Home Depot is, bro. Come on.
Are you just like scared of the idea that the Earth might not be what you think it is? Like, is it?
No, I'm not scared. But I'm not. Okay,
I was really wondering.
Let's say,
does the globe math take into account rising above the angle. If I were to get like an Earth curve calculator, they're saying, well, does it in there somewhere say, well, as you increase your angle, this happens as well as the curvature of level and horizontal now being actually down. Does they add that all in there, or is it just giving you one or the other? Do you have to? Is it making you choose? Is it making us all choose?
Wait, what do you mean? Like you're saying?
I'm saying, does it give you the
I don't know if I
options
quite
of?
got that.
Yeah, you understand the reality is that like they said, you can see further than the ant because you're higher off the ground on a flat surface, a completely horizontal surface.
No,
Dude, they're
I
so disingenuous.
I agree to that. I agree to that if bendy light.
The floor is not flat, bro. Like, what can you do with that?
No, because I'm being serious, right? If it's relatively flat, like to the point where there's not too many imperfections or everything, then I would say the ant would see just as far. But that being said, that's what I'm trying to figure out, like how imperfect is the floor? If it's pretty imperfect, then yeah, the ant might not be able to see as much because it literally has
you keep going back to the globe. Like you keep
obstruction.
weighing the warehouse against the globe.
Yeah.
Like you keep taking it from the warehouse back out into on top of the ocean with nothing around you, right? So on the globe or on the earth, on the surface of the earth, all these things are dependent on how light works, atmosphere, and how far we can actually see. Yeah, but we're just talking about in the warehouse. You keep going right back to the ocean in the middle of nowhere on the globe.
Oh, dude, it's just so simple. Think about what they do, right? Like, just like even in the chat, Home Depot is not perfectly flat. Home Depot is not perfectly flat, as if to say the reason we can see further when we raise up is because the Home Depot floor is curving like the earth is. It's so stupid, dude. Like, so stupid. And it's disingenuous. And the reality is, if you were claiming that, because sometimes they build a slight slope so water can drain, then I could look in all directions and they should be different based on the curvature and the direction. But it's not. In all directions, you can see further when you go higher. It's just a desperate attempt to basically lie, right? So it's just kind of point. No one will rebut that. The one like Chucky in the chat right now saying Home Depot floor is not perfectly flat. Then that means that it's curving in a certain direction, and if I look in all directions, then the amount that I can see when I go up shouldn't always increase, but it does. Okay, so it's like you got like this is why people, even if the Earth's a ball, this is why so many people would be flat earthers, because the people that defend the ball just lie about basic rudimentary things because they cannot concede one point ever. If you can't concede, I only brought this up to make a point. I only brought this up to make a point. If you can't admit that on a flat Earth you would see further when you go higher, then I don't even think that we should converse with someone doing that.
It was originally
if there's bending light. If there's bendy light, I will agree with that. But if there's no bendy light, then I don't.
Yeah, bendy light, refraction. We don't know. I mean, so all the assumptions of a globe. I mean, we're back to the globe somehow, right? But all the assumptions of the globe are parallel light, straight light. There's no evidence that these things travel straight. Every example that somebody will say, well, let me show you this laser test. Globe will yell, look how the light bends. I mean, that's the globe's claim that light bends. I don't understand what you're saying. If there's a magic bendy light, that's the claim of the globe.
Because I'm pretty sure because I make okay.
Can I jump in real
just
quick?
argue with Zanuck. Yeah, go ahead.
And just give you an example here, Arma, of let's go back to like an orthogonal view and you drawing straight lines and using your trigonometry, right? So we're using a 6-foot observer. We're drawing lines to the ground, and you say at roughly about 3 miles is where you're going to get to an angle that's too acute for the human eye to continue to resolve any information from that ground point, right? You agree?
Okay, sure.
I mean, this is what you guys are saying, right? Perfect trig. We're talking 6-foot observer height, 3 miles. That's where anything past that is too small of an angle for your eye to be able to perceive and resolve, right? So if we
maybe,
I mean that's
the globe doesn't
angular resolution, right? It's very simple.
Yeah, angular resolution. I know, I understand that. Yep.
Okay, so we'll agree to that. Yes, on a flat plane, doing your trigonometry, using angular resolution, that's what we'll get. We'll get about 3 miles. So let's say that 6-foot
3
observer.
miles. Well, hold on. 3 miles. Where does 3 miles come in? I mean, you're saying 3 miles after 3 miles. Things. No, I mean, angular
based
resolution.
On the angle.
It's based on angular size. angular
No.
size
It's
is
not
dependent on
based
the
on
scale of
angular
the thing.
size, right?
Yeah, angular resolution is based on angular size. If something
Right.
if something's angular size is too small for your angular resolution, for your eye to pick up, right? Your angle. Let's say I think the eye's angular resolution is like, what is it, like 0.0?
So you think that there would
like
be
Yeah, it's 1.22. Yeah.
So there would never be a horizon, in your opinion, if you're on a flat
No,
surface. Is that
there'll be a horizon.
then how is that vanishing point created? What is taking place? It's an angle that's too acute, right? So things appear to disappear, right? Are we in agree? This should be simple. We should agree on this.
Say it again, because I was doing something. I was looking at the text.
It's using your basic trig, right?
Mhm.
And the
Yep.
angle becomes too small from you to the thing in the distance at 3 miles.
Okay.
That's where your angle becomes too small, right? The angles we're drawing to the ground, once we get to about 3 miles, that's about as high as we can get for that angle. It's not going to go up any higher. Things are going to start
that's not
to
how.
appear to
Okay.
disappear.
No. Okay, hold on. It would go higher, right? Depending on how the length of the floor would depend on how high it goes. If it's infinitely long, then it goes exactly.
So it continues to go above your eye line. Is that what you're saying?
No. It goes.
It appears to ramp up towards your eye level. Why does it stop and create a vanishing point? That's due to the angle, right?
Well, it gets close to your eye level. It never actually reaches it. Only at infinity
would ramps up towards your eye level.
Yeah, towards. Yes, yeah.
Right? And then creates a horizon due to the angle of view that you have to the objects on that flat surface. The flat surface
it wouldn't
itself,
be 3 miles,
right?
though.
It's like taking a checkerboard. Think of squares on a checkerboard. You eventually cannot resolve the squares on the checkerboard due to angles to them, right? We should all agree on this.
Yes.
This is simple. This is the basics of it. Angular resolution.
Yes.
So what happens to that 6-foot observer when he stands on a 6-foot box?
On a 6-foot box? I don't know. Now he's 12. Now he's 12 feet. Now his eye level is at 12 feet now, I guess.
So you've increased the angle between your eye and the ground, thus increasing the amount of information that you can resolve on the ground, right? This is why what says we shouldn't have the conversation if we can't agree that increasing in elevation will increase the distance that you can resolve even on a flat surface. Because this is the simple basics.
Hold on. So you will be able to resolve more ground, but here's the thing. I guess people are thinking like infinite, like angular resolution, because at that point, then no, the information would all still be there. But yeah, I mean, I think that's where the issue comes in, because no one's denying that part. Yeah, if you raise higher, you'll be able to resolve more ground because those angles are larger now, and to the point where they're not smaller than your angular resolution.
They are.
So
they
I
are
don't think.
I wouldn't say no one argues that. I mean, the belief of the globe.
That's the whole thing.
That's the whole point. Yeah,
higher on a flat surface could see further.
Yeah, on a globe, things do not. Oh, sorry. Again. On a globe, things don't decrease in angular size to disappear over the horizon. They disappear due to curvature, not angular size.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be the case on the flat Earth either, though, is what I'm arguing.
Angular size.
Just admitted that.
No, with the ground,
dude,
the
this
surface
is so
of the ground.
stupid.
Fine.
Like this is so, dude, just please, man. Like what the?
No, you're missing. No, because you guys are
just
missing.
Go somewhere else.
It's not stupid.
Dude,
it's not stupid.
Go
you guys are missing context.
No, it is stupid. Go argue with Zanuck about
it's not.
Because stop, dude. What happens is when we start giving you examples of how you can increase height in basic everyday reality and see further over things we know are flat, you guys revert to the dumbest thing I've ever heard, which is nothing can be verifiably flat. Everything is curved. The table's curved. The ground is curved. Home Depot's curved. Everything is curved. Nothing's flat. You can't even test if you could see further over a flat surface. So therefore, you have to believe my misunderstanding of reality and my application of assumed mathematics. Wow, bro. So profound.
No.
So if you don't talk like that, don't waste our time. Go argue with Zanuck about it.
Because
I'm
light
not arguing
is straight.
that. It depends.
Light is parallel.
Hold on, I'm not.
That's the only thing
on.
that's straight and parallel is the light. And but apparently it bends and there's refraction. So
go to your room, Arma.
Hold on.
Go
I am
to
right.
your
Listen, listen. All right, guys, listen. All right. I'm not arguing that. All right. It depends on the scale of the thing, right? Obviously, to a person, the floor of Home Depot is flat. All right. That's no matter what. That's pretty much flat, right? So if that extends out into infinity, all right, then I don't have to worry about getting higher to see more. In that example, it doesn't matter how large Home Depot is. Me raising up, all right, in altitude isn't going to let me see farther. All right. It'll let me see.
Right.
It'll let me to resolve
Wow,
more
you're just
ground.
wrong.
Right.
You're just
No,
wrong.
hold on. It'll let me resolve more ground, sure, but you'll still the straight
What do you
like
think
it's not gonna let
see
me.
farther means, bro? Come on.
Yeah, you can see things in the
Guys
distance
are
that's further
No,
away that you couldn't previously see. Like
no,
it's
no,
hands down one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Literally,
no, because
this is why we should 2023 we shouldn't talk to the anti-flat earthers. We literally
okay,
shouldn't talk to them. They're
okay,
100% objectively a waste of time.
no, you
Yeah,
guys are
Arma,
missing
you did
context. All
exactly
right,
what
I'm
you
not
said you
saying
weren't going to do.
objects. Hold on, objects on the horizon though. You're not gonna see any more. You're still gonna see that no matter what if you raise or lower the object on the horizon.
The
It's just the
horizon
surface.
changes as you change your height. The horizon moves as you get higher. What are you
Yep.
talking about on the horizon?
Because you guys are okay. You guys are
Can I
making it
ask
seem
him
like
a question?
okay. Go ahead.
Arma, have you stated multiple times, even today, that you're just here for the argument?
Today?
Today and other days, or
I
you
don't think
just
I
come
don't.
here for the argument?
Okay, I don't think I stated that today. But once again, though,
Okay,
I'm not going to argue. Hold on, I'm not going to argue without purpose, though. All right, I'm not randomly arguing. I'm arguing because I actually believe
Yes,
in
you
what
are.
I believe in, though.
that's why you
No,
come here,
Okay.
though. That's what you said today and multiple times.
did I say it
Correct?
today? I don't think I said it today. But once again, even if you want to call me earlier, yes, on another
You
day.
said it earlier when Zanuck was here. You don't even remember. You're a robot.
how is that relevant?
Yeah, how is that relevant? Because once again, even though I like to argue, it doesn't mean I'm
Because
just going
he's
to rant.
wasting time.
No,
He
but
doesn't care one way or another. He
I do.
stated it.
No, I do.
Even today said,
He's
I
telling
don't really
he's
care.
telling you
I'm
he's
just
telling you
here
right
to
now he
argue.
does.
I'm just here for the debate. That's it.
Dude, honestly, they should just be ignored. Just disengage. Like, dude, now Chucky's coming with his little backhanded, and it's
No,
better to just have higher vibrations and not listen to these people that they
higher
desperately need.
vibration.
Can you stop interrupting me, or I'm going to mute you?
No, stop talking bullshit about higher vibrations.
All right, you're muted.
What's the vibration at right now?
Why?
What
What are you
level is
doing,
the
man?
vibration at right now?
Can
There,
you
do you need some more
can
D
you please stop?
batteries?
So
Hey,
you're going to
man.
have the negative?
Okay, so
I just
I'm
don't
not
think
going
we
to take
should
the
waste
bait.
time.
I'm not going to take the bait because I'm just going to stay in a positive vibration. And the point that I'm saying
Way of
is
shooting people.
they just want to drag it down. They enjoy this toxic, crazy exchange. Okay? Everyone knows that if you go, I'm in Target right now. I could do it here. I could do it in Walmart. I can do it in Home Depot. If you lay on the ground, you can't see as far as if you stand up. Okay? And you guys are so desperate to just be a contrarian about everything that you will say, oh, well, Home Depot's floor isn't flat. The table isn't flat. Nothing's perfectly flat. So then please just take your stupid comments and just go talk to someone else about it.
I think it's adorable that Winston keeps telling us what we think. That's great. But tell
Chucky,
me about this
that's what
negative
y'all
you come in
vibration.
here.
What's that?
You come in here and you act like you can explain this away. It's
Well,
it's
you're
not
I
even
didn't.
close. It's blatantly obvious, dude. You go higher, you see farther. Flat. Come on.
No,
Okay. What does it have to do with the bottoms of buildings?
What?
that's not even the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Well, what does it
example?
have to do with the bottoms
Give
of
a
buildings?
specific example. Can you do
Yeah.
that?
Stay within
Sure.
the
The bottom
confines
of
of
the
this
CN
example.
Tower.
What about it?
Why can't you see it from where I am right now?
Why can't you see
Wow.
something?
Mhm.
Is that what you're asking? Why you
Yeah.
can't see something? It's
Yes.
being
Because of what we're
obstructed,
saying.
probably, or you're looking through a thick medium that the light can't reflect back to your eyes.
I can hear your guitar.
6-foot observer. The
What?
bottom of the building is closer than the top of the building. So
Yeah,
why
but
does the bottom?
the bottom is in more of a dense layer usually, and there's other obstructions usually taller than the viewer. I don't know what example you're giving because you're just saying a particular building. You're not really giving any details. But I understand what you're saying. You're saying the bottom gets obstructed before the top usually, and probably not all
Yeah.
the time. Yeah, well, that's been answered a million times here
That's expected.
and demonstrated. And
And it's
why
not
would you
closer.
expect it not to?
No,
Yeah, but
it's been said that it happens. It hasn't been explained.
Yo, it has. It's been demonstrated. I have it on my channel. I know other people have it. I've talked about it. You might not have heard it or seen it, but it has. So
Can you explain it?
I would say you would say it's obstructed due to Earth curve because that's all you can say. But if you say that, you're just proving to everyone that you don't know what you're talking about because it could be Earth curve, right? But that wouldn't ever be the only reason, ever.
Can you explain it with an orthographic drawing?
To you, no. I'm just based on what you've said and how you said it. I'm not going to waste my time.
Why is that?
Okay, let's enter back into like the higher vibration. We don't want to talk to you guys about it.
Yeah, field of view.
You guys.
all right,
Field of view.
I'll take
The top of that building is in the higher portion of your field of view. It's a bigger angle. It's all about angles. You guys just don't want to fucking understand it. It's all good.
No, but here you guys are misunderstanding though from what.
Did you just say we misunderstood?
Well, let me give context for why I think that is. All right, maybe you guys aren't.
We don't realize that a curve surface.
I literally just said. I said I think that. All right, let me explain why I think that. All right, maybe it's not the case, but let me explain why I think that. All right, reason why I think you guys are misunderstanding what I said earlier about resolving more ground, whatever, when you get higher, is that when it comes to the ground versus things on top of the ground, right? The things on top of the ground, if you go higher, the angular size of that thing doesn't increase. That object has the same angular size for the most part. In fact, if you really want to do trigonometry, actually increasing in altitude would actually make you slightly farther away from it because now you're actually adding another.
Why are you
dimension,
conflating
right?
angular size with your angle to the object?
Well, because this was the argument, right? I was saying that you would.
That's your problem.
Well, no, listen. I was saying that if you go higher, right, you'll be able to resolve more ground, right? But the reason why you're resolving more ground is because the angular size of whatever you're looking at on the ground itself, right? Like the actual ground itself. Let's say like there's some pattern on the ground. Let's say there's like a smiley face or something, right? If I'm really close to the surface, to the ground, right, of the ground, then I won't be able to see that smiley face because it's it's very squashed, right? But if I get higher though, right, then that smiley face is no longer as squashed, all right? Like that makes sense. The angular size of that smiley face is actually increasing.
Not angular size. That's foreshortening. You have
It
is
unbelievable. Are you really trying to teach us that?
No, that is angular size first off, because angular size is literally just the size of something angularly. So that is angular size. All right. But second off, though, I'm saying that when it comes to objects actually on top of the ground, if you increase in altitude, right, the size of that object isn't going to increase. All right. So there is a difference.
Nobody said it would, buddy.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not like contradicting myself. I'm literally saying, yeah, if you get higher, the ground, you will be able to resolve more ground, but that doesn't mean you get to see farther because the objects on top of the ground, you will always still be the exact same angular size. So you're not going to be able to see farther.
You see further when you increase your
You see further. Yes, exactly. You see further. That's where this is where you guys have the problem, right? Which is why I talked about earlier. 50% of your field of view, roughly, is filled up by the ground ramping up towards your eye level, right? And you have things that are above your eye level at a higher height than the ground is from your eye level. So you've got different angles taking place between the lower portion of your field of view and the upper portion of your field of view.
That's why you can't use a hallway.
Exactly. Thank you.
And then you introduce the atmosphere where the sky is so much, or things in the sky are usually so much higher above your field of view than the ground is usually. Then you can't use a hallway as analogous. And also you've introduced atmospheric conditions which cause mirages and optical illusions, which is what a mirage is. And it really gets thrown off.
That part is fine. I don't mind, mirages or whatever, because that's light bending. All right.
So what part do you have an issue with? Because we know that a curved surface would obstruct an object, but what we're discussing is over a flat surface, what would obstruct an object, especially bottom up. And you don't seem to get it. You might, but you don't admit it. So do you get it?
No, I get it.
You're
But
saying
Okay, end of story then.
no,
Nice
listen.
talking
Let's
to you.
just
So-
move on, bro. This
No,
so
because
he's saying so you're saying the atmosphere blocks the light from the bottoms of the buildings?
I'm saying the medium you're looking through and the angle is different and it's more acute and the medium is thicker. You're looking through more of a medium at the surface. It's more dense. So the reflected light doesn't get back to the viewer as much. So it will fade out quicker or be distorted more. And then the angle changes also. So the bottom
No,
is
that-
going to be distorted quicker or
If-
further. Sometimes, usually, there are conditions
less
where
light-
it just blinks out. But
If less light reaches your eye, that would just make it less illuminated. It would just look darker.
yeah,
So
it'd be
no light
distorted,
reaches-
but you have more distortion towards the surface. Do you agree? The air, the
Yeah.
turbulence. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that distortion causes reflected light to be distorted where your brain can't interpret it, so it blends it in with the ground.
It doesn't cause the light to not reach your eye.
Well, whatever you want to say, you understand now that it is more distorted towards the surface, so the bottom would be obstructed quicker than the top. And also, don't forget about that angle.
Distorted and obstructed are two different things. So you don't.
Well, yeah, in the acute world of scientific eyeball study and blah blah blah, but on Discord it's not. Why something gets disappears bottom up is what we're talking about. If you can't understand that, then go somewhere else. Go where smarter people hang out.
well, we're missing
I
context.
did,
So.
but now we're here.
Hey, hold on.
No, you don't have to be here if you don't want. I'm fine with saying what I said.
I do want.
I think the majority of people
why
can
you
understand.
here?
I think the majority of people understand what I say or say the same thing or similar. You just choose to make an argument out of it because I used a wrong word or definition in your eyes, which I don't think I did.
If they
Well, why
say
you
they
come here?
understand
Why
what
you
you
come
say, then they're as confused as you are.
So why don't
Okay,
you
why do you
explain it?
wait, just Rakia, listen, this guy's MO is literally just to be toxic, right? Every time I've ever
Why is
heard him talk, he just insults the other person and tries to turn it into a shit show, right? So if you
How
know
did I
that that's
insult
intention,
Rakia?
then just
Every day.
ignore him, bro. That's all he wants to do. And he's gonna be persistent, he's gonna keep doing it. He's like, oh, I bet you they can't ignore me, they can't take the high
Hey,
road,
Chad,
I'll piss them off. So
how
just
did
take the high
I
road.
insult Rakia?
There's no reason for you to be here if you think everyone here's so stupid and you're only here to try to
No.
demean
I
them or
want-
be condescending or
I
talk
want
down
you
to
to
them.
correct your statement. How did I insult Rakia?
Why are you interrupting, dude? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Do you understand that?
That's fine.
Okay,
Did I
thank
insult
you.
you?
Talk to you later.
Yeah, it's just
Goodbye.
best just
Did I
to
insult you?
disengage.
All right.
Just disengage.
Okay. Anyway.
So,
So
Arma,
you
you
think
get it. You
lying-
said you get it right, Arma. Arma, you said you got it right.
Maybe we should restate what you said so I can, I'm not, So what were you saying earlier?
Yeah, it's very simple. When you're standing somewhere looking at an object in the distance, and because of the conditions of the day, you're going to have, reflected light getting to you in different ways. So let's say the bottom this time is being obstructed, because sometimes it's not going to be because of the conditions. That's what changes. That's how we know it's not Earth curve if you're on a plane surface, right? No one's saying that a curved surface wouldn't obstruct something. No one is saying that. But when you change your angle and you're looking more towards the ground than you're looking up, then that's going to affect how reflected light is getting to your receptor or your eyeball or your camera or whatever. And also the medium. Hey guy, quit interrupting because we don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to Arma. And the
you're
density,
rambling and repeating yourself.
Yeah. And the density of the medium that you're looking through, once you're not looking up as much, you're looking down at the ground or across horizontally the ground, that is going to affect the information, the reflected light getting back to your eyeball. Right, Arma?
Okay.
You agree with those statements?
I mean, I guess you're pretty much saying if light bends, then sure. I mean, I agree with that. If light bends, then yeah.
I didn't say anything about light bending. I said if it gets distorted, if it's in that layer of more dense medium.
See, Arma, distortion is a bending of light, but he doesn't know that he's saying it's bending. He just says
turbulence. Let me use turbulence. If you're in the more turbulent atmosphere, which is usually closer to the ground, then the object you're trying to view, let's use a building, you're probably going to lose the bottom of the building first. Would you agree with that?
because of light bending. I mean, I agree with. I agree. If light bends, then yeah, you can get this shit happening.
Okay, so you agree that the bottom would usually, the light would bend more there, or be more turbulent there. The medium would be thicker, or whatever. The angle is different, so that would be a reason over a flat surface that the bottom up obstruction would occur. Right, Arma?
I guess so, but that wasn't the argument though. The argument was that Whitsitt brought up that there was something other than that. That's what Whitsitt was saying. Something about the eye, all right, that causes this as well. All right. He was saying literally besides the atmosphere.
What are you talking about? Yeah,
that's literally what he said earlier. He literally said it was something. It wasn't,
How earlier? Like
30 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes ago. Yes.
Okay, so in 30 minutes, that's all we talked about. Please, dude, y'all are crazy.
Don't get them to explain a sunset now, because they can't use the same reasoning. It'll be something totally different.
Yeah, Arma,
because there is no sun near the surface. I'm sorry, you interrupted me there, Mr. Rakia.
Sunset's explained perfectly with perspective.
Oh yeah,
and the angle change, and the conditions, and things obstructing, like the sky mirroring down and obstructing the bottom of the sun. Just like you see the bottom of the building being obstructed. I think you just interrupted me.
So yesterday, why was the sun at the same
I
level?
really don't want to talk to you, man. I don't know why you're asking questions. Everyone has said basically that we're talking to Arma right now.
So yesterday, why was the sun at the same level as the orchid in my window?
So here's what's interesting. When it's clear outside, you have clearer days, you can see the sun longer. And what the globe claims is that on those days that it's clear outside and you see the sun longer, that the sun is actually being lifted up via refraction up to like 0.6 degrees, right?
Yeah.
But in reality, it's just clearer, so we're able to see further.
I won't see the sunset at all today. It's daylight, and I know the sun will set at a particular time when it gets further away from me, but I can't see the sun at all right now.
No, well, I saw the sun yesterday at the same level as the orchid. How is that possible?
That's amazing. Good for you.
Yeah.
Optical phenomenon. I bet you would say that sun is a long distance away, wouldn't you?
Yes, very much.
Do you think mirages happen at short distances or long distances?
Both.
I can see a mirage on the bonnet of my car, Rakia.
Awesome. Do you think that would happen close to the horizon or up in the sky more?
Yes, it was very close to the horizon because it was at the same level as the orchid.
How did I know that?
Yeah, like this is what here's the reality, bro. If there are people still in this conversation that think that you can't see further as you go higher over a flat surface, and they think that sunsets are impossible over a flat surface, they are never going to come anywhere closer to a cordial conversation that has any type of conclusion. Because that's just a script. That's just a script that that's just a script that anti-flat earthers say. That's why when I was talking to Zanuck and I asked Zanuck, do you agree that on a flat earth, if we went higher, we'd see further? He's like, yeah, of course. Right. So they disagree with each other, and most of them just regurgitate the same talking point. If they've been saying it for 5 years, they're going to say it till they die. So all I'm saying is, if you can't even get past
how I insulted Rakia.
Like this guy is going to tell us he's never heard what we've said today, and he brings up the same stories. How long have you been here, man? How many years have you been here? I guarantee you've been here years.
I'm not even insulting anyone. I'm just saying that, like, if you still can see that there are ways that a sunset would work on a flat earth, there's obviously not going to be any progression. It's going to be the same conversation we've had 100 times. You're going to say the same thing, and you're going to dismiss whatever explanation you say. So it's like it can't be productive. Exactly. It's literally a waste of time.
Come back tomorrow and the next day and ask how the sun sets. Oh, I saw it over my window still.
Can you model that in geometry rather than just word salad?
Poison in the well, word salad.
Okay, can you model it in geometry then?
Name one thing I said that was word salad.
Oh, just fine, whatever. Can you model it in geometry?
Sure.
Okay,
we've already done it. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm driving. Cool. No, you wouldn't love to see it though, because Iru's already done it in a computer program specifically showing how it works. and it works exactly like we see it, and you'll just ignore it. You'll hand wave dismiss it. You'll come back tomorrow and say, don't work on letters. I'd love to see the geometry of it. And then you'll be like, oh, we showed the geometry of it in a computer program specifically with all the details and all the variables, and then you'll just keep ignoring it. So what's the actual purpose?
I'm not going to ignore it, but I guarantee he's got some stupidly upwardly bending light through the atmosphere.
No, absolutely not.
No?
So maybe, just maybe, you have a misunderstanding. Yeah.
I would love to see Iru's modeling of it.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm driving right now. I'm not doing anything for you to find you that. Like, go to Glowbusters 4 episodes ago.
I think we're way past providing anything for people who come here for years, being as toxic and as demanding as they are. It seems lately, even yesterday, Bacon demanded someone do something for him and asked if it would be done today.
I didn't demand it. I just asked how long it would take. I didn't demand it. Just asked.
But the way you did it, man, was just so weird.
No, I just wanted to know if I would have to
Why do you
wait
guys
for
think we have
days.
to do stuff
Or
for you? Why do you guys think we have to do stuff for you?
Yeah, why
Out
would
of
we not
curiosity.
do
I'm
anything
saying
for
that.
you?
Why are the flat earthers are so?
We know that you
You guys are so
can't.
defensive.
Arma, it's not
Well,
your time
I'm
now.
like,
that you
no,
have all your
listen, look, let's just cut to the chase, okay? The fact that you guys think flat Earth is dumb and easily disproven and can't explain stuff like sunsets, yet you're here every single day trying to give flat Earthers a hard time to tell them to make you stuff, go get you stuff, and to continually have the same exact conversation like Groundhog Day. So if you think that the Earth is for sure a ball and that flat Earthers are stupid and it's easily debunked, then why would you want to have the same exact conversation to use condescending remarks and live in like a toxic vibration every single day like Groundhog Day? Like what benefit does that give you?
I need background noise.
What about Ruhif? Yeah, Arma's just here to argue. He states that.
No,
Well,
with
Ruhif,
purpose, sir, with purpose.
yeah,
Purpose,
well, hang on, Arma. I'm sorry I mentioned your name. It triggered you. Ruhif, do you believe that something in the distance can disappear bottom up over a flat plane?
If there's an inferior mirage, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's one way. Do you think there's other ways? Do you think there's other ways?
Bottom up obstruction without an inferior mirage. What's your response?
Well, you would have to prove it's not being not an optical illusion. Like you would have to measure it or whatever. I mean, because I know that a curved surface would obstruct bottom up if something moved around that curved surface. I'm not stupid, right? But when you tell me it can happen another way, and you only give one way, then I start to even question that. Because you know as well as I do, there's probably more than one way, right?
Then model it out.
No, I'm asking you. You're the smart guy.
Yeah. Inferior mirage can hide things bottom up, but then you'll see an inferior mirage. So I've got observations without inferior mirages with bottom up obstruction. How do you explain that?
How can you tell there's
Please
no
model it
inferior
out.
mirage?
Because you can see one.
Hold
you
on a
can
second.
see an inferior mirage.
I don't know. I don't think you can see all the mirages. You just see the effect, the phenomena, and if you view it on a different day, it would appear different.
An inferior mirage is an inverted image of whatever you're looking at. This one does not have any inversion.
So only an inverted image would make something disappear bottom up? I don't believe that.
Well, I
three
can show
basic
you
things you can
how
ask,
it does.
right? The 3 basic things you can ask as litmus tests, okay, of honesty. You can say to the Glober, do you believe that the sun is impossible on a flat Earth? They'll say yes. Okay, disengage. If they say, when you go higher above a flat Earth, can you see further? They'll say no, disengage. And then whenever they say that you would be able to see forever on a flat Earth, disengage. Or if they say there would be no horizon on a flat Earth, disengage. Because all of those are intentionally disingenuous positions.
No, it depends on context. Depends on context.
How do you have a horizon on a flat Earth? It would just fade off.
Did you not hear me say that I'm not going to engage with that?
Yeah, I know. But I mean, that just seems like a piss weak excuse to not have to defend your position, right?
Yeah, sure. If that makes you feel good.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Ruhif, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, though, right, it would fade off, but wouldn't the fade off, like, depending on, if you're looking at it, like 6 foot observer and whatnot, wouldn't that fade off still be kind of like, wouldn't it be kind of obvious? Like, there's like, because think about it, right? If you're
exactly what we see now, yes, Arma, it would.
No, not exactly how we see it now, but it would be like it would fade off, right? Because like the idea is that
listen to me, hear me again. It would be exactly
I don't
like
buy that.
it appears.
I don't buy that.
now over a flat surface.
How,
I don't
Well,
buy
how do
that.
you
go
get a
look at a
hard
flat
horizon?
surface and look at something disappearing.
Hold on.
How do you get a hard horizon on a flat Earth?
Yeah, hold on. There you go. Hard line. There you go. Because you could have a soft line horizon, which you know
fading away.
Yeah, but it would still be like, I feel like it would still be kind of obvious enough though. Like it wouldn't just be like a weird fade because think about it. Like obviously that's happening because of like the atmosphere, right? Like obviously the atmosphere. The further you look, the more atmosphere you're looking through, right? So therefore, it's going to kind of fade or whatever. But I imagine though, but as you keep increasing the distance though, obviously that effect gets more and more though. But it would do that in such a way though where I think it would be like a weird, like, I don't know, it would be blurred for sure. But I'm just
dude, you think that the Earth is curving, causing a horizon, and that it comes forward and backwards and moves up and down. That's what you think, okay? So okay. Cool story, bro. Cool story. We get it. That's what you want to believe. It's like you just assume it must be what's happening. So just go for it. We don't believe that. When we go out and we see that it constantly changes, we see that how far we see is based on the conditions and things move around and the horizon is completely optical. We see inversion of the light from the water that creates a hard cutoff over water. But when we're over land, we see it fade out. When we see this stuff and it constantly fluctuates, we're like, oh, the horizon is just how far we can see. And it's based on a variance of factors. Perspective, which is actually curved visual space, atmospheric conditions, etc. You guys think it's actually because that the Earth is curving and the physical horizon moves around forward, backwards, up, down. Right. So we have a disagreement. The average person in the world would go see a mountain from 300 miles away, and they would not think that entire mountain is actually blocked. Only you guys would think that. So it's like, okay, well, we just have a fundamental disagreement. It's just a boring conversation, and it's reiterative.
I mean, that's...
So you don't think the world record has blockage of the mountain? Seriously?
No, move on to something else.
No, let's move on.
You mentioned the world record, right? And implied that there's no blockage.
No, I like to talk about the infrared 255-mile observation of Canigou, where you guys claim that even though we can see the shore and everything, that it doesn't matter that we can see the shore and there's a whole city that should be there when we know that things disappear bottom up due to optical compression and atmospheric conditions being the most into the surface. This is basic common sense. And you ignore that. You pretend that doesn't make any sense. You pretend that, like what Rakia just explained about the more turbulent atmosphere being dense at the bottom, thus causing bottom-up obstruction, and things on the bottom would disappear from stuff at the top. You just ignore that like that isn't just common sense.
It's not common sense. Like, please model out how these mountains are obstructed bottom up. Model it out. Show it. I can model it out.
First of all, we can see all the way to the shore. First of all,
that's fine.
And you didn't model anything. You just
took
you took other people's models. That's all you did. You took other people's models. You didn't come up with it. So you could never do what you're asking us to do.
If other people's models work, yes, I'm going to take them. Is that okay?
Do you see that? You're like, you can't even model it. You didn't model anything, right? So, like, you used hundreds of years and millions of people that did it for you.
Pumpkin. It's okay. It's all right.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I'm sorry that you don't realize that you have a blatant double standard. But when we started this conversation, it was so much more of a higher vibration. It was like more productive conversations. It was things that people had never heard of. We were talking about the magnetic field and the South Atlantic anomaly and the lack of symmetry. We were going to move to how they claim that it's actually changing and that the poles are going to reverse. And we're talking about like actual like interesting things. You guys want to have a groundhog.
Now we're talking about bottoms of buildings. Bottoms of buildings being obstructed and why. That's what we're talking about now because of Ruha. That's unbelievable.
The last 30
how do you get bottom obstruction on a flat Earth?
Okay, we'll just go.
Oh my God, he asked the question again.
Yes.
Why don't you
Please give me an explanation that is not in Infrared Mirage.
Go talk to someone that wants to talk to you about it. Like I said, according to you guys, what we were taught from 5 years old about the globe is correct. And we know exactly what the Earth is, and the model's perfect. So for you to come here every day and ask us questions about it is weird. It's just objectively weird, right? It means that you enjoy like toxic exchanges. It's like me going to someone who thinks there's 50 genders. It's like me going to someone who thinks there's 50 genders, and then every single day for years going and telling them about chromosomes every single day. From your perspective, that's what you think you're doing. and then making fun of them, ridiculing them, mocking them, condescending. Like, I like the debate though. Just keep it so them getting the chat and talk about personal things all the time. Like, I would never do that. That's sociopathic behavior.
No, but here's the thing though. We're in a discussion server though, where we discuss things. I mean, that's kind of the point of this. I mean,
yeah, but he called Flat Earth weird. The whole reason he came here was discussing with
literally
people who claim
in
the Earth
response
is
to
flat,
Whitford calling me
and
weird,
now
I
calls
called
it
Flat Earth
weird.
Listen, I'm not going to go out of my way. If I know a flat Earth in real life, I'm not going to go out of my way to fucking, like preach to them.
Entertainment, dude.
Yeah,
you just want to laugh, right?
Because that's the point of the server.
Arma, how do you not understand? If you think that the globe Earth, if you think the globe Earth is objective reality, just like two biological genders is objective reality, right? You think that the globe Earth is as objective of reality as that. Then why would you come to the server every single day where people think there are multiple genders and then argue with them about it day in and day out, having the exact same conversation and making fun of them and tearing them down? Well, like, why would anyone do that?
Yeah, because it would be a server where it's a thing that's discussed, all right, and debated, all right. I'm not going to go to a server. Let's say I don't agree with that, right? I'm not going to just pick on random, people who believe in multiple genders, whatever. If that server isn't dedicated to that, this server is dedicated for discussion, all right. We're discussing, things. Like, you guys are living. You guys are literally giving consent. You guys are giving
magnetic field. We were having
you guys are giving consent to this.
You want to have this? No, we're not consenting. Your conversation
raping and don't let Clovers in.
You guys are here in a discussion server.
Dude, shut up. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with
your voice.
No, you think I don't like picking on people.
It has nothing to do with that. The point is that you guys are. Oh my God! You conversation rape us, where you want to make us talk about the same rudimentary thing every day.
Go somewhere else with it.
No, I was here first, Ruif. We were talking about something. Listen, buddy, we were talking about something. Okay.
If you don't like
guess what,
discussing
Ruif? You're gonna be muted in less than 10 seconds if you keep interrupting, because you think that you can. You think that everyone should bow to you, and now that you're here, you can just interrupt everyone, and that's not how it works, man.
This is a server for discussions. If you don't want to discuss it, go another server.
Discussions don't involve constantly interrupting people. So you constantly interrupt and just preach. You preach and reiterate your interruptions over and over. That's not discussion.
You know the answer to the question you asked anyway. You know the answer. You've asked the same question I know 100 times. You've been explained 100 different times by probably 50 different people, actually. Your answer that you're looking for, and you just disagree, and then you come back tomorrow and ask the same question, dude. From the same people.
Not weird.
We can make the same argument. We can make the same argument. The globe side can make the exact same argument.
I don't go to you and ask you questions ever.
And you guys are super disingenuous. That's the difference. It's not good faith.
When we sit here and we talk about things, we were talking about visual space and how there's perfect visual space, azimuthal grid of vision. It's not a linear proportional Euclidean relationship. We were talking about how the symmetry of the magnetic field that's predicted is not observed, and that the south corresponding latitudes don't match the north at all. It's 35% weaker. We were talking about new information with each other, trying to figure different things out. You guys want to jump in, throw all the pieces off the board, like sunset, and for the 4,000th time.
And do you guys disagree with each other on some things, or you guys agree with each other on everything?
We disagree with each other on all kinds of things.
So then it's fine if we disagree with you on things, right?
No, I'm sorry that you're laughing, but I guess you weren't following. Pull your crayons out, Kosho, and write down what I say. We were talking about different subjects that most of us are just looking into and trying to figure out. You guys want to come knock the pieces off the board of the new conversations and then repeat the same bullshit you've been saying for years over and over and over.
Kick us out or go to another server or do something, right? Don't whinge about it.
Yeah, it's not like
how about just respect the conversation that's happening and don't just force us to talk to you about the same thing that we've answered 400
times.
Don't force us
to talk about your fucking magnetic south anomaly bullshit, right?
Also, what's it? The conversation actually evolved into what it is, kind of now, because obviously it's going into this now. But it evolved, though. I mean, conversations evolve, though. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, I might have accidentally shifted it. I might have accidentally shifted it when we were having a peaceful moment, and I didn't mean to do that to get shit back on this.
So blame
BS,
him.
But
yeah, blame him.
Yeah, you can blame him. So,
well, I mean,
but I just wanted to have a cordial conversation about it, right? Because the way I was looking at it was right, exactly. Like Xanax started to for a little bit, for a split second, and then he had to go, and then in come the
Napalm, you know this.
second
You're
shift or
talking
whatever.
about perspective. Maybe the way people think perspective works across the board may be wrong. Okay, the only way you're going to have a productive conversation about that is with someone else that's open to the current understanding of perspective being wrong. You're never going to get that from one of the anti-flat earthers that come here. They're going to make fun of you, saying that's how trigonometry works. You don't even understand it. You're never going to be able to talk about something open-minded like that with an anti-flat earther. They're going to just mock you, bro. So it's if you want to talk about the complexities of visual curves.
That's why I was trying to bring it up when Zanuck was being cordial, because I was like, hey, this is what I've been thinking about. The fact that, me at a 6-foot observer height, from my eyes down to the ground, as I'm looking straight out, that information is filling roughly about 50% of my field of view. And then I've got this other 50% that's filled with, from my eye up to I don't know how much height. So how are we figuring both of these portions of my field of view to be the exact same trigonometric function, right? When we're dealing with objects that are completely different in both sections of my field of view. And I just thought maybe we could have a decent conversation about it, but I was wrong. I was way wrong.
I was wrong.
Can I say something? Yeah, I think that there's a confusion between we not being open-minded for our understanding of being wrong with we being critical of other proposals of this understanding. So, for example, I took perspective in computer graphics when I was in college. I worked with it for more than a year. So whenever someone says that's wrong and what I'm doing is wrong and the way I have always done is wrong, that's possible, but I'm not just going to take that as face value, because that's just that claim alone is just useless. So I need something more with more depth. So can you show an example in which the way we treat perspective would be wrong and the new way to treat perspective is right? Is that an example, the way to correct for the equations, a prediction that ours would fail, that yours wouldn't? That's just being critical. That's not being close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we provide,
the problem is I've given this and you act like we can see forever. It's a problem.
Well, I've
that
given
has
you
nothing
some
to do with perspective.
Wait, bringing up that you took something in college is something. I have a PhD mathematician professor of a university that's been teaching perspective mathematics for 20 years that disagrees with you. So he doesn't know the basic math though, because Bacon knows the 5th grade art drawing perspective math. So the point is that it's well known that there are alternatives to visual space and that none of them work perfectly. None of them work perfectly. Euclidean geometry does not work perfectly for visual space. This is well known. It's been proven in robotics. I can drop you Harvard. You're laughing, but you won't respond specifically.
Yeah, no one was laughing. I literally was breathing that time like that.
Well, then chill. So
we have. I was
breathing. Don't breathe, dude.
Why are you, Arnold, breathing into the mic? So the point.
I mean, just go on.
Okay, yeah. So it's been proven with robotics, optics, and many other things that the Euclidean visual space doesn't work and it breaks down in many scenarios. Okay? So there is a huge academic debate about the accurate denotation of visual space and the geometry within. You guys just come repeating the elementary version, like how they say mass attracts mass to you in school, But that's not actually what gravity's claimed to be anymore. Mass attracting mass doesn't work anymore. But you guys just keep saying the elementary, they teach the 7th grader mass attracts mass so they can understand it simply. You guys just keep saying mass attracting mass. You do the same thing with perspective. You use the dumbed down remedial version that they teach people in school, right? And you pretend it's perfect. When in reality, when we go to the higher levels of academia within your own paradigm, they disagree vehemently. They say it doesn't work perfect. They explain that visual space appears to be hyperbolic and that hyperbolic visual space is more accurate in many circumstances. Okay, so that's the reality of the situation.
Right. Okay, so when I mentioned that I took computer graphics, I wasn't using myself as an authority. I started with that because, as I said, I worked with this for more than a year, and I'm I'm okay with people saying this is wrong. As I say, if you think there's some different way to take into account perspective to write better renders that more closely resemble reality, just like let's take a look at that. If any of the things that you mentioned that comes from academia that says we are wrong actually says we are wrong, then there's a different way to use perspective that is more accurate. I'm more than willing to take a look at that, but I'm not just gonna take that claim alone at face value.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Doesn't mean
If I
I'm being
drop you
closed-minded.
papers-
Sorry, go ahead.
If I drop you papers that shows it, you won't read it. You'll say, "No, I haven't looked into that. No, it's not something that I'm interested
I
in."
will.
No, well,
I'll read it.
Can
Yeah.
you just?
I'll read it.
Here
You'll say,
again,
"Can you
though,
just
with
tell
it,
me?"
I'm sorry, but here again, if I'm interested in something that I hear on here, I go research it. I don't need Bacon or Ruhif or Witsit or somebody to post something or whatever. Now, it does make it easier, but if you're truly interested in something that you were for a year studying or using or whatever, and someone tells you on here that there's other ways to look at it and your way might be wrong, then go research it yourself, man.
Oh, but if the person, one sec, if the person already looked into it and found that the way I do is wrong, that person can very well present it. If you're going to come here and expect that the other person listening to your claims is the one that has to go find what's the backing of that claim.
You don't have to
No,
go do that. But if you're interested in it, like you said you were, I'm saying you probably would.
Right.
That's right. Like someone that actually wants to know,
I wasn't
they
finished.
would go look into it. Bacon, you always
So
ask me
that's
to
the
do
irony.
Can you model it for me? Can you show me the answer? Can you give me a paper? Can you do this for me? How long will it take you to do this? Well, I don't want to look into it. No, I'm more interested in celestial navigation. But then you all get to argue about it, though. So, like,
No, I never said that about perspective. Hey, you're fading out a little bit.
So that's the irony of this whole conversation, because literally I brought up this topic saying that, you know, I'm just an accountant. I'm not that good at math, and I needed help on the math based on the ideas that I have in my head.
Is he the one breaking up?
He's breaking up. Yeah.
I'm probably breaking up. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Remember that?
Yeah. If you guys can hear me now?
You're still breaking up a little bit.
Yes. You're good.
All right. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's still breaking up.
Ironic.
No, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up again.
I brought up this topic because I said, "Hey, I've got this."
And I think you also have a delay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try to remember what we just said.
Yeah, I'm just in a bad spot.
Basically, that's what you're saying. You brought up this
spot in my
like
neighborhood,
actually,
but I think I'm through it.
I actually need help with the math to figure out exactly what I'm thinking about how perspective works based on these different conundrums within the current understanding. I'm actually trying to get them to figure out how to do the math, and basically like asking for someone to help do that with you. And
I'll help you.
Will you though? So if I give you a textbook called Geometries of Visual Space, where it specifically breaks it down when you read. If I give you lectures where they explain exactly what's wrong with Euclidean geometry from a PhD mathematician professor explaining that visual space is hyperbolic, watch the lecture, or do you need me to hand deliver it to you, Megan?
Well, whichever of those you want. But the thing it was said before, when you come with a claim, I would expect that you know how to back that claim up. So, for example, if you read some article, if you learned it some way, I would expect you could be able to explain it. So if my first reaction to a claim is to ask for you to explain that or to back that up, that's not a dishonest response or something that should be surprising.
Please, man.
Well, Bacon, it's very simple.
Can we move on?
Yeah, the
From
Glovers
what
draw straight
Bacon
lines.
desires.
The Glovers draw straight lines from our
to
eyes.
make his life
easier. They just make it simple and they draw
I'm
straight
hearing both.
extended lines.
Well, one sec. Go back a little bit because I heard Rakios at the same time I was hearing you, so I couldn't hear what you said.
They just draw straight, infinite lines extended from the eyes, as if that's how we see. So they can do like caveman math. And then they think the caveman math is actually really intellectual, okay? That's what happens. In reality, we have curved retinas. The front and back of our eyes are curved. We receive information through curved lenses. Okay, visual space is curved. We have an azimuthal grid of vision. We have an arc of vision. We see curved. That's how we receive information, as do all of our lenses. That's how it works. Say that if I shine a really coherent, powerful laser and curved glass, what happens when the light hits the glass? Does the laser go right through the glass and go straight to the middle? No, of course not. That's not how it works. But you guys are claiming something fundamentally opposite to what actual evidence says. I don't need to know all the complexities of the eye to replace it. You don't even have a starting point.
Yes, we do. So, like the perspective you get from this caveman map you mentioned is the same we get with a pinhole camera, for example. So pinhole camera has no lenses. So we can treat light as traveling straight lines all the way from the environment into the back of the pinhole lens where the image is formed.
It has an air lens.
Sorry? Okay. That is the
resolving
caveman map.
angle is resolved by air. The lens is made of air.
The lens, the air isn't refracting the light. So the direction of light isn't changing. It isn't changing.
Pinhole camera goes through nothing.
Okay, the path of the light isn't changing.
Even if it does, even if it.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there. If you add a lens, you can add lenses to a pinhole camera to make so you can open the hole and still maintain focus without losing the rectilinearity of the image, which means without getting barrel distortions. If you can make the hole of the lens bigger to get more light and keep the focus with the lens, you have now curved lenses, you have light bending, but the effects of perspective are the same. That isn't changing when you go from one pinhole camera to a camera that uses lenses. So what am I missing here? Why the fact that you're adding lenses with curves should change the effect of perspective if both with pinhole cameras and cameras with lenses, the perspective you observe in both are the same?
You're creating a transverse ray. What's going on? If you diagram the light to a pinhole camera.
What?
It's all right. Don't worry about it, man. It's an aperture.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, Bacon made a good point. Like, and it kind of goes without saying. I mean, the fact that, yeah, sure, maybe the human eye does this, but like, okay, other cameras with different lenses that have different curvature to them, all right, that differ from the human eye, they exist, all right, and so we would expect that if we change the lens or whatever, or one without a lens, a pinhole, thing, that we would expect different, perspectives, but we don't see that.
Yeah, so can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Try a full sentence, a bigger sentence.
Sure, yeah. Are you guys able to hear me a little bit clearer at this moment?
Okay, yeah, much better.
Okay. All right. So yeah, what I was discussing earlier, and Bacon, this might perk up your ears a little bit, right? Due to the fact that it's dealing with ratios and stuff. I was saying, a 6-foot observer looking out over the distance, the information of the ground 6 feet below me out to a horizon fills 50% of my field of view, right? So then I have another 50% of my field of view that there's going to be objects on, and they're going to deal with the same exact disappearance and or ramping up, which would be inverted, which would be a ramping down, if they were 6 feet away from me in height, right? So I gave the example of like a bird on the ground moving away from me off in the distance, and I'm 6 foot tall, or I have a 6 foot eye height, and a bird 6 feet above me moving away from me at the distance at the same time. Both of these birds would appear to have the same, size change. They would both hit the horizon at the same time. Everything would be pretty much the exact same for both of these birds. Now, I can't get a bird to be any lower than me than the ground, but I can certainly get objects to be much higher than me. And there's going to be still that roughly 50% of my field of view that is going to be in that top half. Now, when we're dealing with objects that are large and extremely far away from us height-wise, meaning much higher than us, we're dealing with interesting angles that are going to be crossing a horizon that is set by the ground at a very short distance. So you're going to have an interaction there that isn't going to be as simple as, oh, it's just a simple trigonometric function that can happen for both of these objects, one on the ground and one that's extremely high for me and extremely large. Would you agree with that? Does that kind of make sense, that we've got this false horizon, or this horizon that's being created at roughly 3 miles away? So I've only got 3 miles of information on this ground level that's only 6 feet below me, but then I've got this complete expanse above me that is also going to intersect with the ground at 3 miles away. So what's happening here? What's happening with the stuff from the top as it's related to the stuff from the bottom?
What was the question? You kind of started with one question, then you have another question now. At two.
Well, I'm not sure if I got what the point is. Like, you have, I mean, if you're looking at the horizon, you have half of the things you're seeing above it, the other half is below it. The size of the birds shrinking as they fly away from you is going to shrink. That's predicted by that caveman perspective that Witz mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see where the problem is so far.
Sure. So let's make that bird that's above me 1,000 times bigger than the bird that's below me, but at the same height, right? They're still going to intersect the horizon at the same point in time, right?
Well, that depends. When you say that
3 miles.
a bird is a 1,000 times bigger.
Yeah, let's say it's huge. It's a mile wide. It's a mile wide bird, a mile by a mile bird.
What about
the big
vertical
objects?
height? Right. What about the vertical height of the bird? Is also like very big.
Yeah.
Vertically?
Yeah, sure. Either way,
because another question. When you say the height of the bird is like from the bottom part of the bird to the surface, or it's from the center of the bird to the surface? Because if you're dealing with a big object, that starts to make a difference.
Right. Exactly. So I'm placing this bird at 6 feet above me in the same way that the normal size bird is 6 feet below me. Both of these birds are going to interact with the horizon at the same distance, meaning they're both going to hit the horizon at whatever it's being set from the bottom. Would you agree, due to the angles?
Yeah, if we were considering like the angle to the center of the bird, and
Yeah. So what happens to objects that are much higher, meaning they're going to interact with that horizon at a further distance, but how is their interaction with the horizon, since they're a farther object, but the horizon is way closer? How does that interaction look? That's the biggest question, right?
I can do it in Blender.
I think if you have like an infinite plane and no refraction, then none of the objects that are above you are going to ever touch the horizon, but all of them are going to approach it.
Sure. They're certainly not going to touch the horizon in that kind of way.
No, in an apparent way.
But they will become
even in an apparent way
unresolvable. And even something like the sun, typically I've been in situations where I've seen 2 sunrises, right? Because we have a cloud bank that we didn't actually see until it blew in when I was in St. Lucia, that we started to see a sunrise, and then the sun disappeared. We couldn't see the cloud bank that was hiding it, and then the sun rose again. But then eventually that cloud bank reached us, or started to come into our vision, and I realized, oh shit, it was this cloud bank that was obstructing the sun at a distance, even though I couldn't resolve that cloud bank. So there's things like that that take place over distance. Plus you're dealing with light attenuation and all that stuff as you get further away. So if you're dealing with an object that's appearing to disappear at, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 miles away, the light that's either coming from it or being reflected off of it is having a hard time getting to you as it gets through that thickest part of the atmosphere. So there's many different
I don't see how
things
that relates to, right? Okay, but if we're talking about like the position of things, that this doesn't really relate to it, right? It relates to things fading out because there's.
Well, it relates to the way that I always see the sunset over the water, which is I don't really see the sun interacting with this hard, crisp line of the water. I see a separation and I see a distortion in the bottom of the sun and a reflection, meaning it's got some sort of reflection coming off of it that is mirroring it due to a very acute angle that I'm starting to view the bottom portion of that object at a distance. Meaning okay, well, that's kind of how mirages work, but.
Oh yeah. If you're talking about a mirage on the sunset, yeah, I can picture that.
But that's always the case. That always happens, like every day. Every time you see a sunset over the water, you're experiencing that unless you have like a distant cloud bank like I was talking about, which then you'll see the sun set a decent amount of height above the horizon, even though you might not see that cloud bank.
Okay, but is any of that something that should challenge the way we think about perspective, or is it just like because those are all facts about the sunset that I think we all agree with? So
because you're bringing so what I'm saying is you've got things that are only 6 feet below you that are being ramped up towards your center of vision very quickly, right? So how quickly are the things being ramped down to that horizon as well? Because we know objects at 6 feet below me are being ramped up to roughly my eye line at somewhere near about 3 miles. So what is taking place with other objects, varying sizes? What is that rate in which it's dropping down? It's like what I provided to you yesterday when you asked me for some sort of specific math, and I gave you some things to at least look at and contemplate.
Yeah, but that equation that you had there is the caveman perspective that it's mentioned, is the form that we use. So that equation that I found there, maybe I got it wrong, but that's the equation we already use. That's the equation that reflects my understanding of perspective.
Wait, where is it? Where'd you put it?
Give me a second. I'll find it quickly.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to halt this. I was just. I mean, I'm pretty sure yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll reply to it. Okay, just reply to
it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Wait. Oh, my bad. Everybody talking to us. Wait a minute.
Oh, here's how I see the whole. So we have way to if we do just triangles with orthographic understanding of what's going on, you can get fairly the same things you observe with buildings, with houses, with whatever. That's how we triangulate things. I mean that's how
sure.
So
within your understanding, right?
Well, let me just finish the point. And so we can use that math, assuming a flat Earth. And it actually works pretty well. Again, like for buildings in mountains and things that are at a reasonable distance to you. So that assumption seems to hold for this scale. Now, if we try to use that for celestial bodies, that clearly doesn't. That equation clearly can't explain the motions that we see in the sky. And some observations of very distant mountains, well, I can get there. It doesn't match the equations. It doesn't matter how high you put the celestial bodies; they don't match the equations. So there are two ways to resolve it. one is our understanding of perspective is incorrect. So
which I agree with. Yeah.
Right. So maybe we need to use better equations, but the better equations also have to match what we already know. So we have to match photos of rooms, photos of buildings. You have to be able to determine height of buildings and things like that. Because if it's correct, it should do that. So it should, for small scales, give the same result as the one we already use. The other solution is it's one of our assumptions is wrong. So if the assumptions you get from a flat Earth, that's one of the assumptions. If you assume a flat Earth and then get that the angles are matching the celestial bodies, doesn't matter the height, then that might also be how you solve the problem. So that is how I solve the problem, because I haven't seen the other solution, which is a better understanding of perspective. So that's what I'm trying to get from you.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out, right? Because we have this field of view, like I said, that is, why don't people pay attention at lights? So we have this field of view that, like I said, you've got this small distance between your eye and the ground, and it fills 50% of your view. And then you've got this great expanse that also fills 50% of your view. And if that smaller portion at the bottom, once it reaches its maximum, right, it ramps up to its maximum, that creates your vanishing point. Now you're starting to have things blur, right, into the distance. Things above that, at an extreme height, they ramp down very quickly, and at some point cross what is a much closer horizon line, or appear to interact with a much closer horizon line. It's just tough to get an object, to be able to model this out with an object in reality. We'd almost have to try to do it on a smaller scale and see that we can get a decent replication of what we're experiencing in like long distance observation. And this is tough because, like we were talking about earlier with ARMA, it's tough to do that on a smaller scale because you're dealing mainly with one of the biggest portions of the equation is going to be your aperture size. So you'd have to have an extremely small aperture size to be able to really get the essence of a true kind of like one-to-one comparison.
But what does the aperture have to do anything? I mean,
yeah.
ARMA, trust me, the aperture has to deal with it. Just if you can't comprehend that, that's fine. Bacon probably understands.
I don't. That's what I was going to say. So the perspective we use is a simply geometrical implication of light traveling straight lines. So if you're gonna get to something that is any different, you can't have light traveling straight lines. That's the thing that must change, because if you have the same initial assumption of our perspective, which is just light traveling straight lines, then every other thing follows geometrically. So changing the aperture isn't changing the fact that the light's going to come. The light that is reaching you is reaching from that same direction. So this even in principle wouldn't work. I mean, we can try to.
Right, but unresolvability can be proven, right? The inability to resolve something from something else can be proven by like the Rayleigh criterion, right?
Yeah, but
which deals with your aperture size and distance, right?
Right, but if you have no Rayleigh criterion, no angular resolution limit, the positions, the angles, none of that changes. The only thing is that there's infinite information in your image. Now, if you add Rayleigh criterion, that makes the light spreads when it's reaching the back of the camera, the center of the camera. So the same point of light is now interacting with more than one pixel sensor, and when that happens, it blurs the image. So if we try to factor in things like Rayleigh criterion or whatever that drops the resolution, all that does is it blurs the image. It just lowers the resolution.
Which is the horizon. That is your vanishing point, right? It's unresolvability due to angular size, right? Not angular size, but angular resolution. Angular resolution is based on Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, but angular, no, not only. Actually, the Rayleigh criterion is just a theoretical maximum you can reach based on.
Okay, so now Rayleigh criterion is in the realm of theory.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So if, for example, if I gave you the aperture size and then ask you to determine what's the angular resolution of a camera only with the aperture size, you use Rayleigh criterion
and focal length, yeah.
Okay, you wouldn't be able to get to the right answer only with that, because if you get to an answer using Rayleigh criterion, and I have a worse sensor, I have a sensor with less pixels, that's going to be, that angular resolution limit is going to be lower, I mean higher because it's a bigger angle, than what Rayleigh criterion determines. So Rayleigh criterion doesn't tell what's going to be the angular resolution limit. It just tells you what's the theoretical the theoretical best angular resolution, which means that if you have
for the human eye, right, and then it has implications to things similar to the human eye at various aperture sizes, right? Not necessarily camera lenses that can vary the focal length based on the distance between the lenses and things like that.
Right. Okay. So, but here's the thing: Rayleigh criterion shouldn't have any effect on perspective, because all that does is drop your resolution. If you can show me an example in which the position of something in the picture would change based on Rayleigh criterion or based on
it doesn't change the position, right? It just changes the resolvability due to
the resolution.
The resolvability, yeah, resolution. It changes your ability to resolve it from another object. This would be the ground or something else in the distance.
Yeah, it just means that the separation between those on the picture is so small that is smaller than the smaller information that can appear. So you get the same.
It's like in the
information.
Somebody in the distance, right? Somebody in the distance, you're not going to be able to resolve the sole of their shoe from the top of their shoe, even though you can still resolve the person, right? This is kind of the same kind of concept. But hey, I'm pulling up to training. I train kids on Tuesday nights, so I gotta jump on. I'm not trying to run, but I think we can maybe continue this at another junction.
Yeah, have a good time there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, good job, Bacon. You did a really, I mean, obviously, because I'm not, you debated really well is what I was trying to say. Because you actually, because I don't really know the whole, about Rayleigh criterion. I'm not too knowledgeable on that. In fact, I don't even know it legitimately. So I'm just, when he brought that up and you attacked that, it made me happy. I was like, oh yes, finally. But yeah, very good. All right, I'm just talking to myself now, I guess. Anyway,
no. Well, I mean, this whole my whole issue is that if you make a prediction without angular resolution, you have the crispiest prediction ever. Right? You have a perfect render. If you factor in the Rayleigh criterion, you have the same render. It's just blurred. So I mean, that's all it can do. So that wouldn't change anything about our understanding of perspective.
That's my understanding of it, because once again, I don't really know Rayleigh criterion legitimately. I just know that it's something it's the whole blurring thing. But to my understanding, it would just be blur. It wouldn't do some weird perspective thing. I don't know. It's just weird the way they kind of touch it and the way they try to manipulate it.
Well, Rayleigh criterion isn't that. I mean, you want an explanation for that?
Sure.
Right. So when a waves go through a hole, so we have two barriers, and the wave goes in between the barriers. It's gonna get blocked. Just partially is gonna go through, right? But it doesn't work like you're just cropping the wave. actually the interaction between the edges that is being blocked the wave and the wave creates some patterns in the edges of the wave. So as the wave goes through that how do you call this, the slit, as the wave goes through a slit, it works like you have an infinite origins of the same wave forming a line, and then the ones in the edge, they interact differently than the ones in the middle. So you get this interference pattern of the edges of the aperture of the light that is entering the camera. So as the light enters the camera, it interacts with the edge of the hole and creates some interference patterns. So that ends up spreading the light a little bit when it get what I mean, right?
I think I get it. Yeah.
Right. So because there's this spreading of the light, the point in which the light should reach is also going to reach a little bit in its surroundings. So you can't have a very small pixel if that pixel is smaller than this interference pattern, because it won't be able to distinguish between one light ray and the other light ray, because they're interfering in such a way that is bigger than your pixels. So that distance in which the interference pattern clamp up on each other and it makes it like impossible to distinguish them is what's called the diffraction. The angular resolution limit due to Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
I mean, it's like just having an aperture of this size at this distance from the sensor, I won't be able to resolve anything smaller than this angle. That's it, because the interference patterns are going to ramp up on each other, and it will be impossible to distinguish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Right. It's basically a natural blurring due to the light interfering with the edges of the aperture. That's it.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I get how they're trying to apply it. Like, okay, well, that's what's happening at the horizon, but that doesn't make any sense, because even if you want to grant him that, okay, it blurs stuff at the horizon, right? It doesn't make any sense how you have mountains physically lower than where they should be. Like the Rayleigh criterion says nothing about physically moving like a whole fucking mountain. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. They just apply it weirdly whenever they touch it. I'm just not a fan of that.
Right. Well, maybe we should save this response to when there's someone here to address it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I'm not. Yeah, because I fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
So otherwise, we're just shit talking.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest, I don't like that when they do that either. I'm like,
Right.
But I'm doing that right now, though. I got I'm shit talking them about shit talking us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone's leaving.
Yeah.
Taken.
Kind of died.
What's up, Bear Right?
Yeah. I've got a little question. You're so good with math, and you seem like you like to figure stuff out. And I was, I'm trying to think about this video that Bob took about that rocket taking off. I think you saw that, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found that video.
And what I was wondering was, with just the human eye, the aperture of the human eye, what would be the distance that rocket would have to be away from you to be able to not resolve it anymore? You know what I mean? To where it would disappear from your view. You have to know that the height of the rocket, and then there's probably a formula, huh?
There's actually, it depends on how many things you want to take into account. So, for example, and also what assumptions you're using. Of course, the assumption of a flat Earth is different. If you're assuming a flat Earth and if you're assuming a spherical Earth, you get different different predictions, right? So right. So if you're asking when I'm going to see the rocket, in the sense that when I notice it's there, then it's not a matter of being resolvable, because since the rocket works like a light source, a light source doesn't disappear just by becoming unresolvable. When you make a light source unresolvable, it becomes a point, and it's only going to disappear when it's so dim that your eyes no longer detect it. And apparently, for our retina to notice something, it has to be around like 9 photons reaching it. I found
what was that?
9 photons reaching it per
Photons,
second,
yeah.
I think. I also
I didn't know
saw
about that.
I saw somewhere else it was 7. I mean, it's probably something hard to figure out, but there's a minimum amount of light that has to reach your retina for your eyes to pick it up. So now, how far the rocket has to be that this limit is reached? So how far the rocket is going to be so it disappears from your eyes? Well, that's also a hard question to answer, because if you're, for example, ignoring the atmosphere, that's simple. It's just the inverse square law, and you just see how much light the rocket emits, and you can use the inverse square law to see how far it has to be that dim that your eyes can see. But if we have an atmosphere, that changes, that makes it even dimmer. So you can't just use inverse square law, because now you have the atmosphere making it dimmer, and that's variable. That how much the atmosphere blocks light or makes it dimmer varies from conditions to conditions, right? Also, how high it is in the sky also changes that. So something that is closer to the surface is going to get dimmer than something that is the same distance but higher, because there's less air in between for higher things. So I would have no clue on how to predict that. But I'm not sure if that's necessary, because if you take a look at the path of the rocket, you immediately see it coming out of the horizon. Like if you trace back the rocket, you can trace back all the way up until it touches the horizon, and then the next moment it disappears. So it looks very much like it's coming out of the horizon to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, so let's just qualify this a little bit more. Say
Sure.
the rocket is right on the horizon. It comes up and you can see the whole rocket. They're using telephoto lenses. They're not dealing with, using their eyes, using telephoto lenses to see that. And so if it was, we said standard, whatever standard refraction is, if we use the standard refraction formula, and the rocket was right at just where it, the whole thing was visible above the horizon, just right when it hit that point, how far away would it have to be to where you couldn't see it anymore with the naked eye? So now we figured in, we're figuring in refraction. We're saying standard refraction. We know where it is. We know it's right above the horizon. It's a clear day. There's no fog. You can see the rocket with telephoto lenses. I was just wondering what that distance would be.
You mean like on the globe?
Figure it out. Either I don't think it really matters whether it's on a globe or not, does it?
It does, because if it's on a globe, the way I would figure it out would be based on it being obstructed by the Earth. So because the rocket appears to me as being coming out of the horizon, so the way I would have to calculate it is how high the rocket has to go, so it appears in my horizon based on how far it is. That would be the way I would solve it for a globe assumption.
Okay, so let's say on a globe, how far would it have to be on a globe, and then how far would it have to be on a flat surface?
Right. Okay, so on a flat surface, I don't know how to do that on a flat surface, because I wouldn't have a distance.
Let's do it on a globe then. Let's do it on a globe then.
Right. What is the rocket like going straight up in the beginning, I guess?
I guess, pretty much. I mean, let's just assume that it's going straight up.
Okay. And how far is the camera from the place where the rocket was launched?
You'd have to go back to the video, and you could do it he did it from 3 different points. One was up at Myrtle Beach, another was to Gainesville, Florida, or something like that, and some other place. If you took the furthest one, I think, which would be Myrtle Beach, and then you knew you'd have to do some research on how big that rocket is, I guess, to figure it out.
I don't think so, because at that distance, I think pretty much you can treat the rocket as a point source flight.
with the telephoto lenses down. They never, never video it without the telephoto lenses, so you really don't know if it's resolvable with the naked eye at that point, right when it crests the horizon like that.
Yeah, but I mean, as I said, because the rocket is brighter than the environment, it doesn't have to be resolvable. It just can't be too dim. And I think our eyes are even better than cameras to see things in the dark. Like a light points in the dark, our eyes are usually better than cameras. Like it's much easier to see stars with our naked eyes than to see with.
Hold on. I'm just thinking about this real fast. So the largest a rocket could appear, right, on a camera would be like probably 4 pixels, right? Because you said yourself, even if it's smaller than a pixel, right, because it's bright enough, the pixel still kind of pick it up, right? So if it's situated, let's say between 4 pixels, right, like right in the center, right, it's possible that it could still light up all those 4 pixels, even if it's smaller than a pixel itself. So
correct.
It depends on your zoom factor. Do you think, Armin?
So if wait, what?
Resolution would depend on your lens.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you zoom in too, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, if let's say it is smaller than the angular resolution of the camera, then it would be either a pixel or 4 pixels. Like,
I don't know.
I don't think it could be any bigger than that.
I don't. Is it the camera has angular resolution or just the
observation?
There is. Because you're just talking about like point sources of light that are blurring together, causing distortion or whatever.
It can still be more than that, because
could it? Could be like 9? Is 9 the limit?
Yeah, there is a. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to go back before you guys, go off on some other tangent. Okay, that rocket that we're talking about, I mean, it will get to. I mean, if that rocket was flying away from you, it will eventually get to a point where you cannot resolve it anymore. You cannot see it. I don't know what term I'm supposed to use here. You cannot see it anymore with your naked eye. It would blend in with the sky. You wouldn't. You know what I mean? There is a point where that rocket would disappear. Is that correct? Am I making a true statement?
Oh yeah, sure. At some point, yeah.
What I wanted to know was, with standard refraction on a sphere Earth, how far would that rocket have to be away from you to make it unresolvable, or you wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye any longer? Can you figure that out?
I don't think refraction deals with it. Like if we're, again, it pretty much depends on why it's disappearing. Like if it's disappearing because it's going over the curve of the Earth, then refraction is definitely.
It's up in the sky. It's up in the sky. It's like
right. So refraction.
Horizon.
Right. So refraction is not a factor.
So you're saying we don't need to factor in refraction?
Yes. Okay.
So how far would it be on a globe Earth? That rocket above the horizon, how far away from us would it have to be, to where you couldn't see it anymore? Is there a formula for that?
You're probably we would have to use more than one formula for that.
Did you do that? Is that possible?
No, that's way beyond my league. Sorry.
Really?
Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, actually, yeah. Because
it seems like if you knew the size of the rocket in height in feet or inches or whatever, you able to just use that, like you were talking about the inverse square law thing. Wouldn't that just apply? I mean, couldn't you just use that inverse square law and the height of the rocket to figure it out? Or what am I missing there?
Well, the size of the rocket wouldn't be relevant, because what I can see from the rocket is the how do you call it? The flames of the proportion, because they are the bright things. That's the thing that is going to be visible for the longest. So that's the thing that I would have to calculate for. So it will, if it's going away from me.
You would have to calculate for what? You'd have to calculate for what now?
How bright what?
Like the I don't know what it's called either. It's like I forgot what it is, but like the fire or whatever. That little.
You're the native.
I know. Hold on, let me look it up. What is it?
Yeah, the flames, like the flames of the rocket.
So what you're saying is you'd have to know the how luminous the rocket was, how much light it was giving off. in order to calculate that? What you're saying?
Yeah, I would have to know that, how much light is giving off, and then I would like if there's no atmosphere, then the universe square would apply, and considering that there is an atmosphere, at least until a certain point, there's some height in which that's relevant. So I would have to calculate, like, given how much the atmosphere makes light dimmer, how bright it would have to be, how much light we have to reach the top of the atmosphere, and from that to the rocket, then I would use inverse square law.
Okay, so
wow,
like anything that anything will eventually disappear from our view, huh? If it goes far enough away, won't it?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Anything, no matter what its size is, if it goes far enough away from us, it'll eventually go out of our view. We won't be able to resolve it anymore. We won't be able to see it anymore, will we?
Right. Yeah, and the brightest is the further you can put it.
If the brighter the object is, the further you're going to be able to see it.
Yes, exactly.
It doesn't depend on the size. It doesn't depend on the size of the rocket. Like a fly, like you can see a fly, and it's 6 inches in front of you. If it flies off 20 feet, you're not going to be able to see it anymore. That's dependent on its size too. If the fly was able to get bigger, it got further away from you, you'd be able to see it for longer, wouldn't you?
That's why the term resolvability is so important here, because in some cases you can't see it anymore because of resolution. In some cases you can't see because it's too dim.
It's because of the blue sky.
Yeah, I guess it. Go ahead.
Whatever. I feel like I had something important to say there.
I think everyone's sort of like
telling me you wouldn't be able to figure it. You wouldn't be able to figure out when that rocket would disappear from our eye's view. At what distance that rocket would disappear, unless you knew its luminosity. What you're saying?
Well, it would be better if it was like let's say it was at night. Wouldn't that be better? If it just had a light on it, then you can do it, right, Bacon?
Yeah. So something fades away depending on how bright it is and the environment. I mean, otherwise we would be able to see stars during daylight.
Yeah, there you go. I was going to bring that up, stars, because like the whole point of those is that some of them are just not resolvable. Most of them, in fact, are not resolvable. I know Beetlejuice you can resolve. No, but is it Beetlejuice? Because someone said Beetlejuice, they actually resolved that.
I don't think so.
No, I swear to God, there is. I'll have to look that up. But that's where the Beetlejuice. Okay, so there's like an actual.
No, we got to go back.
On that rocket, there is a light. The light on that rocket, when it clears the horizon, how far away would that light have to be? Not be able to be resolved by the human eye. If resolved is the wrong word, then say how far away would it have to be to where we couldn't see that light anymore?
Right. Yeah, that depends on how bright it is and how much the atmosphere takes away the brightness.
So you wouldn't be able to calculate it unless you knew the luminosity of that light.
Yeah.
And you'd have to know what was going on in the atmosphere to make it more accurate.
Yeah. You'd have to know how much atmospheric turbidity there was and all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Pressure and all that, humidity, yeah.
Seeing, astronomical seeing, all that distortion, as they call it, seeing.
Okay, so what I'm missing is the luminosity of the light. Without knowing the luminosity of the light, how bright it was, there's no way to really calculate this, you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you could probably look it up online, though, right? Like the combustion or whatever of a rocket, like see how like bright that is, like just the average brightness anyway. You could look at probably the average, or some shit like that. I don't know.
It'd be easier to follow with like a thermal camera or something, right? Thermal cam.
Yeah, you might be able to do that. Yeah, you might be able to do that. But it seemed like to me in the video, the light was actually brighter in the trail, the fire trail, or whatever you'd want to call it, the exhaust. Didn't it seem that
Wait,
way
can
to
I
you,
see
Big?
this?
Look at that video.
What's the name of this video? What is this? I want to see this real fast myself. Let me see.
Bacon knows how to
What's
get
this?
to it. I really don't.
Sorry, the rocket video.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the name
Oh,
of it? I want to real fast look at this.
I don't know or the name, but I can't find for you. Just give me.
You don't know? Oh, shit.
Hey,
No, I know
Barrel
how
Rider,
to find. Don't worry.
are you baking with bacon right now?
What?
Bacon. What bacon?
Oh, you can hear the rain in the
No,
background.
no. Barrel Rider's a baker.
Oh,
So I was saying this morning he should change his name to Bacon, but like I'm baking, like bacon.
Bacon.
It's
See,
forget
oh,
it.
you
my
pronounce.
whole
Sorry
thing
for
is
my
if
bad.
that rocket in the video is larger than 9 pixels. Sorry, my bad. But I want to find the video because if it's larger than 9 pixels, I feel like that might be enough to be like, okay, that's being resolved, rather than like a really bright thing. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point,
Yeah, I found it.
you would have to be like, wow. Let me see this.
I'll post it. Just take you and Barrel, so I can easily find it again if I need.
Does the rocket? Does the light look brighter than the fire trail, the exhaust of the rocket when you look at it?
I think
Let's
so.
see. Where is? You guys got any? Let me see. Like a time. Let me see. Hold on.
Just have to watch it until the rocket clears the horizon.
Okay. Oh.
Which is brighter, light or the fire trail?
Okay.
Yeah, Doofus found that video, and then I posted, and he reacted with a thumbs up. I think he wants credit. So just make clear to everyone, Doofus was the one who found it. Hey, Coach, you there? Sorry.
Thought that was Doofus. It was not Professor Dave, but Professor, what's his name? Bob. Isn't that Bob's video?
Bob. You mean like
Dr.
Bob?
Rocket one?
Yeah. The three different views of the rocket taking off. Isn't that Bob's video?
I don't think so.
Oh, this is
YouTube
tough.
channel is
There's
called
a lot of
Where's Wally?
compression.
Yeah, I think he claimed it was.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah, this I can't tell on this. There's a lot of compression in that bottom right video, so I guess I can't. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way you can really accurately. Yeah, never mind. That sucks.
I was talking to Bob about this whole thing this morning, and trying to pick his brain on it. And I'm trying to figure out is how things if you're down low and like the checkerboard example, if you're down low, you can't make out the checkerboards on a checkered floor or whatever. And if you stand up, you can. That rocket has a certain distance where it would disappear into the horizon. You know what I mean? Like those squares on a checkered floor would do. On a globe Earth or a flat Earth, eventually things just disappear because they just get too small. Disappear from our view. And and Bob was saying, well, there's no other explanation for the reason why that rocket takes so long to get to break the horizon, to clear the horizon. There's a amount of minutes or seconds. He says that's only attributable to Earth curve. That's what he said.
I think that's actually a good point.
I think that is a good point too. I mean, I wouldn't say it's the only explanation. It's a good explanation. Sure, if the Earth was curved, it would take a while for that rocket to clear the horizon. I mean, it's definitely logical. But but you know how things aren't. If things go out towards the horizon, they eventually become unresolvable, no matter how big they are. I mean, even Mount Everest, you get far enough away from it, it's not going to be resolvable anymore.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like So that light is clearly bright enough to be seen at a distance when it emerges from the horizon. If we're on a flat surface, the rocket is physically closer to you when it's on the ground. So as it's being launched, it only gets further from you, never gets closer to you. If it's going upwards, and if the Earth is a flat surface, so the rocket isn't. If the rocket isn't getting any closer to you, it's only getting further. It will never get more resolvable because it's not getting any closer to you. So that can't explain it. Like on a flat Earth, the only possible reason I can see for that to happen is if light's bending up consistently, all the way up to where the rocket is. So it causes enough sinking for the rocket to be below the horizon line. That's the only possible explanation that I can think of for flat Earth. Nothing about resolution or fog or anything could explain that the way that would make sense to me.
Isn't it true though that on a flat surface, something moves away from you far enough that it will disappear no matter what its size is? It'll eventually disappear from your view.
Yeah, sure. Like
that's a truth, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, again, the further it is, the more atmosphere there is in between. So the harder it is going to be for the light to reach you. So at some point, things should at least fade away on flat Earth.
Wait a minute, you're just saying atmosphere. Now, won't it eventually just blend in with the its surroundings? I mean, atmosphere does have an effect. I'm not denying that, but rocket, whatever is out there, in the distance, will eventually merge with its surroundings.
Right. Yeah, but that doesn't make it disappear. That only makes it disappear if it's like darker than the surroundings. If it's brighter than the surroundings, then you still have to figure out how much contrast your eye can pick up, and how bright how dim the rocket will have to be so it disappears. And that's no longer it just becoming too small. Now that is also becoming too dim.
Okay. So what you're saying is, hold on a minute. Now, you're going back here. You're saying that something that is. See, you said that anything will eventually get too small to see, and anything will eventually blend in with surroundings. Now you're saying.
I didn't say that. Things don't get too small to see. Things get too small to resolve. Things that are unresolvable can still be visible.
If you can't resolve it, you can't see it anymore, can you?
No, you can.
You can still see it even though you can't resolve it?
Yes, like stars. Stars are unresolvable.
Like what?
Stars. Stars are unresolvable.
You can still see
except for Beetlejuice.
Exactly.
I swear to God.
Okay, I'll do the math. I'll do the math for Beetlejuice. See if it's resolved.
So what is the difference between not being able to resolve something and not being able to see it?
Right. So, what answer did Armin?
Oh, I mean, I'll try, but I feel like no joke. You've actually been doing a really good job today, and I'll be honest, I don't think I could explain it as well.
Go ahead. I'm getting tired of speaking so much. I'll give you the floor.
All right, I'll try.
Is this a circle jerk? Hang on, is this a circle jerk between Arma and Bacon? You're arguing.
No, we're talking to
minor points of the greater model that you both accept that's true, but no opposition is offered. What's going on?
We're talking to Vero. What do you mean?
Yes, but you and Arma are you're going back and forth consistently.
No, I was going back and forth with Vero.
I know that.
I'm giving.
Pretty good, Pete.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying, over the course of the greater time you've been speaking, it's when you talk with Arma, it's just about arguing the greater minutiae, I guess, of the Bowler's model. But that's where the problems really lie, isn't it? When you break things down to the greater or lesser components, and that's where I think that your arguments are much more interesting than any arguments between globe earthers and flat earthers, because the internal inconsistencies, excuse me, let me just say this, the internal inconsistencies within the ball earth model are all prevalent to every flat earther. We all recognize them, and ye accept them full.
I see. All right. Anyway, so yeah, so the idea is that yes, there are, if you have an object, right, if it's small enough, you can't see it anymore because it can't be resolved. But right, if the thing is like bright, like okay, like there's like a light source or something, right, like stars or even just like a fire or something, right, even if its angular size is smaller than your angular resolution, which is pretty much just like the smallest thing you can see, right, you'll still pick it up because it's just really bright. I guess the best way. See, I'm not good at explaining shit, but
I can give an
You can
example.
still see it. You can still see it then, though. It's so bright you can still see it. It's resolvable by your eye. That light is resolvable by your eye. Isn't that true?
That's not. That's the thing. That's not what resolvable means. Resolvable doesn't mean you can see. So, for example,
What does it mean?
Right. So the classic example of Rayleigh criterion is that applies here is when you have a car going away from you, and you can see the light of the car. You can see 2-point source of light, one for the left light and the other for the right light. If you get too far from the car, those lights are going to be closer and closer, but you can still see a gap between them, which means you can resolve for the size of that car. The size of the car is resolvable to you, so you can see details. You can see that there's a gap between the lights. If you keep getting further and further, those lights are going to be closer and closer. At some point they're going to start merging, which means that the gap between is so small that it becomes unresolvable. So the car is no longer resolvable. The whole car, you can no longer see details. The car just became a point. There's no dimensions to it. There's no details to it. There's no information you can see rather than a point. That means it's unresolvable. But it's still gonna see it because you can still see the light of the car. But now it's just a point source. It's no longer two lights. Now it's one light. So you no longer resolve it, but it's still visible because
you can no longer resolve it as two lights.
Yes, exactly. So that's what right when something starts to reach the resolution limit, it doesn't disappear. It merges into one. That might or might not make it disappear. That depends on how bright it is.
Okay, so that rocket, it was sitting on the ground, in its launch pad or whatever, and you started moving away from it. Eventually, would not be resolvable, or you wouldn't be able to see that anymore, would you? I'll try not to use the word resolve anymore. You wouldn't be able to see it.
The rocket?
Yeah. It would get too small, huh?
Nothing disappears. Become like if something is brighter than the environment, it won't disappear just because it became too small.
I mean, even a light will eventually disappear from our view, won't it?
Yeah, but that's because it becomes too dim, not because it becomes too small.
Well, it gets back to Rayleigh criterion now.
Either way, the light will eventually not. You won't be able to see the light for whatever reason. You won't be able to see it, whether it's resolution or not being able to see it. Eventually, a light will go far enough away from you to where you can't see it anymore. Isn't that true? Am I missing something there?
That's
but that's because it gets too dim.
That has to be true,
Right.
though.
For whatever reason it's doing it, it does. The light will get far enough away from you to where you can't see it anymore.
Right.
That's why you have to make the stars so bright and the stars so distant and the stars so massive, right, Bacon? So what he's saying is absolutely correct.
I'm sorry, I gotta go for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Bacon.
I will take over.
Sometime. I'm gonna quit too. I gotta do some eating here. So I'll pick up with Bacon again later. He doesn't mind. He's getting bored with
Are you
talking.
going? Are you going for a rasher sandwich or a bacon sandwich or something like that? A cup of tea,
a bacon
coffee.
Oh, I've got fresh ground corn tortillas and.
Oh, that sounds nice. I'm a vegetarian.
Yes,
Don't be
rice.
depressing me.
I'm a pescatarian.
Oh well, that's okay. I reckon bacon makes everything better.
Thank you. Oh, I got back in the perfect moment. Thank you. Likewise, Pete.
Yeah,
Yeah, wait,
pescatarians are cool, but that
well,
candy, man, too much sugar.
Hey, Jesus and the
I think-
fish. That's a very interesting one
God.
snack. The Vesica Pisces, the intersecting circles. What do we make out of all of these symbols that are presented us? We obviously know, come on. Well, if Bacon is going for a sandwich and possibly a cup of tea and a shit or something like that. He definitely needs to take a break. But
In a shit?
yeah, once we recognize that the spinning ball earth is not literally so, but we don't cast it out completely, understanding that the lie is sort of built on the truth. What can we make of all of these offerings then, from the religious to the scientific? I think I think there's an onus on all of us as truth seekers. If you're going to declare yourself as a truth seeker, to value the now in its completion, in the sense that you're talking with people across the earth here. It would never have been possible before. So whatever your truth is, fuck them all, excuse my language, but say it, and to the best of your ability, within the climate, allowed, I guess. But you know what I mean? In that new sense, that new paradigm, that's the onus on us, isn't it? Because it's almost an accelerated state leading maybe possibly somewhere. Who knows if the earth is going to end tomorrow? Who knows what revelation will come? Obviously, when revelation comes, the old has to be destroyed and the new is the replacement. But do we know it's tomorrow? I'm finished by saying this. Do we know it's tomorrow? I think the onus is on each and every one of us to speak the core truth, the biggest revelation that you've come to in your own personal sense, and share it with everyone, no matter what the reception. Sorry about that.
Well, Pete, well, to me, you don't usually break at least that's my opinion. Don't usually bring the best of the subjects, but when you say it, it sounds something very profound when you see it.
Yeah, very, very profound, Pete. Very profound. That's yeah.
Just checking something. Is Kosho here? By any chance?
Is he? Let's see. Kosho. Yep, he is. There he is. Kosho.
You know how bad? Sorry. I could.
Kosho.
I have a question. How well did you got your fix on the simulator? What was the error of your fix?
Yeah. I remember you telling me about it.
Yeah. What was your fix? What was the error of your fix? Was 20 something miles?
Yeah, I never looked for it. I told you to look for it. I just gave you the location.
Oh, right.
I'll look for myself. Yeah.
You remember how far it was? Okay, so you remember how far it was?
No. Oh, the one that I got. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got 21 miles. Yeah.
Right. If you should try it again, because I realized all the data was I didn't realize. I knew there was something wrong. I couldn't find it. Charlie found it, and he found out that I was getting data from J2000 only for some reason.
Yeah.
There was a parameter missing on spine field. Sorry?
What are you doing collaborating like this? You should be on a private chat, in a sense, really.
Bacon, just post it again, and I'll try it again.
Right. Yeah.
Who's going to make the numbers correct, Bacon? Or
all the fixes that I. Sorry. All the fixes that I did since I accepted his suggestion was all around 1 mile instead of 20 something miles.
I'll try it real quick.
Right.
You guys seen the time lapse of the Chicago skyline before?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Good luck, man.
He's playing
Good luck.
dumb with it. He's playing dumb.
Good luck with that one, bro. It's just the buildings aren't there; they're refracted, but they're just there for hours at a time.
Why are the buildings like below where they should be?
What are you talking about?
Like they've kind of like sunk a little bit.
They're higher than the globe predicts. What are you talking about?
Like why is like the
But they're
Earth
lower than
covering,
what the
like,
flat
half
Earth
of them?
predicts, though.
No. Hey, how about you take your misunderstanding of how the flat Earth works and you set it over there for a second? These buildings are supposed to be blocked. You guys claim they're miraged, that it's actually refracted up. They're not really there. Well, here's a time lapse of multiple hours.
But like, how much of them is there? Like
More
90?
than the globe predicts.
Oh,
2016 all over again.
That's less than what the flat Earth should have. So,
Hey, Arma, can you please stop just being a robot and continually doing that?
I'm not being a robot. I'm telling you. You literally said, "Oh, you know, this doesn't work."
Stop changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. That
You
doesn't
are.
work on the flat Earth either.
Oh, so then the Earth's neither flat or a globe. What a great input you've offered
There
us.
you go. Yep,
Now we have
there we
another
go.
option.
Yep.
Maybe you just don't know how it would work on a flat Earth.
so let me
You never
summarize
heard
this
of-
argument. We see
Yeah, you never
some
heard
of
of
the
the dinosaur
buildings in
Earth?
Chicago, therefore flat Earth.
No, good try though. So the globe predicts the building should be blocked. You guys claim that the buildings are refracted up and they're not actually there when we see them.
So
Okay.
why don't
Wait,
we
are
see
you
all of the
following
buildings?
so far?
Why don't we see all the buildings?
Well, can you stop just ignoring what I'm saying and then asking other questions to divert away?
I'm just using your playbook.
No, stop ignoring what both you and Arma 4 times in a row have blatantly ignored what I've said to ask another question that you think's a gotcha.
Well, it's a good gotcha because it actually makes
No.
sense.
Do you know how conversations work?
Yes.
Come on,
Okay,
let's
good.
just go with it, right? So, yeah, the globe predicts some part of those buildings, or maybe all the buildings should be blocked. They're not blocked, right?
Yes. That's right. The tallest building in Chicago should be blocked.
What does the prediction of God account for the atmospheric conditions of that observation?
What are the conditions?
The atmospheric conditions of the observation.
Just explain to me what scenario, any conditions you want to use, why I do time lapse over the course of hours and the buildings stay there.
I don't know. I'm asking if you account for it.
Okay, now
No.
let me show you. You guys want the real home run here that debunks the globe? So whenever you watch the video, there's a place, if you go to about 20 seconds, okay? So go to about 20 seconds in the video, I'll share it. Just a sec, I'll just share it. Okay.
See this video.
You guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. Now you look over here, see in the left here? Okay. You see how you can't really see a building over here? There's not a building over here. You can't really see the building, right? You see a building?
Yeah, it's a bit like blurred. I mean, there's something there.
You see a building here? You see a building now?
Yeah, kind of. It's very, very blurry, but yeah. Something.
Right. Okay. Oh, now you really can't even see it.
Oh, I was
And-
seeing something.
oh, look,
you
there's
put
the building
mouse.
now. Can you see it now?
No, I can't.
Okay. So we can see the outline of these buildings. We can't see a building over here. Now we're going to play the time lapse. Let's see what happens. Why is it not playing? Oh, it is playing. Now we can still see these buildings the whole time, right? Keep looking over here. Okay. We started to see the building for a second. So according to you guys, that building was just refracted up. That's crazy though, because these buildings didn't change.
No, that building is harder to see. I mean, it's a smaller building than the other ones.
But they're all
And
refracted up, right?
I don't think the refraction is changing. There's no sign the refraction is changing. I mean, clearly there's the contrast between the color of the buildings and the color of the sky is very subtle. So it's very hard to see even those buildings. It's hard to distinguish between one and the other. So if there's a small building that isolated from the others. It can easily disappear, but that doesn't look like it had anything to do with being refracted.
Wait. Are the buildings refracted or not?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so all these buildings are refracted. So now we're starting to see the building on the left.
Yeah, but the buildings on the middle are also clearer to see. So it's not that that building is now visible just because it's visible. The whole image is getting more contrast now.
Why?
I don't know why, but the whole thing is getting more contrast.
Know why.
I don't know. I guess the sun is in a different position, or there's less fog, or whatever. But the whole thing is becoming more clear to see.
Wait, so it's
including
getting
that building.
clearer, and now we're seeing the buildings better?
Sure.
Okay, so maybe the reason we couldn't see the building is because it wasn't very clear outside, right?
Yes, that's what it looks like from that video. Yeah.
So then as it got clearer, we could see the buildings there, right?
Yeah.
So the reason we didn't see the building there wasn't because it was below the curve and not refracted up. It's because it wasn't clear enough to see the building. Now,
Yes,
as we
that's
continue
definitely-
today, it's getting clearer.
Exactly. That's definitely what it
hot
looks like
mic,
from this video.
Austin. You're not talking to your child now. I mean, a hot mic, bud. You're talking. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Apologies. Sorry, the joke was that you're going through just basic things, and these people here are having such hard time understanding it. With that, that's the joke. Sorry about that.
We can see this building much clearer. As we can see these buildings clear, this building might be further away, right? I'm assuming this building's further away. I don't actually know.
Hold on. I'm analyzing the video right now. Actually, the contrast is different. Not because of like the sun or anything, but I think it's because of the clouds in the background. If you actually go through it, it's like the clouds are kind of like passing by and whatnot. And when you see the buildings, it's when there's like, I guess, less clouds there or something, because you can kind of see like an orange sky behind it.
Wow, there are clouds on the ground.
Yeah, I think we all agree that the reason why
Holy
you
shit,
can see
Arma,
that
there are
building.
clouds on the ground. Wow.
Well, I didn't say clouds on the ground. First off, all right. I said behind. I said there's clouds in the sky. I said behind the buildings, whatever.
Sonic, don't bullshit us, Sonic. What's
I don't
If there are clouds below the buildings, then that means the clouds are dropping optically as they get further away.
Yeah, sure.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay,
that's trigonometry. What do you? Come on.
You're getting there. So the clouds are nothing, like it's getting the area between us and the building is getting more clear, so we can see as we see these buildings better. We start to see another building that was over here. Now this is over the course of a long period of time. We have a time lapse, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone here would say that that building was blocked by the horizon.
Okay,
Clearly,
are conditions changing.
Sure, but
why are the buildings
horizon-
staying the same?
The buildings
Yeah,
aren't
the-
staying the
the-
same. I'm looking through the video. It's
but
actually they're warping.
They're literally not warping.
They are warping. I'm in the video.
These
It's
are
the same exact
religious,
video.
man.
Yeah, let me
It's
see
religious. You want me to screen share? It's warping. They're warping.
You guys think
You're
none of these
religious.
buildings are there?
They're
I didn't
warping.
say
They're
that.
literally warping, and
I
they're
don't
also
wanna
cut
watch
off
it too
you.
much.
You're the religious one.
Because I say that we're looking at the buildings, and as it gets
They're
clearer,
cut
we can
off.
see the buildings better. You claim
off.
that they're completely blocked by Earth curvature.
Yeah, you're
Oh, they
They're-
actually are. If you
free
jump from
Oscar.
second 30 to second 40, there's a very big difference in the shapes of the buildings. The top of the buildings change.
Yeah, they're warping.
Hey, pay attention.
I feel like
really
this
carefully.
debunks
See
the
if you can
globe for
follow.
sure.
Okay.
Why
You
does it
guys
think this is
claim
the globe?
that the buildings are completely blocked. Okay. You
we're
guys
not
claim
claiming
that
that.
these buildings that we're seeing are not actually there.
Yes.
I mean, clearly there's
understand.
refraction.
Warping of a mirage.
They're warped. They're really warped.
Yeah.
Look at
Okay, so either the size of the buildings is physically changing, or you're seeing things where they're not actually. It's either one or the other.
Mhm.
Okay. First of all,
No,
you
not your
realize that
position. The buildings are not
claims
there. Whitson is telling you, Bacon.
no one
Yeah,
claims
but
that things
I'm
will
not.
get distorted in the background. You guys are claiming that this whole time this is why it's so bad for you guys, and you don't get it. You
But
guys are
what?
claiming that they're all being lifted up a certain rate due to refraction up above the curvature, and throughout the course of the day, as those conditions change, we see the buildings the whole time.
I didn't say that. I don't
You
know
have
if
to
they
see
are
it.
reflected up from the curve because I don't know the elevation of this picture. I don't know how far the buildings are. All I'm saying is what I can know, what I can see from the video,
Hey,
and they
where'd the other
are
building over here
working.
go?
Sorry.
Why did this building disappear again?
Because those clouds, literally, look through the video. There's clouds in the
There's
background, right?
less contrast. You have
Yeah,
fog
there's less
and clouds.
Yeah, literally go through the video with it. You can see it. There's
Wait,
literally.
wait. You're saying the clouds create contrast of a mirage?
Mirage,
That's worse for
No
them,
one's
isn't it?
mentioning
They
mirage.
Holy
think
shit.
themselves into
So we're getting a
What do you mean, holy shit? No one
silhouette
said
with the
that.
contrast of the clouds from a mirage.
No one's saying mirage. What are you
Oh,
talking
that's
about?
what you are saying. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, you literally were the only one that mentioned mirages. What do you mean we're saying that?
Oh, I did say it as well. A distorted mirage. I mentioned.
I feel like this pretty adequately debunks the globe.
You never have anything of value to say other than to be like sarcastic and backhanded and try to get little like what you think are funny jokes in, but they're never funny, you know?
Well, it's almost like when people try and slow things down as if other people are dumb, like, what you guys
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
understand.
that's right.
Oh, is this Charlie and Witsit? Okay.
Here, let me
No,
screen
this
share.
is some other
Here, I'll
dude.
screen
He
share my
never
own
says
screen
anything
because
of value.
Witsit's being deceptive. Look at my screen share now, guys. All right.
Oh, I'm being deceptive.
Yeah, you're being deceptive. So, guys, check this out. All right, look at my screen real fast. So you can clearly see in this frame here, behind these buildings, there is like an orange sky, right? And then as that, if you keep looking, right, there's that contrast, right? If you go back though, you don't got that contrast because you got that, same color
Buddy,
as
that's
the building.
my point.
How is that? Then how
Well,
are you
we said
debunking
it
anything
from-
then? I don't
Yeah,
even
we
get
said it from the beginning.
So
that
instead of
we-
me being deceptive, maybe it's you aren't following, right? So that seems to be what's happening. So you are claiming these buildings aren't actually there. They're behind the curvature of the earth.
That Witsit.
No one said that.
Okay, so you guys think that these buildings are really here?
We don't know.
Oh.
You do know because you declared the curvature of the earth, dickhead.
You know damn well that those buildings are there, Bacon. You know damn well we're looking at the buildings.
No, I know you're looking at the building, but I don't know if the direction that we see is the physical direction where they are, because refraction pretty much changes that, and they should be clear at this point.
Okay, so if you're claiming that it's because of the contrast, that would be an actual object with its background changing how visible it is. That wouldn't be refracted
the
light
background.
up in front of different color clouds.
No one's saying refraction
different
is related to that building not being visible and being visible again.
What?
Wait.
Yeah, that building isolated from the others. No one's saying the reason why you can see it sometimes and not other times is related to refraction. No one's
So what
saying
we're
that.
about to start to see is actual refraction. Right at this point of the video, we're about to see actual refraction. Okay?
Well, if you jump
Wow,
from
look at
like
that.
I'm checking
Wow.
Arma's live stream.
Refraction. That's refraction. Do you
I don't
guys
know
know
what
what
you're
this right
showing.
here is
I don't know
called? Do
that.
you know what the name of it is?
I don't see it. I'm in Arma's live stream.
Adam Morgana or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's a great one.
That's what this is. That's what this is right here.
I can't
This is
see
all
that.
magical explanations they offer us, Witsit. They won't deal with your direct fucking
Why is
offering.
it-
They're looking for little clips that will show that maybe you're potentially wrong, but they won't deal with your major point, which is all these things are over the fucking curve of the earth in the first place.
Yeah.
Why is that Fatamorgana?
What?
You said that was Fatamorgana.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's
Why?
exactly what it is.
Why?
Well, do you know anything about that effect?
It's a much
Okay, well.
complicated.
It's a
Yeah, the Globers say it's
setup.
complicated because they want to leave it out because
No.
it debunks all the bullshit.
No, I'm asking you because you said that was a Fatamorgana, and when I read it, I found it really complicated to understand how you distinguish between Fatamorgana and other situations.
That's
if
what
you're
Adam
saying
Morgana
that's
looks like.
that looks like
That's
that
a
could
good question,
easily be
actually,
right,
Bacon.
couldn't it? Because you have
That's a
it
good
mirrored.
question,
What do you
Bacon.
think? What do you
That
think
is a
Adam
good
Morgana
question.
is?
I don't know. That's why
It's
I'm
a
asking
mirage,
you how
dude.
you distinguish. You're just eyeballing it and saying it's Fatamorgana. I mean, if you're saying that, it's fine. I don't know what it is. So
But you can
I'm just
eyeball it and
asking
just say you know it's bending around the curve, though.
That's your
I'm
term,
not saying
Bacon.
that. What the hell? Stop putting
Hey,
words in
Bacon,
my
that's your
mouth, dude.
term, not Witsit's term. That's
Every
Bowler's
single
term.
every single time you're
You
saying
tell him what a
things you're not saying.
Fatamorgana
What the
is,
hell, dude?
Bacon. Go ahead. That's a ball term. Like a mirage is a ball term. But if we extend the flat span and we have water, a mirage now might miraculously become a mirror image or inferior mirage, an underside mirror image. So when we're looking at objects in the distance over a flat Earth consideration, with water taking up now the half of the span, well, then the reflection might turn out to be what you call the mirage, which is some sort of airy-fairy, miraculous, I don't know, expression. How
Here's
about
the
that?
reality of the situation, right? So as it gets clearer, you can see the buildings better. You can see other buildings you couldn't previously see as it noticeably gets clearer. I went here in person myself. It was right after the fires on the West Coast, so it was not clear at all. You couldn't see anything. And I went around and asked all the locals, how often do you see Chicago? According to you guys here in Discord, where you literally just get to make up whatever you need to in the moment to defend the globe. You say it's very rare. Well, all the locals I talked to said you see Chicago all the time. And the only time you don't see it is when it's like not clear outside. When it's really foggy and there's stuff in the air, you can't see it. But if it's clear at all, you see it. And then all of them told me that it happens 3, 4, or 5 times a week. And that even when you can't see it all day, once the sun sets behind it, you can see Chicago a vast majority of the time. You won't see Chicago all day. Then when the sun goes behind it, you can see it. You're claiming that as soon as the sun gets behind it, coincidentally at that very moment, it gets refracted up.
No one's claimed that.
You
No
have
one's
to
saying
claim that.
it
You
gets
have to claim
reflected
that.
when the sun. Why? No, we have to claim that if we want to take our bait and try to argue with an argument that we are making, but that's not an argument that anyone's making.
You have to claim that. If you're claiming that the Chicago skyline is actually lifted up via refraction, and that's why we can see it, because the math says that the tallest building should be down below the curve, right? Then that means that in the... Okay, so I'm going to stop talking to you, because basically what you're doing is just, you can laugh, but everyone here can see
Thank you.
that you're just making the conversation complete bullshit, where you're just like, I'm not saying anything. So, and then you're simultaneously pretending to actually debate it, which is hilarious.
It's a waste of time for
No,
listeners.
but I
as
wasn't
well,
debating. You actually brought that video, asked us to look at it, and
I didn't ask
start
you to
asking
do
us
anything.
questions. You said you asked us to see the video. You did, and you started asking us questions about it. And now you're saying we're pretending to be debating. You did ask a bunch of questions, and
I
me
didn't
and
ask
Armo
you
were
anything
talking.
though. If you're the one that's just saying, if you're not even willing to absorb the
Who did
globe
you ask
claim,
then? Because
you're not
me
even
and Armo
willing
was
to
talking.
absorb the globe claim,
One
which is that
second.
the buildings are being refracted above the curve, then you don't need to be in this conversation.
1 second, Whitsett. 1 second, Bacon.
I haven't checked it. I don't know
second,
that
Bacon.
distance.
1 second,
Go ahead.
Bacon. I have a compromise between both of you here. Can you tell Whitsett, Austin, Bacon, what a Fata Morgana is in terms
I
of
said
a
already. I don't know.
Yeah, but look it up and tell him what it is according
I already
to
did look up.
Bowler's
I didn't
explanation.
understand shit.
Yeah, but man, these are phenomena associated with the Bowler's explanation. So please look it up and tell.
I
Whitsett
already looked it
what
up.
well,
I didn't
otherwise, we have
understand.
no questions then.
Actually, just so you
That's why
know, Pete,
Whitsett
actually
thinks
the
this-
Globers ignore Fata Morgana. They just ignore it, and they say it's a super rare thing, right? That's what the official Globe position does, is that it doesn't even really talk about Fata Morgana. But in reality, if you go out in the world, it happens all the time. It happens over the street. It happens in, like, you can just look at people walking beside the beach, and you can see their feet disappear bottom up into the atmosphere.
It's mirage.
Yeah, it's a type of mirage, and you guys claim it's rare.
Yes. So not every mirage is a Fata Morgana. I of course.
I never
if you
said
consider,
that, dude.
Oh yeah, but if you so well, the
No, now he's
examples
an
you gave.
expert on Fata
1
Morgana.
second.
That's such a
exactly.
joke.
He didn't know what
Just
it was.
a joke.
The examples you gave of people's feet disappearing bottom up is not an example that is exclusive to Fata Morgana, so it can very well be.
You don't know what it is. Why are you telling me what it is now?
He's an expert
Because
all
that
of a
also matches mirages and
Fata
just
Morgana
regular
is a
mirages.
mirage, Bacon.
It doesn't mean that all mirages are Fata Morgana. So if you give them an example,
if you don't know what it is, then why are you telling me what it is or isn't?
I'm not telling you what it is. I'm saying if you don't,
take it
if you
easy
can't
now,
say
man.
how you distinguish between them, you
calm it
can't
down a bit
claim
more
you see them all the time. If you don't, if you
Bacon,
can't point,
calm it
if you
down,
can't
bud.
point,
Pete,
okay,
down,
yeah,
for God's sake.
Pete's right. Okay,
You didn't know
I'll
anything about it a second ago, and now you're shouting
hold
the
my
odds.
tongue.
Now he's
Let's
an expert on it. That's
investigate.
what all the
Please
Glovers do.
tell
Well, because
Witsit
he
what a
keeps
please tell Witsit
strawmanning me,
what
and
a
that's
Fata
really
Morgana is
pissing.
now, according to
Can
your newfound
Pete,
knowledge.
you're not helping.
I
If you
am
want me
helping.
to,
All
dude.
right, you guys are pointless. I'll just go talk to people in the real world that use their brain and don't just.
Don't
God.
strawman them all the time, please.
Hey, buddy,
'Cause that's pretty annoying.
buddy. How about this? See if you have an ounce of honesty in you.
I thought you were going to the real
Let's
world,
say
man. What's going on?
hypothetically, how about you get muted? Let's say hypothetically, Bacon, that actually it
Why are you
is
triggered
what you.
for?
Let's just say hypothetically, the globe position is that the buildings get lifted up. Okay, because that is the position. So let's just say that the globe Earth prediction, the math says the building should be blocked. We see the buildings, so the globe prediction is that it's refracted up. Light's bending to the denser medium, bending around the curve of the Earth, causing us to see the buildings. Okay, we all know that's your fucking position, so I don't know why you're being a sophist. So let's just
I
say
don't know if that
hypothetically.
applies to this specific case. Just because I know, just because it's my position that this happens, doesn't mean it's my position that this is going to be the answer for every single case. I don't know about this specific case, and I'm not gonna just say it is just because you want me to say it is. That's not what I'm saying. I haven't looked into this specific claim, this specific case to make that claim.
Okay, now, here's
So
the
stop
deal.
strawmanning.
Kosho, keep talking so big and bad, bro.
Dude, you're the fucking pussy who yesterday was talking about how you're not gonna do all this fucking drama shit and all this toxic bullshit. And ever since I've been in here, the only toxicity I've heard was when you came in the room. So
Yeah, because
Yeah,
you
we're actually
always
doing a
take
pretty
your
okay
circle jerk about numbers all day. Like we have to come to Discord to listen to Kosho and Bacon go back and forth about their personal. We want to work math out together. Okay,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
my
was in the
point
middle of
earlier.
talking. You jumped in and interrupted. So
Well,
then I had to
actually,
mute you.
we were
and
talking
you
about
called me a
Daryl
You
pussy.
haven't
That's
said
what
a bad
actually.
word all evening, Witsit.
We were talking with Daryl for like half an hour. Kosho literally said like 2 sentences when I asked him about the simulator. That was it.
Hey, what happened was Kosho jumped in and interrupted me and told me go talk to people in the real world in the middle of a sentence, and then I muted him, and then he called me a pussy. That's what actually
you were
happened.
being a pussy, so I called you a pussy.
I guess
You told
Because
everyone
I
you were leaving
muted
the
you
room
because you were
because you didn't have
interrupting me.
enough
That's why you
respect to
called me
finish
that.
the conversation with Bacon. You said you're gonna talk to real people in the real world. That's what I responded to. But I'm done with this, dude. I don't need this
Cool,
toxicity.
then leave. Because I was in the middle of talking, you interrupted me. That's
Witsit,
what
if
actually happened.
anyone has gone and talked to the real people in the real world, Kosho, what have you done? What have you done, Kosho?
Whatever, dude. Here's the
Pete, why-
point. If
Pete, why do you keep coming in for?
the globe claims that buildings, if they're
Not
if
added.
the Chicago skyline, based on the math, is supposed to. This has happened. This conversation happened in 2016, right? So I don't. Bacon, do not jump in and say you're not. Then I'm not talking to you. Then if you can't absorb the actual globe position, then you're wasting my time, and I'm not talking to you. Okay.
Yeah.
The point is that the globe position is that based on the math, the building should be blocked, including the tallest building in Chicago. So even though they're blocked by the curve, it looks like you can see the buildings because they're refracted up. Now, if that's the case, how come when I went and talked to all the locals in Chicago, they said you can't see Chicago all day sometimes, but as soon as the sun starts to set behind the buildings, you can see them. Because to claim that it's refraction, you would then have to claim, if you're claiming the buildings are lifted up via refraction, you would have to claim that coincidentally, right as the sun goes down behind the buildings, that's when the buildings get refracted up.
Yeah, that's a non-sequitur. Because if we say that the buildings are being refracted up, doesn't mean that when you're not seeing it, then they're not being refracted up. There are other things that can make you not see something than being behind the curve. Just
It's
like
not
in
the
the video
only-
you just showed, the buildings is clearly not being visible for some time of the video, and that has nothing to do with them being built behind the horizon. They're not going down behind the horizon. There's just the contrast is just too small, so you can't see anything because there's a lot of
Right.
clouds. The color of the buildings are pretty much the same as the color of the sky. So that doesn't mean they are not being refracted. Just because you can't see them, therefore they're not refracted. That just doesn't follow. That's an illogical
I have to accept
implication.
Witsit's testimony of the people who gave their testimony as well, and this
Yeah, I'm not denying
vision.
it.
Yeah.
I can
Okay.
accept all of that. I'm
Okay,
fine. I
can
mean,
I just jump in then before Witsit responds and say that's very interesting, honest to God, because this is what we can rely on as a real testimony of the people on the ground. As far as I know as well, you have talked to real people on the ground across the country on many different occasions. But can I say what you just reminded me of was the Mount Canigou capture of the longest capture from land to land, but it could only occur when the sun was in a certain backdrop against Mount Canigou. When it wasn't there, it couldn't be seen at all. And suddenly, on this particular day, whatever it was, then you could capture this. We're all familiar with that capture as well. But it's only when the sun presented that backdrop and maybe lit up what was already there, but we couldn't see it when there wasn't that sufficient light, like with Chicago and at evening time. Very good. That's excellent. Bowler dead. Bowler completely dead. I'm
Well,
sorry
real
about
fast.
that bacon. Crispy fried bacon.
Okay,
Burnt
Pete.
to a cinder.
Pete, okay. Okay. All right. So I don't think this is. I mean, now granted, I'm not an expert on Fata Morganas, and I don't really know them that well either. But from the looks of it, though, they seem to be like this mirroring effect, though, right? Like it sort of like mirrors in on itself in a sense, right?
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think that's the case because I actually took a screenshot, 2 screenshots, where the buildings are just lower than they were earlier. That's it. There's no mirroring going on. Like,
what's this right here where my mouse is?
Yeah, right there, maybe.
Okay, so that's what I said was Fata Morgana, right?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying.
Oh, so this is Fata Morgana then.
But not all of it's Fata.
So I was right.
Not all of it. Maybe not all.
I was right.
Maybe there. Maybe there.
Oh, that's what I was talking about, right?
Okay, that's cool. I wasn't
then I
disagreeing
was
with that. I
right.
was just saying, yeah, sure, but my whole thing is I don't know if you were going on about saying that this entire thing is a Fata Morgana or if just that. Because if it's just that, then okay, fine, fair enough.
Happening across the entire board. It's happening all the way across it.
It might be a future camera.
Yes, it is, because it's water with it all the way across the flat expanse.
But there are screenshots still where the buildings are just lower. Like they're literally just lower. I can show you guys if you want. Like I got literally like 2 screenshots right here.
Can you adjust the
water is providing the reflective surface. It's obvious.
Yeah, that's literally just, yeah. You guys want to see this shit or what? Like,
No, we don't want to see that shit.
When the
What you
sun
don't
is
understand
backlighting,
Yeah, you get compression. You get compression throughout the change in atmospheric conditions, and the buildings are visible the whole time. So the fact that there's a constant fluctuation, but the buildings are visible the whole time, hurts your case.
look, they're literally lower. They're literally lower here, but the top of these buildings stay the same. And I think I know why too. But as you can see, these ones are getting lower. It's only at this point right here things sort of like want to stretch out. If you look at this though, right, they just lower. This whole thing is lowering. So if we want to make the argument that they're physically there, then that's kind of silly because they're not physically there. The fact that they're shifting as much as they are.
bro, what's the answer when they're backlit? Because a silhouette is the absence of light. Like they're literally blocking the sun. The only reason you can see them is because the sun is literally behind them. Like what kind of refraction can cause that?
Look at that.
It looks like the one on the left is giving you the
Good question, dude.
keep doing that.
Like, how do you refract the absence of light up over the curve?
Let me draw that real fast. Hold on. Wait, say that again.
I think it's funny, man. Like that for them, it doesn't matter. They don't have to think about that. They can just say what Bacon said. Oh well, it doesn't mean it wasn't refracted just because you couldn't see it, right? But they don't have to like have a logically consistent answer. It can be internally contradictory.
No, but literally look at my screenshots though. They're literally getting lower, so we know that these aren't the physical positions of those fucking buildings. They're literally getting lower in my screenshot.
That
Arma, you don't know
listen
that it's
carefully,
not.
bud. The fact that we're watching them go up and down hurts your point.
And let's not pretend
Because
that
we're watching them compress up and down, dude, and you're claiming that the whole time they're lifted up above the earth.
Yeah, so they're just less lifted up. Hold on,
How
yeah,
are
hold
those
on.
contradictory?
Yeah, how's that contradictory? Yeah, they're just less lifted up when they're lower. That's it. Like, what is
But
the?
Arma,
Come on, what's it?
Let's not pretend that refraction is 100%
You're not making
understood the way
sense.
we think. Listen, if we could see that far, and the furthest we could possibly see on Earth, even if it happens one time in 20 years, right? That might be the true limit that we could see. And then conditions shorten it. We don't have to pretend that refraction is something that allows us to see farther. They could have just observed and made that shit up, right? So,
but refraction does exist, and it does affect how much we can see of something, doesn't it?
It exists. Something we call refraction exists, right? But my point is, what if the one time in 20 years that we are seeing way too far, and you guys say, "Oh, that's because of refraction"? What if that is what we're really seeing, but everyday conditions makes it
it's possible.
not visible most of the time, right? That is
Sure,
possible.
yeah.
Dude, what
It
the
is
video
possible.
shows is
I'm
that
not
when it
saying
gets
it's not.
clearer, you see the buildings. that you don't previously see as it gets clearer. You guys are claiming that there's the most refraction when it's the clearest.
No.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's a basic
no one here
argument,
is telling
and he'll never acquiesce. He will never do it. He
I
won't
just
do
wanna
it
know.
tomorrow. He won't do it yesterday. He
We
won't
said
do it 5
multiple
years
times.
ago.
I don't
I mean,
understand.
it's clear that there's a position you want to respond to, and it's also clear that that's not our position. It's the position you want to
That's not the
respond to
model's
is not the
position.
position that we are defending. You
Yeah,
can
the
you can
model's
you
position,
can
right?
you can try to keep forcing that from happening by saying that's the global position. You have to say that, but those aren't our positions. We're just responding to strong.
Tell the room, Bacon, what a Fata Morgana is,
Yeah,
according
but
to
there's a lot of
scholars.
things you
I
guys.
already said I don't know. Pete. Stop asking.
Yeah, but what do you mean you don't know? You talked as if you didn't know, and then you did know. Surely you've had time to look it up. Kosho might help you out. Ask Kosho for help.
Look, the
What's a
buildings
Fata
are
Morgana?
lower. The buildings are lower in this shot, so they're not where they're supposed. They're not in their physical position. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Dude,
So
you're just
one
lost, and
time
I know that you
seeing
want to
that many
pretend that
I'm
I'm
not
dumb and you're
lost.
smart.
They're literally moving
And every
physically.
time I go to respond, you interrupt.
physically.
Like you're
Go
all
ahead.
children. Every single one of you act like children. Every
Go
time
ahead.
someone goes to respond, you have to impulsively interrupt.
My bad. Go ahead.
Better things to be doing, Austin.
I know that's why I'm like because I
ahead.
try to like be positive in here. That what it turns out is you guys abuse it, and you're like, oh well, then I'm gonna interrupt you, and we're all gonna talk over you. We're gonna make fun of you, and then we're gonna talk about you in the chat, and you're gonna get negative. You know, it's like kind of what you guys live for. So I just explained to you that there's optical compression, and no one disputes that. Also, how much you can see in the distance is relative to the conditions. You guys are claiming that the whole time those buildings are being refracted up at a rate consistent with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. So you said optical compression, or whatever. Right? That's a story. I have my story. My story is that it's being less lifted up. What's the issue with that?
Yeah.
Well,
You
just
really speak faster.
What's
You're a bit slow in
the
speaking, Arma.
explanation? Less lifted up. What's the issue with that?
Because what does that prove? What does it prove? Just because you see that once, bro?
I'm gonna get the better of you with my argument.
Because what's this whole what's this whole argument? Hold on. What's this whole argument is that are we actually seeing the buildings, or are we seeing the refracted thing on the globe Earth, right? And it's obvious that we're not actually seeing the thing. The fact that it's changing its position, all right, it's literally getting lower, so we're not actually seeing the thing. This destroys
whether the thing is there consistently or not.
Listen carefully, Arma. If I have a tree in 100 yards away from me, and I take a time lapse of it, the tree is going to change the way it looks through the atmosphere over the course of the day. The whole time, the tree is on the ground, up above the ground, where I can see it. It's going to go up and down. It's going to fluctuate around. It's going to look like it's compressing and expanding based on where it's at. I see the tree, and it changes. You claim the tree's not actually there. It's below Earth, looks like it's there. And then in addition to that constant refractive effect and rate, there's additional changes making it go up and down.
Okay, that's once again, that's your story. My story is that
It's the most stupidest shit you've ever heard in your life.
No, all I'm saying is that it wouldn't not make sense, all right, if the buildings were, lower, that they're supposed to be lower, but they're higher because of refraction, all right? The fact that we see them change positions, all right, that works with my story. My story is still fine, all right? It's just less lifted up. I don't see why that story is bad. All right, but besides the fact that you just disagree with it, that's literally it. You just disagree with it. You haven't really said why it's bad. You just said, "Oh, you believe this? Okay, so what?"
Just come in here
Can
every
you tell me
time
why the belief is wrong, or why the belief is
to present the same argument in opposition, Bud. You're wasting everyone's time.
No,
and I'm sorry. It's a bit
this argument is
transparent.
wasting our time.
And I feel more sorry for Austin with his great brain, who of course you come in and accused him of whenever he enters the room, everything turns sour. Fucking dickhead. Austin is trying to remain honest as best he can, and he's in opposition to the likes of Arma here or Bacon, who no matter who is talking with them, they'll maintain the same position or the same opposition. It's a bit disgusting, actually, but what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
Okay. All I know
I'm
is
serious,
that
though. I'm serious. If our time is precious on a ball Earth, well, if you have fucking days to live, your hours are going to count, Arma. Don't be wasting beautiful people's hours.
I'm not wasting anyone's time. This is a discussion.
Listen, it's Austin. Has he a
Less
point?
cheerleading.
Has Austin the point if you view things in a flat and a stationary Earth sense that the buildings are always there, but because they're obscured, it's because of atmospheric interference, like a tree in the distance on a wintry day. When the fog clears in the morning, the tree becomes visible. When it thickens again in the afternoon, it becomes invisible. But ultimately, it's the same point. It's there.
But it's moving up and down.
This is literally, this argument right here would end the whole argument. If we had an actual position on something in the distance, that's it. It's over. This argument is a waste of time. This is the argument.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm not the one that brought it up. Not the one that brought it up. That's all I gotta say. You can thank Witsit for that.
Witsit has been to the shores of Lake Michigan and looked at Chicago, and he's taken witness testimonies. You can't see, or sorry, whatever.
Wait, did he leave?
But you can't see here for the most of the day. But he said that the vast majority said that you could see it when the sun was setting through the silhouettes. Right?
Did he really take witness testimonies? That's good evidence.
Said that he asked local people. That's what he said. I believe him, of course. That's where he mentioned. Remember, I mentioned Mount Canigou. That's the only time of the year that you can capture Mount Canigou at 273 miles when the sun provides the backdrop, and then you have the silhouette of the mountain. The problem for the boulders is they don't allow the extended expands, right? And if you do, though, then you understand that it's water, and water is reflective. So anytime you see a reflection, it's always along the surface of the water, but like a chessboard, as you're looking directly down, and then you decrease your angle, the further squares at the top 8 by 8 will always diminish into, but they'll still be there, but diminish in ever decreasing sort of angular view. Same thing with water, but it'll still be there. But yes, it will act as a reflective surface over the great span.
I got a question, Pete. All right, and this is I'm not trying to be rude, but who asked? Like I'm actually like, confused. Like who asked?
Go ahead, Zarma. Go ahead, Zanik / Arma. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I hope you don't think I'm fucking Zanik like in disguise or some shit. I swear.
I just talk a bit quicker just to get up to your rate of speaking. Go ahead.
All right. Anyway, but who asked though? I mean, like, who were you talking to for that? Like, who like?
Well,
who you responding to?
I was talking to Witsit, but I was talking to the room in general. But more
not
flat
here.
earthers who are obviously able to see through your guys and well beyond that, because your guys was transparent to us maybe 5-10 years.
Are there any moderators?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on, Pete. You gotta come on. All right.
Well, go ahead. Oh, but I gotta cater to the ball earthers.
No, it's not. It's not.
That's your absolute waste of fucking time.
No, listen. Can you guys?
Go ahead, though. Go ahead. I'm going up for a smoke, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. He's going for a smoke. I have an issue with letting Pete talk. It's just like, who is he talking to? Like he's like, I feel like he's talking to himself, kind of situation. Like, I don't know.
I've often said with Pete, it's almost like it's like
you guys hear me? It actually scares me that I agree with Pete. And can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
you guys hear me?
So you're
delayed. You're lagged, or delayed, whatever. Yeah, we hear you. All right. Well, anyway, he's muted right now. He's that. Why did he mute himself? Who muted him?
He's rejoining, dude. You told him he had a lag. Did he have a lag? I don't think he did.
Nope. But he has a red mic though. Someone muted him though.
Fast.
He muted himself.
Why?
I don't know. Jeremy. He might be lagging.
Okay.
No, this is not a knock on Pete, but sometimes when he is doing his thing, like it's almost like watching someone else paint a painting. You know what I mean? Like he's just doing his thing and he's painting, and it's like you're just like watching a dude do his thing. Like sometimes it's like there's almost nothing to engage with because he's just doing a thing, and it's more just like a observational. But I don't know if he wants it to be like that or what I don't know, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah. That's funny though.
Well, I was partially listening. I was listening to most of that, although I wasn't really at my computer. But yeah, it got a little bit hectic there for a bit. I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of a bit of a shit show.
Jeremy, are you
Bacon's
there?
still around?
He is not. Because this was I don't know. It's a weird argument. Who joined?
I mean, that was like almost a cohesive conversation. Like it almost was able to be, but I swear to God, like when it's like that, like it's just like it's like shit shows have to be put out left and right. It's like putting out a fire. It's like
yeah, gotta put it out. Gotta go.
I could have done it if I was at my computer, but yeah, it's like then once that happens, it's just so. Then the information can't even be followed.
Bacon and Arma and I were having a conversation. I see Bacon's left, but maybe Arma could answer some questions about that sort of the same conversation we were having a little while ago. And
yeah.
What we established was that as things go further in the distance, no matter what their size is, they'll eventually disappear from our view. We won't be able to see them anymore. They'll just get too small. Establish that, and that's true, isn't it, Arma?
Yeah.
Whether on a globe or a flat surface.
The angular resolution's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
And then things disappear another way too by blending in with their surroundings, like a fly. You have a fly, and it's right near you. You can see it real well. If it's 6 inches away from your face, you can see it. As it flies away from you, it'll eventually just blend in. And that's true too. That's a definite truth, isn't it?
What about those like praying mantises that look like leaves?
I mean, even the praying mantis, if if it didn't look like a leaf, it would eventually get too small to see, or it would blend in with its surroundings. If it was green surroundings, it would blend in even quicker, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, now
is that what happens with the ships?
You take a black fly. If you took a black fly, now what Bacon was saying is that things won't. I think he said this. Things won't disappear if they have enough contrast.
Something like that, yeah.
With their surroundings, like okay, if you took a black fly and you set it on a white floor, you could see that. So if you were standing right near it, you could see that fly really easily on that white floor. It would look like a little black speck. Now, if you started walking away from that white floor, even though there was a super amount of contrast between that fly and the floor, eventually you would not be able to resolve that fly anymore. Isn't that true?
I think so. Because it's a little weird because it's like, because I think what Bacon was trying to get at was that basically, at least my understanding of it, is that everything kind of not emits, but like bounce. Photons are bouncing off of things or whatever. So in theory, if it's really far away, even if it's smaller than the angular resolution of the whatever it is, your eye or the camera, or whatever, if it's bright enough, you'll still get like the photons from that, which will, so you'll end up getting like a pixel of that light, or whatever. So I think that's where the contrast comes in. I think because like that whatever that bright thing would still be having light bounce off of it or photons bounce off of it, and it would enter through the camera.
If you took a little bright object, say you could put a really bright little LED light on a fly.
Yeah.
You had a black background, and that fly went further and further away from you. Eventually, even though you had that light on it, you wouldn't be able to see that fly. It could go out of your vision too. It would get too small to resolve, even though there was a super amount of contrast. Isn't that true?
In that scenario, I believe it's less about the size and more of the brightness at that point. Because once again, it's weird. I think that's why Bacon was having an issue, talking about this earlier. Because if the thing is bright enough with the LED on the fly, it would only disappear after it was too dim to make out, not so much its size.
Well, it would eventually disappear though, because it would
Yes.
get too dim, huh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That
Okay,
part is
that's
correct.
all I wanted. That's it. You gave me my answers. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, he left his mic on, Pete.
Can someone mute him?
Well, he's doing his thing. He's painting his picture.
I know, but if he doesn't know his mic's on, then he might.
Like that. He's painting his picture. Yeah, he should be in the hot mic, little hot mic that channel or whatever. Because that's what that was made for, just in case people are like talking in the background, whatever, and they forgot to mute their mic, so they're not revealing, any stuff. But none of the mods are doing.
And you don't server mute them, and then forget to unserver mute them.
Oh, true. Right. Wait, so is that what it is? Like the hot mic channel thing is just
somebody
like...
if a mod server mutes somebody and they're not around to unserver mute them, then that person has to wait to be unserver muted, don't they?
True.
Like for example, Branch is server muted, but he's in here.
But if you move someone in the hot mic channels, that server mutes them as well.
Just mutes them from in here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then we can just.
So they won't be muted down there. They'll be just down there on their own.
Okay. Yeah, we should do that for Pete just in case. Although I think he stopped though. He's not talking right now, so I think we're good. I think. Anyway.
I know how to do things in my own Discord with modding, but I haven't got the powers here.
Let's see. Okay, and real fast, let me just, because it's fucking dead air right now, right? So I just want you guys to know, all right? I don't look down on you guys, all right? I don't look down on flat earthers, all right? And I don't come here to pick or bully whatever, because what's it was saying, like, oh, you Globers do that. Me personally, I don't do that. I'm here for, just a conversation, sometimes background noise, because I'm working on something, right? Like right now I'm, doing some drawings. I'm doing a character sheet for something. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have any like negative, like what is it, motives or whatever when I come here. It's just to have a conversation, Like I've laughed with flat earthers, and talked about this random stuff, So I don't want you guys thinking that I'm not. Yeah, just want people to know that because it was kind of like character assassinating fucking Globers, I think that's the word. But yeah,
It's almost like straw manning the globe side, when which it brings up topics, and then we're having to defend the globe side because of these topics that he brings up.
Well,
hasn't he been around like flat Earth for a long time? Like, doesn't he understand why people?
Yeah, for a few years. Yeah, he was around when I first started several years back.
Mm-hmm. But in any case, just to wrap up what I was saying, though, I think honestly, I even consider you guys like friends, So I just want you guys to know that you guys are cool in my book.
Thanks, Nutty.
What was that? What did you say? What'd you say? Okay.
Everybody's disappearing.
Yeah.
You wait for Pete to come back.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Let me see how many hits is that.
You making a video game, Armor? What you doing?
Me? Oh no, I mean, right now I'm working on some art for I'm doing a character sheet right now. Can't say too much because it's under NDA, but I'm doing a character sheet for
That's
an
where you
animation
take a character and you rotate them on a line so you
Yeah.
can see all the different positions or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So I'm doing that right now. But for video games though, that's like I usually just do that for like personal projects. Like I don't do that as like a job or whatever. That's just for me. Like right now, me and my friend are just working on like a little game with our like little stories or whatever. I got like a fighting mechanic down. It's pretty cool.
Richard gave up on using. He's gone over there with the same argument over to Cosmology Tartaria.
What?
I'll go over there and see what he's saying the same thing or not.
Yeah. Is he seriously streaming the same thing? What the hell? I'm not wasting my time with that. I was gonna go over there and spite, just to spite what's it, but no, I don't care. That's too much energy. Fuck that.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's. I don't want to gossip, but I don't know. Something's up his butt right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
I've been doing these. I don't know. Trying to adapt the Super 8 projection lenses onto a digital camera, and it's a lot of fun. I'm like so surprised that these they're like the size of a Bic lighter. These projection lenses, and like the image is so cropped. They're like you just see like almost like a pinhole, in the whole camera. You got to zoom in, but like the resolve is crazy. Some of these things. It's like I would never expect that I could get so much detail out of it, like a little chumpy piece of glass like that.
Well, what's a projection? You said a projection. What was it? A projection lens?
Sorry, I didn't realize that's a speaker. Yeah, it's like we go into like a film projector,
Mm-hmm.
and so because they're turning like a little film strip into a big projection, they can take a projection and turn it into like you can use a lens like for a camera or projector.
Okay.
So like all the really good like old glass from like Germany and Austria and stuff like that is like really expensive. So yeah, even these lenses can be really expensive. Some of them still sell for like $100 or $50. But I got like a whole. I think it's honestly from like the war and stuff like that. People are just like liquidating a lot of stuff and selling them on eBay. So I'm a war profiteer probably. Got some Bulgarian lenses. Hoo-ha. Good stuff. But it's just amazing, like a little shit, nothing like a tier of glass, you know what I mean, for the back lens and the front elements, like less, probably like a nickel or something like that. And just the detail and the color saturation is so crazy. It's like, but it's because of certain elements that they're using in the lenses to make that happen,
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, like part of you're talking about like Rayleigh's criterion or whatever. Like Rayleigh was, I think, Lord Rayleigh owned like a photography company. Before like lens coatings existed, they just noticed that some old glass would have oxidation layers on them, and they'd be like, "Oh, this, like it'd just be old glass, and they'd be like, "Oh, this is probably shot," but even though it had like oxidation layer on it, it actually was causing destructive interference, and it was taking out a lot of the blue light spectra, and that was able to like help the image collimate and focus better. It says the beginning of like lens coatings and stuff. That Rayleigh guy, right? Got Rayleigh scattering, got figured out lens coatings, then did some shit with telescopes.
I don't even. So, like, who? I mean, not that I don't really know a lot about Rayleigh.
Hang on. What? Wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. That was his armor. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I was gonna say like
that was good. Wow. Okay.
That was great, Snack. Honestly.
I was just gonna.
What are you gonna say, Arma?
I was just gonna say like, I wonder, is the Rayleigh guy just like he was just really into like optics and shit? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't really.
He had like a photographic company, I think.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot
Walter
of the
Rayleigh
history.
brought the potato to Ireland, Snack.
Wisdom? He brought what to Ireland?
The potato.
Walter Raleigh.
He brought the potato.
Oh, yeah, Walter Raleigh did some
Raleigh,
good.
the Raleigh bike as well, the Raleigh bicycle, so very significant.
I don't think it's Walt. It's just Lord Raleigh, but I don't think it's Walt. I don't think it's like Sir Walter Raleigh.
So Walter Raleigh brought the potato to Ireland. He was an explorer on behalf of the Queen Elizabeth, I believe. Of course, I don't think that any of these people existed, but just the name itself. Well, what am I supposed to do, man?
Give me the trivia for a first. You don't believe
Walter Raleigh brought the potato on his bike to Ireland, and suddenly, a few years later, the whole of Ireland starved to death because the potato failed. They forgot about all the rest of the stuff that they survived upon before the arrival of the potato. It seems like a little bit of a tall tale to me. On your bike, I say, Raleigh.
Right.
That's a bit funny. Anyway.
Other than Raleigh Racer,
the criteria, right? It's the same criteria. We're sort of. You were talking about Snack.
The criteria,
Arma has no hope of answering, though. He can't imagine what it's like to be on a stationary Earth. By extension, in a flat Earth, by our knowledge of water, an enclosed system, then, by our knowledge of pressure and a different energy in play to give us the skylights, which are not so far away after all.
Yeah, they were just trying to. I think when the dude was messing with telescopes, he was like, "Hey, sometimes stars just so close together, it looks like one star."
Sirius A and Sirius B, get the heck out of here.
Are you serious?
Okay. Yeah, well, maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Isis and Sirius, SIRIUS. Mount Meru tells us, me are you. So in other words, if you're male, you're representative of my kind, and you are Adam. And if you are female, well, then you're representative of Eve. So understanding of the knowledge of the divide, and well, the divide can only come from a unity, what the unity is. I think then Sirius becomes more clear, doesn't it?
Are you serious? And so Rayleigh had so he was observing stars, and he'd see like these big rings around them. You know, like one star has a big ring around it. It's not real, it's optical. And when these circles around them, they start interfering, that's the Rayleigh criteria. Like basically like trying to make it so light doesn't interfere with each other. Go ahead.
Like a moon halo. It's like okay, I'm with you now, but I didn't realize that. Well, what's Rayleigh's story? Was he an astronomer? Was he someone who was or made a great contribution to the field itself? I'm not sure.
It seemed like an optical scientist of some sort.
Okay.
In the 1890s or something like that.
Yeah, if I had to guess, yeah.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting that if, well, Snack, what do you think of this idea in the first place? That as we rise above the atmosphere providing the sort of the screen for us to see all the skylights through, that the moon shrinks to a black dot. What do you think? About that?
Yeah. Well, like how much of a it's like a flat thing that we're looking up at.
Right. It's like looking at the screen from a movie theater, right? So you're looking at
Mhm.
the screen, and the closer you get to the source of the projection onto the screen, the less you can sort of make out in terms of coherence. It's all squashed into. It's like a hologram in a sense, you know what I mean, or the basic components of a hologram. Everything is squashed in to the tiniest thing, but it's
Right.
through a certain mechanism and also to a certain medium that we get to see the greater projection. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like you get that supermoon effect. I mean, there's definitely a lot of like weird things that go on.
Light itself, what do you think about this,
But
Snack? I
I've been
mean,
like on a plane looking at a full moon, and it wasn't as optically the I don't know. It didn't represent as large as it does like on
yeah.
occasion on the shore here on the east coast of the United States. Sometimes the moon doth look very large.
Yeah, so it is in a sense then as a flat earther, right? So this is the problem with the ball earthers. It's not that what they're saying, and I think Bacon sort of slips it in more often than most, which is that they're representing a model. To death, they'll
I don't want
defend
to
the
think of bacon
model.
slipping anything in. I'll just say that.
Yeah, well, well, maybe tonight might change things, and it's a special night, the Valentine's night. Who
Oh
knows?
yes, yeah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Valentine's.
Okay, but I think the point is that what gives the game away is that they can't entertain the opposing position, even to a basic level. No ballers can expand upon a stationary surface, which is sort of ridiculous because it's something that we all can testify to in our life's experience. If anything, the fucking surface I'm on in general is stationary. You know what I mean? So it's like that they almost give the game away that they are just completely defending a model, and in any way possible they would justify it. But yeah, what do you think about this? The green flash. So the only true color is the green. And when we're looking at the rainbow or the moonbow or the halo, we're looking at the core of the energy, which is central color, the green of the rainbow, but how it expresses then to through the medium that we're looking through in the different sort of gradients, if you want. I'm not saying that quite correctly, but you know what I mean. Everything is a sort of derivative of the
Mhm.
central core color, and this is why we see the green flash occasionally. We're at ground level when the sun is just about to set. We're seeing through the massive tunnel, getting to see through the core essence of the light itself, which
Oh,
we
okay.
identify as green, which is the
That
color of
sounds.
the heart, by the way. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, what is the green flash?
Green flash. So when you're looking at the sunset over water, then it will go down, kind of go down, 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 and then suddenly you just momentarily, and it's very rarely captured, but it's captured enough that you can just go on YouTube and spot it. And I'm sure you might have seen it yourself. But momentarily flash of green light. I say that this is the moment
I
that we're actually seeing through the tunnel. It's like when Ranty or the Black Swan was taken, or Dr. John Dee all the way from England to France. They were all down at inches above the water surface. So no longer is the water itself now reflecting. You're seeing through it, and you're seeing through to the core itself, the target. Um, yeah. In the sun's case, the true light. Every other light is a sort of well, yeah, distorted light. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, that's the idea.
I never heard about that green flash thing.
Well, type that in immediately into your YouTube snack, for
Immediately.
goodness sake.
I'm
What do you call
thinking.
it? Travis. Travis is after capturing. If actually go on Travis's channel, he's after capturing a few green flashes, elusive as they are. The
Yeah, I
point I
don't.
was trying to, yeah, the point I was trying to connect it to was ultimately seeing through to the true color of the light. So when we look at the rainbow, for instance, the green is the central color. So we have red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, and there's actually also controversy regarding whether it's 6 or 7 colors. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but ultimately in the seven
I'm not
colors.
LGBT. I don't really care.
Okay, well, yeah, very good. But yeah, ultimately, in the it says green is the central color, right? So if everything then is an expression of that green as we perceive it through, what am I going to say? I think the one thing that the stationary flat Earth gives us is the elongated or expanded consideration. You know what I mean? Now, as I'm standing at the beach, I'm no longer at 6 foot. I'm no longer looking over a limited span, which is about 3 miles away. I'm looking over a massively extended span, which consists of water, but at ever decreasing sort of angle viewing of consideration. Do you know what I mean? But it's still water all the way back. It's like, as I mentioned earlier on, it's like, well, obviously other people have mentioned all of this as well. It's like a chessboard. You're looking down on it directly, and now you're just diminishing your angle. Yeah, the chessboard is still there, but the further squares are, prospectively diminished. They're still there. That's the point. The surface is still there. And I think this is the most important point about anytime we see an inferior mirage. This is what the bowlers, you see, it's sort of simple in a way. Because they deny the extended span of water, they have to come up with a miraculous, magical explanation for this reflection of the target itself, right? It's okay. I'll get to the point. It's miraculous, but ultimately, it's very simple for us flat earthers. It's a watery surface all the way back, and anytime you see a mirage, it's a reflection underside. It's an extended reflection along the surface of the water of the target itself. It's as simple as that. Just to say one more thing, that the reflection itself might be many, many miles long. Okay, I'm done now. I'm done. The reflection itself might be many, many miles long, even though we know the extent of the target itself. So sorry about that. Samantha.
Interesting. Yep.
The green flash, please look that up, Snack, and of course I value your thoughts on it.
I know of the Flash. I know of Green Lantern, but I never heard of the Green Flash.
Are you kidding me, Arma? What the heck is wrong with you, man? Well, look, just type into YouTube Green Flash and you'll get loads of returns. And it's still a thing that science has a problem explaining, but science has a problem explaining everything because they're limited to their ball Earth geometry. It's the problem.
Hey, Pete, I've seen the green flash.
Nice one, bud. Nice one.
All
I've
right.
seen it myself. Nice one, yeah. Nice one.
And what's your
Okay.
how do you explain that? How do you explain the green flash?
Before Pete goes on with that, I just gotta ask you one quick question. Do you see it with your bare eyes, or do you see it through a camera?
Bare eyes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe you, and I know it can be seen. I've seen other things myself, so it's not as if, I'm just believing blindly, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. I don't believe anyway. Anyway, yeah, what's my explanation? Okay. Now, this has all got to do with the flat earth, right? So, remember I mentioned Dr. John Dee and Ranty? You might be familiar with these characters, or the Black Swan taker. Travis is associated with him, whatever his name was, BBL 222 or 34, whatever his name was. The thing about their gatherings were they were all down about half a foot on the surface of the water. And if you're dealing with water over an extended span, as you increase your angle of viewing, you're going to have a greater chance of reflectivity coming into play. And if there's no target in the greater distance, that reflectivity will just reflect the greater sky. So what will appear to you as a sort of a definitive horizon will actually be an illusory thing because the sky is there in the backdrop. It's only when a target comes into view that you'll be able to see it and notice that, okay, I'm getting a bit expanded into this, but it's all along the same point. So here's the thing. When you decrease that angle of viewing, acuteness of angle, I call it, right, down that it's almost parallel, so you have no interference from the water surface which causes any mirroring, then in potential you're getting to be able to see over the flat water on ideal conditions, right, to almost an unlimited span. This is what happened when Ranty could see all the way from Blackpool to Barrow-in-Furness, which was about, I don't know, about 18, 20 miles, and beach to beach level. He was only about six inches above the water. Same thing with the Black Swan. This is how the Black Swan came about. It was because it was down at such low levels that any reflectivity was ruled out, and you could see almost straight to the target, and you could see beyond that as well. Same thing with Dr. John Dee. He could see 26 miles, I believe, from the coast of England all the way to the beach on the coast of France. So the thing is, he was down at the lower level again, and there wasn't this interference from the sky. So you've got to take into account the height of the observer, the distance now, which is given back to us over a flat span, which is 26 miles against 6 feet, and you've got to think about the angles and the reflectivity of the water as well. So that's my basic thing. And actually, just to answer your question, why can we see the green flash? So within the flat Earth setting, the sun is a reflection, right? We were in an enclosed system. The sun is a reflection, and now it only momentarily happens like that because we're seeing through that narrow tunnel where all disturbance is ruled out, and we're seeing through to the source. You know, do you understand what I mean? I know
Can
it's difficult.
I say something real quick here?
Go ahead.
You average all the colors together, you get green. Okay, thank you.
There you go, bud. There you go. There you go. Green is the color of the heart and earth and ether are anagrammatical. So it has to mean something. But I think we have to ultimately bypass the heart. We have to bridge the heart, the snack. Then we have to reconnect our whole system. That's what I think we have to do. So it's not that the heart is central, but it's central in our division. So it has to be bridged, and then we connect the brain above to the brain below. Einstein, who solved the universe from the above brain, always searched for the gut, the GUT. So these are the things that are separated, and they need to be reconnected. So in a sense, the heart is sort of secondary. You know what I mean by that?
Sir, this is Wendy's.
It's the valve. The heart is the valve which connects the two divided aspects, above and below.
Okay. I've heard a different explanation for the green flash.
Okay, I'd love to hear it, bud. I'd love to hear it.
Maybe you've even heard it. I don't know. And it has to do with the way the eye works. And it's like when you stare at a bright color, you just stare at something really bright, like say a bright yellow, like the sun would be at sunset, bright yellow or an orange. You close your eyes, you'll see the exact opposite color in your eyes, with your eyes closed, as was the color that you were watching. Now, it's the same way as if you are in a dark room and you have sunlight coming into that dark room and you look at the window where the sunlight's coming in quite a while. Then you close your eyes. Window light in the window will no longer be white or bright. They'll actually turn the negative of that. They'll be like a negative, and the walls around it that were white will turn. I mean, the walls around it that were dark will actually go bright. So it's a function of your brain, kind of. You look at something for so long, it's like hearing a noise. You listen to a loud noise for long enough, eventually you won't even hear it anymore. It'll be like your mind blacks it out. Have you ever heard that explanation?
Not in this particular context in regarding the green flash, but I followed what you were saying, and I think it applies in a more vague sense. So everything is sort of inverted. What was dark was light. And I think I've appreciated that. Can I ask you this? When you were talking about looking at the sun, have you tried looking at the sun, right, and humming? That's a good question for all of us here. And also, when we think about colors, if you look at the sun, obviously do it in a safe manner and know what you're doing. And I don't think it's harmful at all, but just know what you're doing. But when you look at the sun, we get this initial impression If you wet your eyes and you look at the same thing, suddenly you see what was once yellow turning more to red. When you start humming, then it depends on the tone you hum in. If you hum higher, right? Just do it to yourself. If you hum higher in a higher tone, the more you feel it in your head. The lower the tone you hum, the more you feel it in your feet. So I think there's this a relationship to the central color of the green. And why I mention that is because color itself can be sort of transmuted by, I guess, your own frequency. You know what I mean by that? I guess you have to appreciate that the sun is something different than what the ball earthers tell us, right? So whatever it might be, can your perception of it, not just visual, our eyes can lie definitively to us, right? And deliberately to us in a sense, but our greater sense won't lie to us. So we have to understand the false light, which is actually the sun's light. That's the false light, because the sun is something that is coming from a destroyed prior form. That's what I think. That's what I think. So that's the false light. So in a sense, we've got to sort of tune that out or overcome that. So I think this is where all colors and all expressions of colors come from. And this is why we perceive the rainbow as 7 colors, whereas in actual fact, it's just one color. And the best way we can say it is green. We all understand what green is. Green grass, the green leaves, the green heart. Here we are on Earth. It is divided, and that's what we have to realize. We're not in a natural state. I swear, I think this is the key point. When we come to flat Earth, we think now we've got to the truth. It's been foretold in the Bible. This is God's creation. Well, this is God's destruction. We are God's destruction. God destroyed us, not because he hates us. I think because he loves us, right? Not he or she. Why is there no females in heaven? Well, why is there no males in heaven? Because it's just, well, us. That's what I reckon. So sorry about that, a roundabout way of answering, but it's getting back to the green flash. And remember, science is baffled by the green flash, but it comes back to what the skylights are, and I think they're reflections. Remember, if you take away the movement of the Earth from the ball earther, then they are fucked. Because now they got to explain why I look east and why I look west and see one set of stars moving in one direction and the other in another direction, all seemingly in unison if I follow the path over the night. And I think as flat earthers, we're led back to the inexorable conclusion that there has to be some sort of singular source. We know that the stars are not material bodies, but maybe the truth is ingrained within the lie. Maybe they're reflections somewhat of the material body at the center. Something like that, at the core. Right? So I know I speak a lot, but I'm just saying it's a different context. And just to finally say that, no disrespect to Bacon or any of the rest of the Ball Earth contributors. They do excellent, and they're always very polite in general. But the thing is, they're there to show you that, well, there's no alternative, and you can't accept that. What do you mean there's no alternative when the immediate alternative is so obvious? So, in other words, the revelation of the method is in play. That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, okay. I've never looked at the sun and hummed to see if it would change the color of the sun.
Well, try it,
I'll
bud.
try. Yeah, I'll try that. Another thing I'd like to mention too is when you're printing photographs from either transparency slides or negatives, or from print film, which is like a color negative, use the opposite colors. Like if something is a real bright yellow, it'll come out on that negative print film as the opposite color of that. When you're printing, you have to add more and more of that opposite color to actually get the right color. And I think that's what's happening when you see the green flash. Your eyes are seeing this color, and it's very intense because you're staring at the sun. It makes like a mark on your retina or something. And when it's removed, when the sun actually goes down below the horizon or however that works, you'll see for a little while a green flash, which is like the opposite color that you were watching that the sun had. The sun had a certain yellowish or orange color. then it flashes green because that's actually the opposite color. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it any better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
the
have
word.
to.
The word's called a phosphine. It's like something that you can get it from rubbing your eyes when you get the sensation of seeing light without actually having light enter your eye. But
But I
what you're
don't mean.
saying is that
What do you mean by the
it,
opposite color of green? I don't know what you mean by that. How
but you
can
could
you?
also you can do the same thing if you just stared at the color red for a while, like some really bright red stuff, and then you close your eyes and I don't think
Yeah,
you'll see red. Yeah.
can sort of get it. It's more like as opposed to an opposite color, it's a sort of an opposite shading. I guess I'm thinking in those terms.
Yeah, I don't think you can really use the term opposite, but there is a.
Yeah.
I don't know. You just see a different color because your brain and your retina and stuff have been seeing that one color for so long. It's like fatigue or something. It's like I said, like listening to a noise for a long time. Eventually, you'll block that noise out. Your mind or whatever, your ears become fatigued to the noise, and you won't
Yeah.
hear it anymore.
I'm with you, but I think it's actually much more realer than that. Whatever the fuck is going on, and excuse my language, who knows, right? Who knows? But I think
I
because
don't.
it's so momentarily in occurrence, the green flash, we're actually getting to see the true color of the sun's light, as opposed to when we see it at all other times, and we've seen it in all other shades. It depends on, I think mostly, this is the biggest influence in our reality, is the water. It's the water. Ballers will tell you this is a hilarious snack when you're looking over phenomena over water, whatever targets 5-6 miles away. They'll tell you, don't worry about the water in the atmosphere. It's only fucking 0.02%. You don't have to worry about that. No interference caused by that. When in actuality, yeah, I mean, even on the surface, you can say to them, "Hang on, bud. The sun is shining. The water is evaporating. Close to the surface of the water, there's going to be massive levels of saturated air with seawater. You're going to have to take it into consideration." They say, "No, don't worry about that." So again, on the surface, they sort of give the game away. But I think, though, when we look at anything, it's through the water we're viewing it, and the false light is visible light in a sense. I actually think the visible light is the source energies interacting with the water. You know what I mean? It's the water itself exploding, if you want, sonoluminescing, that allows us to see. We breathe water. We're immersed in water in a sense. But yeah, getting just back to this main point. When we're talking about colors, it's through different gradients of water. And because we're looking into the greater thickness, we just don't know. Everything will have a central source, and then we'll have an emanating expression rate, whatever. The more water you're looking through, as it's condensed from your perspective, the differing shades, if you want, you'll see are expressive. But I'm getting to a more general level. When we see green, when we see the different distinct colors, as opposed to our brains being saturated with it, just separately, when we see it, we can generally agree. So that's what I'm saying about the green flash. It's something that has to be specific, as opposed to the general representation of what we take as the sun's light. That's my take on it. Anyway. Whatever green light actually means, who fuck knows? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. An idea. I could express it. I could express my idea, but as usual, it will take a while to say it. But sorry about that. I won't take up the room.
Right. Also, the idea of the phosphine thing can also happen from electromagnetic stimulation. So, well, principally we were saying like light before. So that might just be it. Like, it's like a whatever, man. The sun's definitely putting out some voltage to your eyeballs.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that sun.
It's like, isn't it, for all the world, like the point of the magnifying glass when you're focusing the sun's rays, isn't it like that? But instead of against a piece of paper, it's like a reflective surface, and we are just somewhere in the midst, gathering all these rays. Isn't it like that for all the world?
Yeah, maybe.
That's why I think there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's like an impression within surface. Like imagine a custard surface and a ball bearing dropped in. It's like an impression. That's
There
what I
are
think.
pots of gold at the end of the rainbow, but only in your area of the
Haha. We've been looking in the wrong place, though. We've been looking at the rainbow on Earth. We haven't been looking at the source of it. And of course, it's not the rainbow's around. It's just the impression we get from a certain vantage point. But
Like
the
you've seen a
source of the rainbow is the round sun, the circular sun. So
right?
is that a pot? I think that
Well,
might be a pot. Yeah.
you've seen a moonbow before, right? You've seen a rainbow
Yeah,
around the
yeah,
moon.
yeah, yeah.
But you ever see a rainbow around the sun? You just wouldn't be able to make that out. But I've never seen that myself.
Hey, Snack, this is so interesting, bud. Oh, I think you'd like this. Anyway, I wish I had more. It's not that I wish I had more motivation, but there's so many things. But I think you love this one now, right? Because I've been presenting this question to all the bowlers over in Gem Pandas, and I haven't heard a decent answer yet. But it's about what we call, I call it the moon bow, but it's a halo is the official term. So when you're looking at the moon, imagine a clear sky, and so you just see the moon, okay, but suddenly a wispy cloud comes by, or even it's a
It's technically not a moonbow.
yeah, you can see a full sort of moon. It's like a rainbow, but it's just full. It has all the same colors, but it's just a full circular pattern. Now, here's the question I asked all the bowlers: can you explain to me how, no matter what phase of the moon or development of the moon's monthly passage, it doesn't matter what it is, that you can always see a full halo or a full moonbow? Can
Right.
you explain that to me in any reasonable terms? And here's why I think you
Right.
will find
I've
it
only
most
observed it
interesting.
with.
Go ahead.
I've only observed it with full moons, never any other phase.
Well, that's why I was thinking. That's why I was thinking you might, or anyone interested in paying attention, you will see this at every phase of the moon. But I'm thinking now, to say that the new moon is invisible, I'm thinking with a keen eye, maybe it itself will express this subtle halo or moonbow as well, Snack. I'm thinking now it necessarily almost has to. Have I the time? Not that I have. Have I the inclination to go out and look? I don't think so. I don't have a telescope. I'm not involved in that way. But I do know from what I have observed that in every other, the minute you can see the moon, and there's always this full circular halo, is what they call it, or moonbow. So it stands to reason that when you can't see it for those 3 days, it will still be there. But just because we can't see the moon visually doesn't mean the energies are not there itself. You know what I'm saying?
Are you guys saying that you can see a moonbow all the time? Anytime you can see the moon, there's a moonbow there?
Yeah, when there's clouds, when there's sort of a contrast that you can look through a thin wispy cloud layer, you can always see the full circle with all the colors.
Yeah, I think it helps to be kind of near the water. I don't think I've witnessed it other places.
No, I'm not near the water here in Limerick, and I see that often enough. I regularly enough. There's no problem me seeing that.
I don't mean you got to be on the beach, but like, how far are you from the coast?
About I don't know, 30 miles, something like that. Miles away.
Oh,
It's Limerick City here, yeah. I'm just surrounded by land in that sense. You can see it easily when the moon passes behind wispy clouds. It will leave this sort of impression. Generally,
I think you can, if there's if they've been spraying a lot of chemtrails, you can usually see like a circle, like a rainbow circle around the sun and or the moon. And if there's a lot, if there's been fires around and there's a lot of smoke in the air, I can see that. But on a normal clear night, I don't really ever see that rainbow color around a circle around the.
Yeah, but you won't see it. You won't see it when there's no clouds. You can't see it by itself. I already said that. You have to have something for it to see through. You know what I mean? And if the right consistency, obviously, a relatively thin enough cloud can block out the sun. So you need to have the right sort of consistency of the cloud. You know what I mean?
Yeah, chemtrails seem to work really well on that.
Great. Chemtrails are brilliant. I think we need chemtrails. And you know what I think the one thing chemtrails have given us, if we pay attention, is that the cloud patterns are not random anymore. there's a certain pattern to all of them, and they stand out more predominantly than maybe ever before. I definitely think that that's what chemtrails ultimately do, and I had this discussion with a few people in the past as well. Imagine the clouds around your brain, around your head, were not random and chaotic like the ball earthers tell you, and there was a pattern being expressed that they and all gaseous elements were adhering to. Wouldn't that be something else?
I hate to ask, but why do you think we need chemtrails?
Oh, I think the sun has increased in frequency, and without them, we'd be burned to a cinder. Couldn't cope with the changes that are afoot. I think that's what I think. I think
So
we've
you
all
think
noticed it as well.
you think that's their motivation for spraying these chemtrails is so we don't get burnt?
A few other things as well. There's Wi-Fi everywhere, so electrifying the air. I also think that they're trying to reinflate the barrier above us, or whoever they are. It's maybe part of the greater program. I imagine it was all a fucking magic show. I don't know, but I think definitely there's a few goals behind what chemtrails are. So yeah, predominantly the sun and its increase in frequency, but also in conjunction with, I do think that they're trying to expand the sky. Babylon the second, I guess. I don't know. Imagine all the tall steel structured towers around the Earth, used in conjunction with HARP, used in conjunction with chemtrails, used in conjunction with CERN, were shooting energy upwards, like the Batman signal or the 88 lights that went up on 9/11 or after 9/11 to commemorate the Twin Towers. Yeah, imagine they all shot upwards in unison, and there was a barrier above, but it pushed it upwards. Then we'd have an alleviation of gravity, which is obviously, well, I think not obviously, it's a pushing force from above. It's a natural pushing force as well. So it would alleviate the pressure on us below and give us a different future. Imagine that for a second. What do you reckon? Judy Wood, anyone into 9/11, Judy Wood and directed energy weapons. See, everything is inverted. The directed energy weapons would be coming from the ground, pointed upwards, right? So that's the sort of sci-fi idea. I think there's more to it than just a science fiction thought in the mind of this fucking dodo Irishman.
Yeah, Pete, you wore me out. I'm going to go roll up a joint. I'll talk to you later.
Nice one, bud. I should head off myself as well and do the same. I'll do exactly the same and say, sorry if I burned anyone's ears. On this day, Valentine's Day, love to all friends and any loved ones you're lucky enough to be around. Let them know it. Thanks for listening and yeah, speak to you later. Your snack. Love you, by the way, bud.
Did we lose everyone because Pete was rambling, or what? What happened?
There's multiple factors.
So, what's up? We got to do more quick mini one-on-ones. What do you guys think? I should have made that a one-on-one with Whitson and whoever earlier and then fucking muted Pete. I know that's your boy, Snacks, but still.
What you talking about, Willis? Okay. Man, the weather today, huh? It's, yeah, cold-ish. Okay, I see how it is. Let me go to the other fucking.
What's up?
Doop-de-doop. Oh, there you are.
you good?
Okay.
Are you good, Armbar?
You left me hanging. You left me hanging.
What happened? They got me in this science section of the school. I get terrible reception. I have to buy a cell phone signal booster.
Oh, interesting.
And then set it up every night before I fucking start. What a hassle.
Wow. What does it look like? What does the booster thingy look like?
I had one before when I lived in Vermont. It's like a little tiny antenna.
Uh-huh.
And then it has a wire to it, and then it sends out a signal from the antenna.
Oh shit. Does it make your phone look like, like older phones? Remember when phones used to have like the antennas on them?
Dude, this is some hardware you plug into the wall and shit. You're supposed to mount it. You're supposed to mount it somewhere up high or something.
Oh, okay. My bad.
And then have the wire run into your fucking place that you want to get better reception from.
Oh, interesting.
I wonder if there is something I could just put on my phone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I might just switch service, honestly, because there's other people at my school who are like, I have no issue. And they got T-Mobile or some shit. Some bullshit. I'm like, dude, I got fucking Apple or I got fucking AT&T. What's really good? How are you getting good reception in here and I'm not?
Oh yeah, that is weird. I mean, from my experience, I have I think it's T-Mobile, but it's
It can't be the phone at this point, right? It can't be the phone because you have an iPhone 15 and I only have an iPhone 11. That can't be the case, right?
Probably.
You think so?
Are you talking to me, Jeremy? I'm confused now.
I'm talking to you. Do you think that could be the case?
Well, no. I mean, that's the thing. Well, I mean, I don't think it's the phone because actually, the phone I have is this cheap Samsung one. It's like the On 5. It's one of those budget Samsung phones, right? The cheaper ones.
You got a Cricket phone with the big numbers? Yo, could it be because my phone isn't a battery case and it's blocking the signal?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know about that.
I might try that. That sounds like an easy fix if that's the case.
It could just be. It could just be your.
You've been a huge help. You've been a huge help, Armbar.
Okay.
Yeah, let me talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, you were pretty much talking to, so I barely had any input.
You were there. You get a 3% credit.
There you go. Yeah, I'll take it. That's funny. Ooh.
I also have my fucking earbud issue I have to fix. I'm about to have all kinds of fucking issues.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Where you been, Armbar? I ain't seen you in a minute.
Well, I was but earlier I was in here just debating and whatnot. There was the whole thing where Witsit was in here, and there was an argument with that because he was talking about like the skyline or something. And then before that, I'm not really sure, but yeah.
No, for the past few weeks and shit. Haven't you been gone for like weeks now?
Kinda, I think. I've been kind of back, like on and off, kind of, but like very shortly. So I might have been in here when you weren't. You know what I'm saying? But also I think I've been mostly over at Cosmology at Tataria. I think.
Oh, no doubt.
I think. But yeah, I haven't really been debating. I've just been listening because sometimes you just need something in the background, while you're just like doing whatever. For me, I'm just yeah. So yep. That's me.
So, do you think we've seen Euclidean geometry?
I mean, I think we potentially can if there was no like atmosphere, then in theory we would. But I guess because we have an atmosphere though, and because light wants to not go in a straight line when it's an atmosphere.
Not counting the atmosphere, forget the atmosphere. Do you think we've seen Euclidean geometry besides the refraction part?
I mean, I think so. I would say so. I think. I mean, there's the light because photons would be traveling in a straight line. For the most part. Once again, if we're not talking about like the minuscule amount of like bend it would have because of gravity and whatnot, because that's a part of like the model. There's like that gravity bends like the light's path or whatever. If we're even excluding that, then I would say yeah. I mean, I think we would see in straight lines. So Euclidean, yeah. I think that's what counts as Euclidean anyway. I think. I don't know, but yeah, I think so. At least I think.
What about the part where straight lines, where parallel lines converge? We see that happening, right?
Yeah, but like
that would never happen in Euclidean geometry. They never get closer together.
So maybe it's just like a semantics thing. Like maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. So maybe we don't.
It is a weird way to phrase it, though. Too. Do we see in Euclidean geometry? That is weird.
Yeah.
I wish you didn't take that over from me earlier. I was trying to get to the bottom of something because we have been on this for a while now. That whole thing with it was going over. Like, why did you take that over from me?
Oh, me?
I was right in the middle of it. Yeah, I was right in the middle of it with it, and you took it over.
My bad. Yeah, no,
Dude, you're gonna get elbow drop, bro. You're about to catch an arm bar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Arm bar. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I probably should let you continue that. But to continue on the Euclidean thing or whatever. I guess if the way you're thinking about it would be orthographic view, because like I know in Blender you can do that. In the Blender program you could actually set things to orthographic and lines don't converge ever. It's really weird, but like you can see forever in that, which is the fucking weirdest thing, like, because here's the thing: if lines don't converge, that means nothing shrinks, right? So there would be no perspective at all. Things would just, no matter how far it was, it would be the same size, because if lines aren't converging, that's how it would be. And Blender, you could do that in that program, but it's, like I said, it's really weird because like the only way you can tell distance is if you're looking down at something, right? And then, for example, let's say there's like a ground that you're looking down at, you would see objects maybe like lined up. You would know that there's distance because there's like an object, above the next one and then the next one or whatever. That would be the only way. Like everything would be fucking weird if there was like no perspective.
And Euclidean had 3D shapes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Yeah, Euclidean. Also, I got my definition for that wrong, but I think so. Yeah, Euclidean is like.
Did he have spheres and cubes? I don't know. I'm asking.
I mean, I think Euclidean.
I only hear him brought up with circles and squares and shit. But did he have spheres and cubes?
Let me see, Euclidean. I think that's like that's dealing with like 90 degrees and shit. Let me see, Euclidean. Let me see. Look up Euclidean real fast. Relating to or denoting the system of geometry based on the work of Euclid and corresponding to the, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what is Euclidean geometry?
Dude, you don't know how to Google that. Google, does Euclidean geometry have 3D shapes?
All right, let me look that up. Then fine. Wait, hold on. Fine, I'll do that. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, geometry. Like there's literally a picture of a sphere in a box right there, but I'll look it up anyway. So does Euclidean geometry have 3D shapes? Plane geometry, which is two-dimensional, Euclidean geometry, and solid geometry, which is three-dimensional. Let me see. Where's our Euclidean geometry? Platonic solids, the tetrahedron or pyramid with 4 triangle faces, the cube with 6 faces. Yeah, okay. So from the looks of it, 3D shapes are Euclidean, but they have to be Euclidean 3D shapes though, which I believe has to deal with like. I think there's something with like angles or something. I think you have to have 360 degrees or some shit or something. I don't know.
Oh my God, I just swept twice. I'm so far behind. So yeah, Euclid had 3D shapes. All right, we don't. I mean, despite what a lot of people think, I don't think we even see in 3D. So
yeah,
you can't tell if I show you a picture. If I show you a picture of a scene and then the actual scene, I don't know if you can pick because they got these hyper realistic painters now who can just make shit with the shading and everything. Gives you the impression it's 3D.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not. It's actually 2D. So I mean, if we could see in 3D, like that wouldn't happen because you'd immediately be like, no, that's not 3D because I can see in 3D. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. That's actually. I mean, I couldn't possibly fathom what that looks like, but yeah, it goes without saying. If you could see in 3D, you would be able to tell the difference between a picture and the actual thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and you ever see those pictures where they'll like paint like a Cheetos bag laying on a table or something, and then sometimes the guy will swipe it and the bag will move. Sometimes he'll swipe it and the bag won't move because it's fucking a painting or a drawing or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've seen that.
I saw one where somebody had it was like a little mat that they put on the floor, like a 3x3 foot mat, and it had what looked like a hole, like it looked like a huge vortex, like a hole. And they put it there in the middle of the hallway, and they had a couple dogs, like their dogs that were gonna run, over it. So like normally the dogs walk through the hallway, but this day the guy put the mat there, and all the dogs were jumping over it, like they thought it was an actual hole,
Yeah, people will do that too. People would do that too. Yeah.
There's also those those like chalk drawings that those chalk artists do on the street, and it's incredible. Like it looks like a huge waterfall, or like the Grand Canyon, even though it's all just 2D on the.
Yeah. Or it'll be like a hole and like a guy's like hanging from like the fucking like edge or whatever, like he's about to fall off or some shit. Like
right.
Fucking cool. Yeah. Let me see if I can find one. Actually.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't see in 3D either. So not only are we seeing straight line parallel lines converge, which doesn't happen in Euclidean geometry, we're not even seeing in 3D, which is another aspect of Euclidean geometry.
Wait, how can you conclude that we don't see in 3D just because there's that optical illusion thing, though?
Because if you could see in 3D, wouldn't you be able to be like, no, that thing's 2D? You'd be like, that's not 3D.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say you can make that. Oh, okay. Let me see. Actually, so because you can kind of think about it like this way, like like if you do the reverse, where if someone could see like all of 3D space, now you have to kind of just work with me here, all right? But if they could see all of 3D space, where they could see inside out, every single molecule or whatever, it doesn't have to be molecules, just whatever we're made out of, if you could see all of that, right, then you would obviously you could tell that from a 2D picture thing, right? Like there's obviously a difference, like there's like I don't know, like I guess the best way to do it would be to try to bring it down a dimension where
Absolutely not.
What, you don't?
That's
You
the
don't want
worst thing to do. That's the dumbest thing to do.
Well, no, because like
That's a
okay,
Glober. That's such a Glober thing to do, Armbar.
bring it down a dimension. Like think about it.
Yeah.
Like, well, because like okay, well, because no, think about it, right? So let's say we do see in 2D, right? And let's bring it down to 2D beings. They would see in 1D, right? Because they would only have the edge of let's say you got a square looking at another square. That square would only see the edge of the other square, right? You wouldn't see the whole square. It would just see the edge. So that's one dimensional, right? So you can think about it that way. Well, what if the square could see all of the square versus the side of the square? It would be able to tell the difference between a picture of that, right, which would just be like a one-dimensional line versus, the actual square itself. It would see the entire square and be like, okay, that's actually 2D. This is 1D, And so if we were to bring that up into 3D now, 3D beings, if I had 3D vision, I'd be like, okay, that's 3D for sure. And that thing is a 2D thing trying to look 3D, I don't know if that made any sense, but the point I'm trying to get at is, though, I do think by bringing it down a dimension, you can kind of see, make it a little bit more simpler, though. But
okay, don't tie me in with anything Armbar just said, Gio.
Well, look, long story short, or not long story short, but just to kind of, go back to what Jeremy was saying, I do think his argument is good, though, where if we could see in 3D, we would know for sure whether something was an optical illusion or if it was 3D, because we'd be like, it'd be obvious, like, okay, that is 2D, and that is 3D. So I do, side with Jeremy on that.
I mean, not only that, just look at something. You can only see left, right, and up and down. You don't know if it actually has depth until you go touch it or move or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that the optical illusion thing, where you can't tell if it's 2D or not, like they'll draw a little picture on a thing, and the guy will swipe a pencil over it. Sometimes it'll move, sometimes it won't. Like I think that's a good proof for we don't see in 3D.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna check my food so it doesn't burn, because I burnt that last time and I was not happy. So I'm gonna be right back.
You gotta set that timer.
Yeah.
Well, I just can't. I don't know. I can't think of the idea that we don't see in 3D. I don't know how to even, because I mean, if you're standing out looking over a big landscape or something, I mean, it definitely looks 3D as F. I mean, it's like there's like houses and people and cars and you know what I mean? Like, I don't see how that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I definitely hear you. Because we know it's 3D. You know it's 3D. You know what I mean? If you're looking out when you're driving down the road, you know all that shit's 3D. It's only from our past.
Yeah, it's like you have the X, Y, and Z, 1, 2, 3 dimensions. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't see the Z though. Your brain puts that together. Like when you see it, you're just seeing a 2D up, down, left, right. Like take a picture. You can only see left, right, and up and down in the picture. You can make some assumptions that, yeah, there's probably depth there. I know what that should look like, shit like that. But like with the Cheetos bag, you can't really tell. When the guy swipes the pen over it and it doesn't move, you're like, oh, I thought that was, I thought there was a Cheetos bag there.
So then you're saying if you're looking out over a landscape of water or mountains or whatever, that it's almost like you're just looking at a picture, like a painting or something?
Yes, I could. Yeah, you could get a hyper realistic to come in, paint that scene, and then you see if you couldn't see like the frame of the picture and shit, and you were just looking at it, like you might not know. Like if I had it on video, like if you were watching on TV, and I had a close up of this hyper realistic painting the guy painted, you'd be like, "Oh, that's a beautiful scene. I wonder where that is. That looks real. That's legit." And then I zoom out, and it's like, "Oh shit, that was a picture." Like if you saw 3D, you'd be able to see like I don't even know what that would look like. Like Armbar was saying, that's even weird to think about, but just like the dogs were jumping over the hole in the ground or whatever. They thought that shit was fucking a 3D thing.
Yeah, but that's their brain being tricked that something 2D is 3D, whereas you're saying that the other side is that we don't even see in 3D.
Yeah, because that wouldn't be a trick. If we could, that wouldn't even be a thing. Because we would instantly know, like, yo, that's a fucking 2D. That's on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? Like, you would just know. Our brain puts it together with shadows and things we're familiar with.
Well, it depends too. Like a car, like if it's set up a certain way, you only see half of it. But if you turn it at a slight angle, you actually can make out the fourth tire, which gives you the idea that that has to be the third dimension there, and you see it. Like you know what I mean? You know it's there for like certain aspects of things. Like if you see certain things, then you know that that part right there is the third dimension of it, like the part you can't really see because the tire, there's only 3 tires you can see, then you see the fourth little bottom part of the tire, so there's 4 now. But if it's sitting like straight directly ahead, and you're looking straight at it, then you only see the one half.
Yeah, so like movement and parallax helps with that. But if everything's stationary, it's a 2-dimensional image. The only reason that we understand that it's 3-dimensional is based on our history, and over time we've figured out what 3-dimensional looks like. That's why like a little baby, a little infant is going to try to grab the keys out of your hand when they're 4 times. They just haven't figured out depth perception yet. They haven't had enough time and experience to touch and feel.
Hello.
Oh, I thought I was roboting there.
Was I roboting?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, you're
I think
fine.
it was just
You're both
silent.
fine.
Oh, okay.
I like Napalm because he agrees with me on this. Heavily biased.
I think I brought this to your attention. I'm just joking.
You guys,
No, I've been arguing this. I've been arguing this for years.
you guys watching The Last of Us?
Watching what?
The Last of Us?
What
What's
is
that?
that?
A TV show, HBO. It's also a game.
Total mind control show.
Yeah, that's what
Am I hot micing?
no.
You said mind control or you hot micing?
Oh, he said mind control.
Oh.
It's like a zombie game. Now there's a TV show about it.
You're asking us if we've seen the show?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I haven't seen it. I guess I had somewhat heard of it though, but no, I've never seen it. I don't really watch many shows these days. When I was like younger, I never was a big show watcher, but I've definitely watched some entire series through, but I don't really watch any TV anymore.
Yeah, first TV show I watched was I think Breaking Bad. And I really liked it. Like I didn't like watching any show. I didn't like the idea of watching like short episodes that would take months for you to finish. But when I watched Breaking Bad, that changed. Breaking Bad is just too good. Had you watched Breaking Bad? Or anyone? I thought everyone had watched it.
Yeah, I watched it. That shit was dope.
Yeah. Have you watched Better Call Saul?
Did you see Better Call Saul?
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say if it's better or not. I would say it's the same level.
I'll tell you what. Oh, that's not. Was that HBO that made that? I can't remember.
Better Call? No, I don't think so.
No, Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Breaking Bad is good. Better Call Saul is good. El Camino is good. Have you watched El Camino? The sequel to the movie sequel to Breaking Bad.
Never heard of it.
Really?
Yep.
What is up with?
Sorry, go ahead.
Nothing. It's just a side comment. Oh, he already deleted his message. I was just about to say, like, Left Lane, all he does now is just insult people in text chat.
Left Lane?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know if he just deleted that message, but he was just insulting Rakia. Yeah, he's really changed his whole approach. He just insults people now in text. It's like all he does.
Hmm.
I'd fucking delete the text chat. That'll solve many problems. I don't know. Am I getting good reception here? Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, it's all right.
Nice.
So, Bacon, you know people that are doing ayahuasca down where you're in Brazil?
Doing what?
Ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca?
You don't even know what it is?
What? No.
Oh, I thought I talked to you about it before. I thought you knew what it was. I thought you'd. Okay, never mind. Well, it's a plant. It's a mixture. It's a brew that's made from boiling 2 or more plants. There's 2 main plants that are used, but it has a very visionary. Like that word psychedelic or tripping.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing.
Bro, they call it the spirit molecule, dude. If that's a hint.
You know about DMT, Bacon?
DMT? No.
Oh, okay.
That's what's in ayahuasca, right?
Yeah, that's one of the alkaloids. Yeah, dimethyltryptamine.
That's the shit that makes you be like wilding with the entities and shit.
Well,
that's the spirit molecule. DMT is the spirit molecule, right?
Yeah, I mean that term was coined by Rick Strassman, but yeah. Well, DMT, dimethyltryptamine, is a neurotransmitter. It's in all of our bodies. It's in your brain, my brain, it's in all of our bodies all the time. It's in high concentrations in the pineal gland, but it's also in the blood and the lungs. It's in tons of different animals and plants. But it's a neurotransmitter, very similar to serotonin. So it's like it's an endogenous part of the human body and brain.
Right.
It's connected to like melatonin as well. So when you sleep, like DMT is released in your pineal gland, likely is why we dream.
I get mad DMT. I was trapped in China for a long fucking time in my dream last night. I don't think I ever got out. It was me and Bradley Cooper. He was no help.
Trapped in fucking China. Wait, so how long would you say it was? Like a whole hour? Like it felt like it was a whole hour in China? Longer?
And it felt like fucking days almost. At least a day. At least it was hours and hours and hours. A long fucking time, dude.
Wow.
No, but Bacon, yeah,
literally.
Yeah, I'm reading here that DMT can be used even to treat depression.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, go ahead. You would say something?
Well, the ayahuasca, AYAHUASCA is how it's spelled, ayahuasca. Anyways, it's a plant brew, a mixture. And so like you're familiar with shamans that shamans? Have you heard that term?
It might be the same as we call shaman, but I'm not sure. What does that mean?
Well, they call them curanderos.
Yes, shamans. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think curanderos would be similar, but yeah, I get what
Armbar knows what a shaman is from playing MMORPGs.
I'm actually gonna be honest with you. I don't. What is a shaman? Hold on.
Well,
Wait, hold on.
here, a shaman is like when you have a native tribe, and there is a guy that cures people with plants. That's the shaman.
Okay, hold on.
Curandero is more like a general term of people that heal. Like curandero is literally like a healer, someone that heals the others.
Yeah. Shaman. I think I can pronounce that. Yeah, curandera. See if I can say it with a little bit of the accent. But yeah, well, yeah, but that term is used for because there's curandero and curandera, right, for male and female.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean that is used as certain shamanic traditions as well. Like anyway, so ayahuasca is like it's a plant brew that is, like I said, it's brewed into a liquid, and then it does contain DMT and other alkaloids as well. And it's about a 3 to 4 hour experience, and they do it in a ceremony setting, and the shaman kind of runs the ceremony, and they often play music, and there's a lot of. So I just wondered if you, since you're in Brazil, I mean, see, ayahuasca it's illegal in the United States because the conspirators are insane and have tried to eliminate our medicines, and it's a threat to their pharmaceutical thing and all their antidepressant industry and all that stuff. Yeah, just like they made peyote illegal and a lot of these other medicines as well. But in Brazil and in South America, it's not illegal at all. In fact, it's totally legal, and is done all over the in different areas and stuff. So that's why I just wondered if you had heard of it or knew people, just because.
I haven't, but maybe my girlfriend did because she lives in the middle of the Amazon forest, so she's much closer to like the natives here, which is probably where it came from. And it also says here that ayahuasca is like a tea prepared with 2 Amazon herbs. I'm trying to translate from Portuguese to English. So because it comes from the Amazon forest and she lives there, she might know it. But I had never heard of it.
Yeah, well, it's the Banisteriopsis caapi is the vine. It's a vine that just grows up the side of these huge trees in the Amazon, and then the leaf is the chacruna. Psychotria viridis is the technical name. So yeah, it's blend of those two is generally the most common for ayahuasca, and then often there's other like additional plants that can be brewed in addition to it. And then there are some other plants that can be used as well, but those two are the 2 main ones.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. For first time I hear something from an American about the Amazon region that I didn't know. It's usually the other way around. Oh, wait a second. They're calling. Perfect.
I'm cleaning the science section now. They changed my shit up. I'm about to body these science teachers. They don't know what's coming.
Strike up a video. Yeah, but the DMT part in general is the part of the ayahuasca that gives the visionary. A lot of the colors and fractals and like the part that people would maybe call tripping kind of thing. Like, yeah, the DMT is generally. In ayahuasca, though, it's a combination. Like the vine has various alkaloids in it that seem to fuse with the DMT, so it's kind of a unique experience. Whereas people who just smoke like, you know, synthetic type DMT or extracted DMT, it's a little bit different, but there's a crossover. When Bacon comes back, I want to ask him which tribe. He said his girlfriend's like part of a tribe in the Amazon. It's pretty cool because I actually know some of those tribes because of their lineages with ayahuasca and certain medicines that they're very knowledgeable about.
Oh.
Bacon.
Oh, Bacon, you're back. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to share, but you said your girlfriend's part of an actual tribe in the jungle.
No, she's not part of a tribe. I mean, but there are still tribes surrounding her city. So, like there's no tribes here where I live. There's very few tribes that still exist in Brazil, and most of them are in the northern regions. And some of them are really close to where my girlfriend lives. Like it's like at the edge of the cities.
Do you know? Have you ever heard of the Yawanawa?
No, I wouldn't know the names of the tribes.
They're in. How do you pronounce it? Acre or Acre? ACRE.
ACRE. Acre.
Acre. Yeah, it's
Acre.
West side. It looks like way over there.
Gio said he got more people. Gio said he got more peoples in South America than you do, bro. He's down with the whole fucking tribe.
I really doubt it. I actually have a couple pictures with some Amazon tribes there.
Well, I know. Yeah, I mean, I know them because of their work with these medicines and their lineages. And I'm not saying I know them all personally, of course, but I've been down there, and different friends and communities have worked with those tribes over the years and things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been to Brazil?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
In Peru.
Oh, in Peru, right. Yeah,
Did you ever go see the Nazca lines? Did either of you guys see the Nazca lines?
Hey, what?
I did, flying over them, yeah.
You flew over them? It's dope.
Yeah.
That's probably better than being on the ground.
What's the name of it?
The lines.
What is it?
Nazca.
Really, Bacon? How could you have been in this long? You never. They got like monkeys and all kinds of lines. There's stones on the ground, and you push the stones away, and you can make a square or a circle or something. This is like some ancient, came from like ancient times where they made these giant things in the ground. They made paths. They made paths of the stone so that it formed like a monkey. One's a spider. Some of them are just dumb long lines, like crazy lines.
But you can only really see them from the sky.
Well, I mean, you can see them on the ground, but yeah, you don't know what you're walking on when it's.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying. I remember I saw that on Ancient Aliens or something, but they were saying that's the weird thing is that it makes sense to only be made for somebody who could view it from above.
Yeah, like you couldn't even see it if you were on the ground. What the fuck, bro? What's your mainstream excuse for doing this?
Oh, I've done that. Like when I was
done this?
yeah, not at this scale, but when I was in 5th grade, at the side of the school there was like a big terrain with a lot of like tiny rocks all over it, and I remember making like some huge drawings with my feet. I couldn't like have a good view of what I was drawing, but I had like a good idea in mind. And when I went there to the school and went to the 2nd floor to check it, it always look good. But I also draw really well. I mean, I think that might have helped it. But it's of course a much smaller scale than that.
So what part of Brazil are you? I mean, you don't have to tell me exactly, obviously, but because how's it pronounced? Acre.
Acre, yeah, Acre.
Acre, yeah. So that's like way on the west over there, like next to Peru.
Yeah. And the next state going east is Amazonas, which is where my girlfriend lives.
Okay.
And I live in a state called Paraná in the south, so very far from where my girlfriend lives.
Yeah,
like 2,000 kilometers far.
Oh,
I have his coordinates if you want them for a small fee.
So you're all, yeah. So you're all the way down here, Paraná.
Paraná, yeah.
Okay, wow. So you're pretty far south there. That's down there.
Yep.
Which is what? So that's in this Sao Paulo is where Rio de Janeiro and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's considered southeast.
Dude, what a huge area this is. I mean, how much of this have you like gone to? Because like I've been like all around the United States, for example.
He didn't even know what the Nazca lines were. He's never been.
They're not in
have you ever
Brazil,
left
dude.
the house?
They're not in Brazil.
I heard it was in Peru.
You're in your continent.
They're
they're in the same continent as you. I mean, I know you guys. I mean, you guys split America into South America and North America, right? Here we don't. It's just America. So in our perspective, you're also in the same continent.
Yeah.
Since NAFTA.
Yeah, I thought everyone learned the continents the same way everywhere in the world, and then I figured out later there are actually several different ways people split the continent.
Wait, what way do you say you split them? You're saying?
Yeah, we don't split the two Americas. It's just America.
All of North and South is all the Americas to you?
It's just America. Like
I mean, wouldn't you want to bunch yourself in with us too, if you could?
Sorry.
You see,
saying,
all of North America is just the United States, right? There's nothing else.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that's why we don't call the United States America. We just always call it the United States.
Have you ever been to the United States?
No.
No, never been up here. Oh, Bacon, we gotta get you up here. Show you what it's like.
Yeah, well, I only left Brazil to go to Paraguay and Argentina because they literally border my city.
Yeah.
Which just reveals where my city is.
Driving through South America, I picture you're on the edge of this cliff and your car barely has enough room to get by. I'm not even joking, bro. That's what I think of when I think of driving through, in the South America and shit. I feel like you're gonna be on the edge of this cliff and barely get by and shit. You ever seen that?
There are no cliffs here.
But I mean, do you guys do you guys take like road trips and go traveling around different areas very much? Like, because I mean, in the United States, everybody does that. You go to.
No, yeah, a lot of people do it too. I mean, I traveled to the other side of the state a couple of times. I have family there too. I also traveled to São Paulo. But yeah, we do travel around.
So have you been to the Amazon then?
Yeah, that's often. I go there like every year.
So what do you?
Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
Otherwise, you don't get laid.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
So what, you only visit her once a year? That's rough.
No, twice. I mean, and she visits me too. So every couple months, I'm there or she's here.
Yeah. That's far though. Why are you guys not gonna figure out a way to be closer?
Yeah, we're figuring that out for this year. I was planning to move there, but we kind of changed plans recently, and she's gonna. The current plan is that she's gonna move here, but there are still some variables that might change. We're not completely sure, but currently that's the idea.
Gio's prying, dude. Prying into his personal shit, man.
Yeah, maybe it's okay.
I'm just messing with you, Gio. No, but it's interesting that Brazil and the United States, they're actually not that different in area. I mean, America's a little bit bigger, but not that much bigger.
Oh, than just Brazil?
Yeah, just Brazil, yeah.
I don't know. This is just
when I play Risk. How come when I play Risk, America's worth so much more armies than Brazil? Then, huh?
Other reasons.
I mean, I'm just looking on Google Earth here, and it's like it just looks massive. I don't know. It just there's so much. It just looks bigger than the United States, but I guess I'm looking at the entire continent. But what you're saying, just Brazil, the United States is similar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, so you all right, man? You came in fucking hot earlier, dude. What's up?
No, I didn't.
You need a hug?
I didn't, dude. Dude, if you were in, I was in Tartaria yesterday. I'm not gonna get into it too much, dude.
Bro,
But
don't bring that shit, dude.
I'm just saying, dude,
Don't bring that shit here.
this guy made a total 180. He's sitting here talking shit to Bacon, and Bacon's just answering his questions. I don't know. It gets a little annoying, dude.
What was it?
No, he said I came in hot earlier. I was just explaining myself. know, if I thought the sky, if people had a group that pigs could fly, and you know, I wouldn't go in there arguing with them all day that, you know, pigs can't fly. And that's true, because that would be strange, because you're probably not interested in pigs. But if somebody was obsessed with pigs, or maybe that was their favorite topic to talk about was pigs, then they might be in that group, you know, arguing with them about pigs can fly. It just so happens that these topics are stuff that me and Bacon and people like Arma, people I guess, were interested in. We may just have a different opinion than you guys about it, but we're not in here just because you guys disagree with it. We're in here because this is where we talk about those topics.
I think that's a very good point. Like most Globers, maybe all Globers that you see here are Globers that kind of like like to learn the same kind of things, right? So
I know, but I mean, if you were really into the globe and just wanted to balls out about the globe, wouldn't you just have like a globe server or just hang out with globe people? Why would you be talking about, you know, the Earth not being a globe and then defending the globe up against people that are saying it's not a globe? Like, if you think it's a globe and you're really into globiness, then just go get globy somewhere where you can get real globy.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me jump in real fast because I want to kind of jump in. So I think it's also about just like, I don't know, like challenging yourself, because like obviously a lot of these debates is actually, you know, having to know about the, you know, the topic, right? And I'll admit I actually learned a lot like in these debates, like especially like in perspective, like because I actually apply that now in my drawings and whatnot. But like, yeah, when perspective came up, whatever, I had to like actually look into it, make sure like, you know, my understanding was like, you know, good, whatever. And you know, I looked at, you know, into like a lot of things, whatever, just like to really know about it, you know. And but that like applies to like so many topics, and it's just like, you know, it's just fun to learn, you know what I'm saying? So for me, it's also like a learning thing too, you know.
Yeah, I also feel like if we had a Glober server, I don't know what kind of topic there would be, and it would probably be something very boring. Like there are some servers meant for like intellectual purposes that have no flat earth, so I think that would fit a Glober server maybe. And the topics. Sorry, go ahead.
It'd be really boring. It'd be really boring.
Well, no, but the thing is, you guys are.
Let me tell you about the Globers.
Yeah, let's hear Jeremy's fucking
Globers are fucking boring. Have you ever seen Gem Sunday Roast? That shit's dead air, bro. They suck. Kosho is one of the only ones that tries to keep them alive. The other guys are just like walking dildos, like not like showing any enthusiasm or nothing. They suck, dude. Dildos. You guys suck.
Jesus Christ, man. I think
you guys are fucking boring.
The one thing that's being missed. Oh my God, Branchez.
Oh my goodness! How did he found that kind of fast? Jeez, Louise.
Hold on.
Oh, you got that on deck. I didn't even see it. I can only imagine.
You can search for words on the GIF thing on Discord.
Okay, Lois, I'm sorry. The one thing that's being missed here, though, is so. I think flat earthers, from their perspective, like from Geo's perspective, at least the way you said it, like we're like super on the globe and we're super defending the globe and we have an allegiance to the globe. But I don't think that's true for me or for many of us. Like we don't believe in the globe because we like globes or something like that. It's like
you love balls. They love balls.
No, that's what I'm saying. I was like, we're not obsessed with the world, Earth being a globe. It's just we like the subject, the science and stuff, and that's the conclusion we've come to. But that doesn't mean like if there's evidence that it was flat, I wouldn't have allegiance to the globe or something like that. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Which one of you nerds is rolling a 20-sided die?
That was me. My bad. It wasn't a die. I dropped a screw.
I mean, there is no globe community. You know what I mean? Like you've got the mainstream, like NASA, and because all you can do is really follow what NASA is claiming they're doing. So there really isn't like any like live discussions and happening. Like there's nothing really happening with it. Like,
right. Well, okay. Like the subject of Earth being a globe touches a lot of subjects. Like it touches subjects like astronomy, like physics and math and all that. And those are subjects that interest us, right? And something that makes the topics always be like something that keep the topics warmed up, keep points being brought up is disagreement. So when you have disagreement, you're going to have people from both sides trying to come up with something. There's always going to be discussion when you have two different sides on the same topic. And if you have a global server, that wouldn't exist.
Or barely, because it's like maybe a disagreement because of like
tiny
things.
Dude, you guys have nothing to talk about. You're literally boring as fuck. Without me in a room at Gems for those 2 years, I don't know. You guys might have fucking needed more antidepressants or something because there's nothing to talk about. Like, what are you going to talk about?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, dude.
There would be hours of dead air. I would just be listening. I'm like, what? Nobody's talked for hours.
I don't want to trigger you, but in a different server not that long ago, the Witsit was playing recordings from Jim's server, and they were all laughing. They thought it was gold.
Oh, Jem sent me a thing because Jem was like, "Thanks for the content." I was like, "Huh?" And he was like, "Oh, you and Witsit for the past whatever talking about NASA." I was like, "All right, so what?" And then he posted me the shit we were talking about. Like, I was like, "How come there's no fucking 360 cams?" And then Jem posted me a 360 cam. So we're probably going to be on his Sunday roast or whatever if that didn't already happen.
Well, no, they were playing recordings of David.
Oh,
but I mean, dude,
yeah.
I mean, I don't want to like necessarily talk about other servers and whatnot, but I mean, I will say like Gem's server with people like Scott Veach, father was an astronaut, and like these guys that are like globe, but like their server is called Debate Flat Earth, so it's like they're like a mod there, like, oh, I'm a mod on a server that's Debate Flat Earth, like they're a Flat Earth mod, or what are they? It's not really a Flat Earth server, it's a fake Flat Earth server for Glober, but they have to use the word Flat Earth to get the conversation going. Like, if they're all super globy and they think Flat Earth is so terrible, why wouldn't they just be like, yo, this is the Globe server. It's called Globe Extraordinaires. And then they would just hang out and get globy with it. Like, why do they need to like wear this like, oh, we're Debate Flat Earth, but it's not really Flat Earth. We actually hate Flat Earth, but we're just trying to loop people in so we can get them back on the globe. It's like, what is going on there? It's very bizarre.
They love Flat Earth. Kosho, Gem, all them dudes, they love Flat Earth. They love it.
There's a mix. It's a motley crew, a mixed bag of people. It's not fair to put everybody in the same thing. There's all sorts in there. There's people who there's Flat Earth.
Flat Earth ended.
So what?
Get up and was like, yo, it's over to Globe One. Everyone stopped. Probably cry.
Anyway, I'm gonna move this along. I don't want to talk about Bacon's celestial navigation thing because that would
that bores everyone.
Yeah, it does. But I just want to say I'm looking at it right now, Bacon. It looks like you added colors and
I did that a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
And now you have the a part of the URL with your initial setup. So if you copy that URL, send someone else, they're going to start with the same conditions as you did, like same position and time.
That's what's up, man. See, that's what's up. That's what I'm talking about. They can send it to you and get the. Well, I guess you still have their location is kind of set up on the thing. But that's cool. But we don't.
But it's kind of encoded. It's kind of hard to get the location from.
It's good. It's actually good at step. It's not easy to find. People are going to know to find that stuff.
I mean, they can just use their own code because the functions that they code it's in the source code. So you can just copy the source code and run. Let's not get too specific. That was Ruhif's idea.
Okay. I mean, it's good. I mean, Ruhif wants to cheat though. He's a fucking cheater, dude. He wants you to have a cheat mode where you can know what the stars are and everything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Exactly. It's hard. It's hard without that, but still.
Oh, I mean, it forces you to learn how to recognize stars, and I really like it because now when I look to the sky, I know like 6 different stars that I don't know just by looking. I wouldn't know that before.
Yeah.
You know,
here's one. I don't know if anyone knows what you guys are talking about, but
okay. So I
apologize.
I had an app for you guys, man.
Well, I had a comment on the last topic, but I mean,
oh yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I don't want
to. The Nazca one.
Well, that was actually even more interesting as well. We should go back to that. But what? Because I've seen the Nazca lines. Yeah, it was. dude, I was in the airplane flying. I looked down. I'm like, oh my god, there they are. I just looked out the window. There they were. It's pretty cool. But okay, well, no. What I was gonna say is this: like in terms of like, just the globe earthers trying to defend, I don't know, defending the globe or whatever it is. I will just say real quick. I think like since Bacon and Kosher, you guys are here. I feel like you guys are like 50-50. Like I've seen Bacon, for example, where he's actually like helping us. Like he's like, we're looking at like that other day with the square and the distances and Bacon was like, yeah, well, if we found this, then yeah, it would show a planar surface and this one would show a globe and this is what would be required to show a plane. Like that was like very productive. But then there's other times where I feel like he's just very like rigidly defending the globe to the point to where it seems non-productive. And I'm not trying to call you out, Bacon. I'm just saying like I've kind of seen those two angles. And I think Kosho is kind of similar in that way.
Oh, well, yeah, it's probably happened. I'll guess that someone pissed me off when when that was happening. Like when someone challenges something that I worked hard to understand and I dedicated time, and they simply say like, "Oh, you don't understand this." That I might then
in their
not
defense, in their defense, it's not like guys are like, "Hey, what's up, Bacon? What's up, Coach?" They're like, "Explain this fucking shit on a globe, motherfucker." You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that is true.
Like Bacon, I don't tell people like Bacon will say, I don't know, dude. I don't. Well, I'll say it sometimes, but sometimes I challenge myself to just know what it is. So
5 minutes, you'll be an expert. I know.
Well, I'm surprised how many people like claim like just use the term flat Earth, like that they're either a flat Earth or say the Earth is flat, and then right on the other side of it, they're like almost begging globe earthers, explain this, explain that. It's like, dude, are you not confident in your position? Like, do you need to ask globers to do things for you? Like that part is always like, why are so many flat Earth people like, show me curvature? It's like, dude, if you already know there's no curvature, why are you asking for it?
Yes.
It's no, I know they're trying to start a fight and they're maybe trying to just get you to prove, they're getting you to prove your thing or whatever. So in a way I get that, but it's like, why ask them if you already know it's not the case? Unless you're not sure. And if you're on the fence, then okay, now you're actually asking for their services.
But it could be elucidating the fact that they're trying to display the fact that it's not an existent thing or something,
Right. I know. It's trying to kind of bring it up to try to shine light on the fact that it's
kind of the same reason why some people like, hey, where's your proof? Where's your flat Earth proof? Where's your flat Earth evidence or evidence Earth's flat or whatever? Even though they don't believe that there is.
Well, hold on.
It's like there's a lot of like sea lining that goes on where like somebody will say, "Oh, we'll prove the curve," and then you mention something, and then they already have some preloaded ridicule or whatever they're going to do. So it's not like they really wanted you to prove the curve or prove the flatness or whatever. They just wanted to sea lion to get you to say something that they're then going to use whatever tactic on. But yeah, go ahead, Amra.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever I ask for that, it's not to be like, oh, you don't have it. It's more so, I actually want to see what they found it from and see maybe if, either they're telling the truth or maybe they're interpreting what it is differently. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I want to do. I want to like read it, whatever, and be like, okay, I see where they got that wrong. Or I read it and I'm like, oh shit, they're actually right. But I do need like some kind of thing to work with. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I ask. Not like it's not like a rhetorical kind of thing where I'm like, oh, show it, and I don't actually expect, probably didn't use the word rhetorical correctly there, but you get the point though. I do actually expect the thing though. I actually do expect.
Well, then that's one of the most legit reasons to ask. If you actually want to know, like if you were to ask like, okay, like how does the sun set or how does what is exactly. Like any question about the Earth being a planar surface, etc. Like, yeah, if you're actually asking because you want to hear their explanation of it to compare if it makes sense or whatever.
We become like little girls sometimes because we're just like in the girls' bathroom complaining about people. But I will complain about one more person, and that's I don't like to say people's names, but let's just say that he is.
It rhymes with. No, I'm just kidding. Go on.
I'll tell you, it rhymes with.
unless we want to just leave it that way, or but I don't know.
No, that's good. No, you can turn it back on. That's what I thought was back on. That's why I called you.
No, but
you know that dumb jerk Jeremy. Oh wait, I think I was hot mic. My bad.
So what? But your basic thing, Coach, was somebody that asks a question specifically so that they can implore some kind of tactic or ridicule. You mean? Is that kind of
but it's not that. It's like they'll persistently do it, even to after it's like once or twice, but then it's like persistently, and then like angrily ask somebody to answer this question like that. Yeah, it's to try to prove that either they don't know it or whatever the case is. It's like, dude, they're not answering the question, man. Just move on with your point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or when you ask something like, "Oh, have you took geometry? Have you took
oh yeah.
physics?" That's really annoying.
Like I said, I'm not the
I
worst.
mean, I kind of did a similar point today, but
No, you didn't. You did not.
It was a different. Yeah, it was a different. I mean,
you were explaining why you knew something a certain way.
Yeah.
You weren't saying. I mean, you weren't doing anything like that because you. I remember you were saying something like I forgot what the topic was, but you were just explaining how you. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because you were explaining how you learned something a certain way and what it was. And that's just it. You were just explaining how you like why you think of it the way you think of it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I was going to say before, which is just, I was going to make this analogy. Like, I'm going to use the example of astrology, and I'm not talking about astronomy. I'm talking about astrology.
Yeah.
So, like, the study of the positions of these wandering stars and the meaningful correlation and connection to their positions and very specific happenings on Earth, whether it's events, our personalities, even weather patterns, all kinds of different things. So just that study, right? Astrology. And of course, you've got all kinds of different stuff out there. Some of it good, some of it some of the bad stuff I call like pop astrology. It's like kind of the fake version of it, which is like overly dramatized or overly generalized. It's not even the real thing. And it's a huge psyop that I think the sort of mainstream has done to try to make astrology look ridiculous as much as they can. And unfortunately, there's even some people that kind of do the work for them to make it seem ridiculous or whatever. So anyways, it's a whole thing, but I think there's a psyop against that because the people in sort of who are assuming their position of power, they know how astrology, they understand astrology, mostly because they've hijacked a lot of the ancient knowledge and they use it to their benefit. It's not a coincidence that a day before 9/11, there was a full moon. Well, anyways, it was a very unique alignment right before 9/11. So they know what they're doing. They know they're planning these events in alignment with these major cycles and so on. Anyways, it wasn't even really my point. But what I was really wanting to bring up about it is I wanted to say this. If there's a community, like an astrology community, as it were, they don't have a bunch of like like anti-astrologer people who come in and like debate them and like, no, astrology is not real. And then they're like, yes, it is. Like, that's not what those communities are. Like, there's very little of that, debate of whether astrology is real, meaning in the astrology communities, they're just doing astrology and they're sharing their viewpoints. Oh, I think it's this or that, whatever they're doing their analysis. And I think a lot of those, like I'm not sure they would find benefit. Like if someone thinks it's pseudoscience or thinks it's ridiculous, it's not really that much benefit. Like, okay, you think it's ridiculous, move on. It doesn't matter. Like we're talking about astrology here. So I was just trying to make that relation because in this discussion of the shape of the earth, it's different to where it seems like there's this tremendous like army of like globe earth defendants, like, defense attorneys or whatever that have to come here and tell us how, and do the debating. And I mean, it's okay because the globe thing is such a huge topic on the world stage, if you want to call it that. So there is relevancy. But anyways, I just want to make that correlation. And so in a way, we were talking about this before, and it's like, if there's a bunch of astrologers, if someone goes into their server and is like, oh, astrology is BS, it's like, they're just like bothering them. You know what I mean? Like coming just to shit on their party, and I'm not saying you guys are completely doing that, but it does.
Those people exist. Yeah.
It starts to borderline on that, where it's just like, are we just being attacked every day by globers just telling us we're, whatever, trying to pull these moves?
Problems we're all being conflated together, and the truth is, what you're saying, we're all aware of this, that they're because of the nature of the conversation and what you guys believe and how most people kind of know that's not true or whatever, and even people who don't know anything. Just because it's like the mainstream narrative, they they see this group as like a low hanging fruit, and so people who are just plain like bullies or whatever, it attracts them to the conversation for that reason. And so there's people who are here just to attack it. And like I said, a lot of us just get conflated in together as like have all the same motivation. But like I said, that's not my motivation. Or most people in this room. So
Exactly.
Wait, I just missed the last sentence. 2 seconds. I was trying to type.
I just telling you that it's what the hell are you doing? You and Jeremy both do that, dude. Jeremy does that shit all the time, dude. Like he'll get done saying something, I'll fucking respond to him. Like, oh, I just got back I wasn't there the whole time.
No, I just missed the last part because I'm trying to type a message in response to Branch's thing, and I don't know about you, but when I'm typing something, I can't listen. I only miss the last part.
I know, but I always pretend I was listening a little bit. But I got you. But doesn't matter. I was just saying that there's bullies who are attracted to this conversation, and we all get conflated in together as having the same motivation. But it's clear that there's nobody in this room who fits in that category. So but like I said, there is a lot of them, obviously. And like in Gems is a good. I don't even want to talk about other servers, but Gems is a good example of a server where you have a multitude of different motivations and peoples and stuff. And so there is people in there that are like that, and there's people who rally against that. Like Branch is a good example of somebody who he's so annoyed by that aspect of it that he doesn't even argue. He doesn't argue the globe at all. He just argues against those people, the people who are like bully anti-flat earther people.
I always sorry. Okay, I'm getting. I'm getting difficult this second language trouble. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just like with Branch, like how come he's muted? What did he say? Did he say something stupid or?
Well, he's always muted.
Branch has been perma muted for a while. We unmuted him like a few days ago, and he instantly started talking about crude sexual stuff, and like he almost just can't VC anymore. I don't know. It's crazy.
Branch is the kind of person though that it's good to always give him a chance, even if he goes past the line. It's like there's never a last chance for Branch.
Branch is the type to organize a threesome, have 2 no-shows, and still have a good time.
You guys see the? Oh man, I gotta show it to you. He already posted. I posted it so many times, but hold on.
I was about to remove his image posting perms because he's always posting half naked ladies, and I mean, it's not that we don't all love half naked ladies, but it's just not what this particular platform is for.
That's what I mean. At least it's classy, It's like Dave, Dallas Dave. He posts like fat chicks.
Branch just posted a giant walking dick.
Yeah, although that was a cartoon.
See, it's classy.
So Coach, let me ask you this: if this whole, whether you want to view it as just this platform or the larger discussion or the whole community, however you want to view it, if it was at a point where there's 50,000 people watching, or nationally syndicated radio, or whatever it may be, or an independent platform that's not connected to any of these things, and it's got hundreds of thousands or millions of subscribers, et cetera. If it was at that type of level, what do you feel like your motivation would be? Like, would you want to be there, like literally defending the globe? Like, hey guys, this is why it's a globe. Or would you want to actually help us figure it out in terms of doing tests and things? Like, I mean, what would your motivation be?
That's all I've ever been doing is doing tests and things. I'm never just like, I'm seriously never just defending the globe. I'm only ever defending what I think is true. And that most of the time aligns with the globe. Right. But I don't have any allegiance to the globe, like explicitly, directly. You know what I mean? It's like, this is just what I believe is true. And just like Bacon said earlier, it's like not just, arbitrarily, it's because of what I understand. And so if I come to understand new things or different things, or if I have evidence like a lot, we talk about complex stuff too sometimes, like, relativity, quantum mechanics stuff. And in that, my understanding adapts sometimes because I'm learning stuff, all the time. And there's different subjects where I'm learning stuff, and my understanding adapts. And if the same is true about the shape of the Earth, like if in our conversations, like new evidence or whatever comes up, I don't have an allegiance with the globe, that would challenge that would outweigh like the evidence. You know what I mean? Like the evidence is the evidence and the truth is what I have allegiance to.
Well said.
So the answer is no.
Yeah. Now let someone else answer that question, because that's an interesting question. Like if this was like a huge thing, like if this, I don't know, this thing was like a huge thing or whatever, and there's like like a lot of I don't know, but like I would
like if it was on the world stage, like if it was hundreds of thousands or however many people of tuning in, listening, if it was at that level.
A little bit of it would be if I would be like, oh shoot, get my face out there, you know what I'm saying? Like that'd be kind of cool. But also, it'd be also to to like, I don't know, like defend or even just like see what the truth is, like really go into it, because but like how cool would that be though? It's like
I still didn't get what the question was. Sorry. If there's 1,000 people doing what?
I don't know. I'm in my head. I'm picturing like this like huge like event thing, and like it's like, I don't know, like something you might see on TV or something. It's like, oh yes, the thingies, the debates, and it's like the people here in this chat there, and it's flat Earth versus Glover.
Is there someone that knows how to use words that can tell me what the question was?
Yeah. The general question, because I was asking Coach, okay, if this, whether you view it as just this platform or the community, however you want to view it, if it was to the point where it was a very large platform, meaning you've got 50,000 live viewers or even 100,000, or if it's like on nationally syndicated radio where you've got who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people watching, or even worldwide, people all over the world, but however you would view it, if to that scale, see, there's a lot of questions what it would be at that scale. Like there's another question, because the original question was, if it was at that scale, I was asking Kosho particularly, would he want to be in front of 50,000 people in a debate or whatever, sort of defending the globe or asserting the globe points? So that was part of it. But it was also like, I was asking him, like, what would his role be, or what would he want his role to be, as it were, if it was at that, or how would he see his role or his kind of agenda, if you want to call it that, or his motivation, I guess was the word. If it was at that level. And then there's kind of a linked question to that, which would be more for those of us that already know the Earth isn't a globe. It would be like, is there value to having the globe debaters? Like, no offense to you guys, but it's sort of like, do we even want to give you guys like, oh, here's 100,000 people, give us some globe cuckery? Like, that's another question. Do we even want?
Yeah. Well, I would only be on a debate with so many people watching if I know the other person debating me is like there.
Yeah,
honest.
Check.
What's up?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I don't know if you're delayed. Go ahead, babe. Jeremy, you might have been delayed, or I don't know.
Right.
But go ahead, babe.
Yes. So if I know I'm debating someone that's very confrontational, I wouldn't risk that. But if it's just someone that is honestly just trying to talk about a subject, and the debate doesn't even sound like a debate, it's just like this conversation where we have opposing ideas and we're trying to.
I'm in a bad spot. Never mind.
Imagine like a TV show though. Imagine like a TV show, like
It was a 2-minute delay. I mean,
I didn't even really get your answer. Wait, because I don't know. Your mic's a little muffled, and then with your accent, I didn't quite catch that. I don't know. Did you catch it, Arma? Or
maybe
he was saying that if the opponent that he would want to debate someone that's actually like willing to debate.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's better now.
I was using the wrong mic. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a lot better now.
Right.
Just say your whole answer again if you want.
Right. I'll summarize it. I'm willing to debate someone that is just there wanting to have an honest conversation about a topic, and wants to present something and critically analyze my answers and vice versa. But if it's someone that I suspect might be very combative or I don't remember what word I used before. But yeah, you know,
that works.
Yeah, yeah. So if it's that's the mood of the debate. It was going to be in a battle. I wouldn't like to be on a debate with so many people watching like that.
Oh, I would. That'd be fun.
I mean, it depends on the subject. If it's a subject where I feel very comfortable, you're right. It can be very fun actually. But I'm not that into this kind of debates anymore.
But imagine if it was like a TV show though, you know, like I don't know, like you know, like you know how they have like Hell's Kitchen, like you know, it's like a competition thing. Like imagine it was like that, but like Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, you know, and it's just like people getting eliminated and shit. That'd be cool as hell, you know. Like how cool would that be?
I think it would depend very much on the people that are debating. But yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, and yeah, there you go.
American Gladiators style.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That'd be cool as hell. Man,
you guys dox the hell out of Zanuck, dude.
Dude, it's not doxing when he has a YouTube channel called Zanuck. I mean, come on.
I know. You're right. I mean, it's not doxing like in a legal sort of whatever way, but I just mean, I don't know.
What do you mean doxing Zanuck?
I mean, just because obviously now everybody can. It's easier for everybody to find him now, but yeah, he kind of did make it easy.
What do you mean? Well, why are you saying people are doxing Zanuck?
Well, no, it's just because I mean, I'm going to tell you the same thing now, but it's just because if he's got a thing where if you search for his name and search for American Gladiators, like you can watch him being an American Gladiator back in the day. But it's just like if you can follow that trail and it'll lead you to like a whole bunch of other stuff about him. But yeah, it's cool, man. He was badass on American Gladiator, dude. That one dude, the huge dude, was like getting pissed at him, dude. He's getting pissed that he kept beating him.
Oh man, what is American Gladiator?
Oh,
it's like the Ninja Warrior, I think.
Yeah,
right? It was like a show back in the 90s where they had like all kinds of physical feats, like big jungle gyms and all kinds of games and stuff where they would have to get the ball into a. If you just type in American Gladiators from the 90s, you'll see clips on it on YouTube.
Right. Fair enough.
I'm just giving you a hard time too, man.
You remember the one where they had those huge cages, those big round, like, cat ball cage things, and they would get in them and smash around? There's some interesting kind of. Well, no, dude. Somebody had said that Zanuck was on American Gladiators. I asked him one day, and he was like, he was pretty much like he didn't deny it. And then I was joking with him, like, show me the episode you were in. And then, I don't know. Yeah. And then one day I typed in just like Zanuck American Gladiators on YouTube, and then there was his channel, and there he was.
Oh, it's not like Ninja Warrior. I just conflated. I mixed the two up in my head, and then I just thought they were the same thing, but they're not. They're totally different things. Okay. I'm stupid. Look at that. Yeah, it's a different thing. Okay. I'm a silly goose.
Dude, that one he was. By the way,
sorry.
No, I got a lot of respect for him as an athlete. But I just have a lot of respect for decathletes. Like the decathlon, I think is probably the most the most skilled. If you're a decathlon champion, then you're like the most skilled Olympian, in my opinion. So yeah, that was his what's it called, event, I think, at the Olympics. He didn't make the Olympics, but he qualified, I think.
Interesting. Let me see. What the
Would you ever show your face, Kosho?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I almost wanted to witch it when he was in Austin, but I didn't get there in time. I was gonna go up to him because I bought a NASA shirt just because I was gonna walk up to him just so I could trigger him to like start talking to me and then ask me the questions, and I was gonna answer the questions. I didn't know who he was. Yeah.
Would he have known? Well, he's known you for a while. He would have known you by your voice.
Maybe. I'm pretty good at disguise. Well, I'm not that good at it, obviously, because you could tell. But
I seen Zanuck's face.
Yeah.
He accidentally turned on his camera once.
Yeah.
How curious. Well, yeah, now that we all know the American Gladiators, you can just like Google his name and there's all kinds of videos on him.
Yeah.
The Aussie meetup.
I showed my face on these communities once when we were talking about navigation,
Mm-hmm.
and they accused me of not even having touching a sextant. And then I picked up my sextant, turned on the camera, and said, like, "You mean this?" I hope no one screenshot it.
I am pretty curious what a lot of you guys look like. Yeah, because a lot of people don't show their, we don't know what they look like. And yeah, I wonder if people wonder what I look like and stuff. Because I guess, yeah, like a lot of people don't usually share their cameras.
I think I know how. I think I know how a coach should look like.
I think, Gio, you sound like you have brown hair, kind of short, maybe a goatee. I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm not short, but.
Oh, Pete was way different than what I was expecting when I saw him.
Pete. Yeah. Pete.
Not me.
I mean, actually, on this server, there's a video only chat. I think I hid it because people weren't using it, so it's like hidden or whatever. It's not. But anyways, that was an idea, like a chat where like everybody is like only sharing their cameras, so everyone's on camera, because it is pretty cool when people are on camera. Like there was one time on the 24/7 server back in the day where we all or actually I didn't, but a bunch of people did have their cameras on. It was so much fun. We were all like, "Oh my god, that's what you look like!" Like it was so much fun. It was like a celebration.
I agree. I mean, there are a bunch of people we met online. The first time you see their faces is very like revealing. I don't know. It's a nice thing. I like that too.
Some of the girls are disappointing though.
Well, it's almost like it's like people have their voice, personality, but then like their looks sometimes I feel like maybe don't match their voice in a way, or sometimes it's surprising, like what they actually look like versus just their voice. Like, do you guys hear what I'm kind of saying? Like, there's almost like a voice personality that is maybe even separate than the body in some way.
I don't know. I know that I associate people's faces with their profile pictures. So that's how I picture them. With like, even though their profile pictures doesn't make any sense to be a person, it kind of is like that to me.
So I was a furry for a bit then, because I had that one character, that one animal character.
The yellow dog.
Yeah, the yellow guy. Yeah.
Yes, that's how I pictured it. As a yellow dog. First I thought you maybe you were Brazilian.
Brazilian
because of your name,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I always have a picture in my head of what people look like, and then, when I see them, whether it matches or not is kind of interesting.
Oh, Kosho, the profile picture you used to use before, the one kind of purplish, bluish, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Is that you in the picture?
Yeah, I was in that picture.
Right.
Wasn't there like 5 people in that picture though? Maybe I just cropped it.
No, there's one where it's just like, it's just a dude. Like it looks like it's you.
Oh, maybe.
You have like sunglasses on or something?
Motorcycle, right? A white motorcycle or something.
No, I was by a pool, but yeah, I probably couldn't tell. That was me.
I only know what Kosho looks like because years ago on the 24/7 server, out of the blue, someone just DMs me a picture and they're like, "This is Kosho," and I haven't shared it with anyone, literally not one person. So
this is me. I'm the one next to Kevin Hart.
Yeah, right. You mean on the right?
I'm just kidding. I shouldn't be Shanji. We have all these kind of pictures in jam. I shouldn't die.
Yeah, if you know where to look, that Beyond the Curve documentary on Netflix thing, my face is in that, but you'd have to know how to find me. You'd have to know which one I am, but because I was at that thing that when Jeranism was. It's kind of funny that I ended up on that because Jeranism just put on his channel like, "Oh, we're going to be doing this laser test. Anyone who wants to come, this is the location and whatnot." And it was like only a couple hours from where I lived, and then he did say like there's going to be a film crew filming something, but we didn't know if it would end up on Netflix or what it would be. But So I ended up going. I remember the morning of, I was like, do I really want to go? I might be in this documentary. And I was like, yeah, let's. So I ended up going, and that's the only reason that I ended up in it. There is like one shot in it though. If you freeze frame it, it's like basically my face, like the full screen. If you know where to pause it. Should we unmute Branch?
I think it's pretty easy to dox me. I accidentally shared a bunch of things that it can easily be used to dox me. Yeah, well, let's give it a chance. I'll vote for that. Branch, you're unleashed.
Is that unleashed?
I actually kind of, for some weird reason, I actually kind of prefer being muted in the server.
It fits your personality.
It's easier that way.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why. It's more fun for me when I'm muted.
It builds your personality.
See, I want to know what Branch looks like. That's that's a curiosity.
See, now that one I understand the profile pic thing. I actually picture him as this little troll guy. That one makes sense to me.
Did you see that Pocho posted a picture of Branch there?
Wait, really?
45 past the hour.
Oh, yeah. In the little corner.
The fucked up thing is, right, like, because of the whole flat earth thing, I can't even show my face using this profile account in other servers.
Oh, no.
Because, like, there's always going to be someone that somehow finds their way back to this flat earth shit. And so, like, you know, whenever I use this account, it doesn't never post my face.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how people in this community, once they get your face, it's over, right?
What do you mean?
I don't know, like fucking memes and bullshit. It's just this
right.
this ain't really a place that you want your face shown.
Right. Yeah, I noticed that with Roof.
Yeah, the memeing, I suppose. Yeah, people do want to do that with it, but I don't know. Other people are like afraid that they're gonna get, you know, someone's gonna come to their house or whatever. But
I'm not afraid of that because
that's the thing, though, Gio. Like the people that are into flat Earth on the globe and flat Earth side, they're not the stablest of people.
Oh, I suppose there's a range of people in any, but
they're very spiteful people, Gio.
Yeah,
like
I think any platform in which people are gonna violently disagree, I would be worried about it.
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah,
like, the reason why I keep the name Branch is because I can see myself getting doxxed one day, and that way, if like say for example somebody sends I get another job as, you know, something senior at some company, right? I can see people here in this community, not just flat Earth, on Globe side too, like sending an email to my job saying, "Hey, look what this guy's doing on the fucking side." And this way, if I keep my name something like Branch with a fucking troll as a picture, it automatically discounts what I do.
Yeah, isn't there like a flat earther was an engineer and then people like call his company?
Yeah, Brian Mullen.
Boss. Yeah. So yeah,
he wasn't doing anything different than a flat earther normally does. And you know, keeping in mind, I would say 90% of flat earthers don't believe the earth is flat. He was doing the same shit. And they went after his fucking job. It's crazy. And this is the Globers doing that.
Yep. Yeah, well, I only know about this case. But it's still, I wouldn't want to risk it. But I mean, I'm much less concerned because I know there's no one in these communities that lives anywhere near like 1,000 miles from me. So I'm pretty pretty fine with it.
Yeah, but does distance even matter now? Like in today's day and age, like, you know, you don't have to be in someone's vicinity in order to fuck with them.
Okay, how are you gonna fuck with me?
I mean, it's just cyber trolling, bro.
Like what?
I don't know. See, you're too young yet to have this as a problem, right? You're in university still. So if somebody
I'm
did
not
try
in
to fuck with
university.
you, I thought you was
How
in
old do you
university.
think I am?
I thought you
Okay,
was
I'm
like
not that old, but
maybe 23, 24.
no.
No, he's older than
I'm
me.
I'm approaching my 30s.
Okay.
It's 28.
I don't know. So like, okay, so cyber trolling would be something like we dox Bacon, and you've obviously got a job. So we then, figure out a group email in your job, and then send something to that group email. So the majority of your job members that respect you today would lose respect for you. That's cyber trolling.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I will say it's understandable in terms of people's jobs, employment, in terms of not wanting their information out there in case it would threat. It's strange that just having a different viewpoint on what the Earth is for some companies apparently is a problem, which is bizarre in and of its own. I mean, why would they care? But
well, it's not so much that the company cares, right? Because you can always respond to that. But if the message goes out to enough people, you lose respect to your coworkers. And especially if you're in a job that, if you're in a high level at a company, right, then you need to keep that that boundary between yourself and your employees, right? You've always got to be like the person they look up to. And shit like trolling flat earth rooms all day long, it's not something people look up to.
Did you know I got a birthday party themed as a flat Earth birthday party?
what's that?
Yeah, like my girlfriend's family, they always make surprise birthday parties. I mean, it's not even surprise anymore because everyone knows that they're coming, but they still do it. And they always theme it, like they always make the party theme something. So when I was there in my last birthday, last one or the one before it, some of my last birthdays, I was there, and they prepared a surprise birthday party to me themed as flat Earth. So the cake was like a flat Earth cake, and anyway, it was the whole theme of the party was a flat Earth because of the time I spent here in the servers, and my girlfriend knows that, so she wanted to anyway make a joke about it.
Honestly, Bacon, man, this whole flat Earth shit is kind of a guilty pleasure for me, right? Like, no one in my real life knows that I do this shit. Like, it's embarrassing for me to tell people that fucking I spend my days in flat Earth chat rooms.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't tell everyone I'm here debating flat Earth, but I mean, of course, my girlfriend knows that, right?
Yeah,
dude, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. They made you a flat Earth themed party.
No, do you have pictures?
Let me show you. I'll show you.
Yeah, what was like the outer edge of it, like the ice wall or something, like like you get like a little...
it was like a map page. I'll pick it up. Give me a sec.
Like that's actually kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Sonic.
I'll be honest with you, Bacon. I kind of want to see what your girlfriend looks like too. If you can find one of your her right there.
Oh, fuck you, man.
I'm sure he does.
Okay, wait a second.
Chill.
No, real talk. Like, who here doesn't want to see what his girlfriend looks like?
Oh yeah, I'll send a picture. Fine. I'm happy that no one's.
I bet she's hot as fuck.
Yeah, I won't see no that. That's my girlfriend.
Look at that, dude. Oh, that's hilarious.
There's a flirt society there.
They went all out.
Is that your hand? Is that your hand in the picture?
Might be. I'm actually not sure.
They went all out. They got the disc floating in space in the background. Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, what's in those cups?
The icing is dribbling off the edge.
Yeah, the The cups, it's like a chocolate thing. We call it brigadeiro. But I'm not sure if it exists in the US. I don't think so.
Wow, though, that's crazy.
Yo, my reception is so
Fuck
bad.
though, man. You know what, bro? Your
Oh
girl
God, you
actually
guys got
fucking
branch
loves the
out.
fuck. For your girl to fucking do that shit for you, that's pretty awesome, bro.
Yeah.
That is really cool, Bacon. I really like that.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, because of that, her uncle came to talk to me, ask if I was a flat earther or something. Hey, he didn't get the idea, and I figured out he was a surveyor. I didn't know that. I only knew that
Dude,
because of that.
if you had said yes, you're a flat earther, maybe your uncle would have come out the closet too.
Yeah, I should have said yes and try to argue him. I can play a flat earther. I actually sometimes play a flat earther with my brother, and it really upsets him because he doesn't know how to respond.
I used to too, man, but it gets boring after a while. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I say like I don't say that it's easy to debunk flat Earth or anything because
because you can't debunk the truth. Yeah, Jeremy, you're choppy. We can hear you a little bit if you can hear us.
You're breaking up bad, Jeremy.
Dude, every flat earther is probably jealous of this picture.
I think they would prefer not to have the flat Earth Society icon.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's a lot of discs floating in space and stuff. So I can tell that whoever themed this just went on Google and pulled a couple of images.
Yeah, of course, my girlfriend isn't versed in flat Earth arguments. So
your girlfriend's awesome, dude.
Yeah, she's.
This is what Kosho wants.
Yeah. I want to show it to my girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm not sharing.
Hey, actually, SC, are you here right now?
What's up?
Hey man, I gotta go. We gotta take a shower for my girlfriend and everything. But I'm gonna post something for you. It's an article I just read, and I thought it was really interesting. And I was asking Jace if he agrees with the interpretation, but regardless, I thought I'd share it with you, and because I know we were talking about this yesterday. So I don't know if this interpretation is the correct one or anything, but I just thought maybe it would add something to the conversation. So I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it for you. It's a pretty interesting article, so I'll just post it. I know I didn't give any context, but it's the context is there now. So.
Oh, this stuff.
I just think it's interesting because we were talking about Bell's test and that kind of thing, and
water.
I think you'll find it interesting.
Thank you.
Drink this.
Just leave it there.
Ben,
oh, it's good.
I'm gonna put a bottle. I'm gonna clean it because tomorrow you won't have to top your camera.
Go ahead, making SE.
Okay.
You'll find it interesting, I think.
All right, thanks.
I'll be listening, but I gotta go for now.
Wait, Coach, are you gonna be listening to us while you're taking a shower?
Yeah.
That's weird, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say that getting in the shower has never stopped you in the past, so I'm just staying on.
It's my last chance to listen, dude. Because after that, I'm gonna be spending time with my girlfriend. So.
No, I mean, do you on AirPods? Just keep one AirPod in one ear, and then you can listen to us while you're on a date.
I do that sometimes too.
Girls love it when you don't pay attention to them. It makes them want you more.
No, she very much hates it.
Dude, do you have any like gut feeling that the Earth is not a globe? Like, do you have any indications in your entire emotional, mental mindset, like that something ain't right with the globe?
I mean, I kind of wish that was the case. If that means anything. But I can't talk
Gio,
about too
what?
much anymore. I already got to jump in the shower now because I want to be late.
Oh my God, Kosho, you done fucked up by telling us you're jumping in the shower because now that's the picture I'm gonna have in my mind now. But Gio, like, to your question, like, I would say that Globers generally don't, bro. Like, there's some Globers that may have a question about it, but majority of them, like, it's definitive that it's a globe. There's no inclining at all.
Yeah. Now, if the truth, and I say if just because I know, just to give kind of leniency to your viewpoint and whatnot, but if it's not, if it's not a, if it's not a globe at all, then would you then say that your lack of gut feeling or lack of, means that you don't have a very accurate intuition?
Absolutely. Like, if it turned out not to be a globe, which it never will, then yeah, I'd have to start at fucking day one, and I think that would be fucking amazing. I would love that to happen.
Dude, well, let's be real though. Like the creation, like what this all is, dude. Like, you really think you're on a ball hurling through space for real with all the CGI and the terrible pictures of the globe they give us and all the hacked up clouds and NASA's just a mess? I mean, you really think that's the deal? Instead of just we're on a grand platform in a grand big design?
I mean, the thing is, Gio, right? Like the way that when you study physics, right, the way it works is it generally builds upon itself, right? And it actually all makes sense, and it is the simplest possible explanation for where we live. If you look at the physics behind it, like you guys keep on saying how it's so complicated, but it's not. It's so simple how it works that it's very hard to think of a way that's different to it. I think that's the biggest issue here is like you guys think that the view of the universe that Globers have is complicated, but it's not. It's built on maybe 5 or 6 core fundamental rules, and the rest of it just fills itself up.
I don't know if I'm. What do you mean? Someone who's saying it's complex? I don't know that I said that. So I'm just.
Well,
what do you mean?
I mean, okay, I don't know if
you mean
said
like the
that,
physics and water sticking to it and all of this kind of pseudo physics that's involved.
Yeah, like a lot of flat earthers, they're like, you know what? Why is the way the world works and the way the universe works so complicated? Let's come up with a fucking simpler way of thinking about it, which is why people that don't study this shit, they do get into, if you want, this flat Earth way of thinking about the universe because it makes sense to them.
Well,
But
dude,
in
just
reality,
on the base level that like we're like down is down, up is up. We're on land that's coming up out of water. The heavens are a mystery above us. They're a sight to behold. They're what they are, and that's it. We were born on a surface, on a platform, planar, etc. So like, what I mean, that's just pretty foundational reality. Like it is what we experience. I mean, the globe idea does require a lot of other components to be involved. To even
no, really, dude. Like the whole globe model, I think, is based on about maybe 5 or 6 fundamental theories, if you want, or proofs. I don't know, but it's not that complicated. But there's a lot of shit that I do agree on with the whole flat Earth talk. Like, I think that we as a community or we as a people have forgotten what nature means. And I think that's the part of shit that I enjoy about flat Earth is because it brings nature back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because on a planar Earth, like nature is just It's just its beauty. Like it's not whirling and twirling at billions of miles an hour through an infinite random vacuum void. It's just right here. It's like we're living like a terrarium or a realm, or it's just foundational. I mean, there's a gentle physics that has things fall towards the ground. There's nothing. There's no like. There's just isn't all that movement and all the vectors and none of that's involved. It's just right here, grounded. It's a mystery.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It is what it is. Up is up, down is down. I mean, from there, there can be spirituality and all the other components, but just on a base level. Whereas, like a globe Earth that's not only spinning and whirling in all those directions, but it's like, well, where is it going? And other aliens. I don't know. It just sort of brings in this whole other.
Right. It takes away from people, if you want, just experiencing life. They essentially start thinking about all this other bullshit, and it just takes away from the experience. Like, I was watching this shit the other day, and some dude, he went to this tribe in Africa, right? And the tribe were like, "Wait, you're from America? Isn't that the place where people actually jump off of buildings?" Because they couldn't understand the concept of suicide. And like, these people, they're kind of like, they just go to work. I mean, not go to work. They go hunting, and the women gather berries and shit, and then they have a little party at night, and everybody eats, and then they go to bed. That's their life. They don't understand suicide.
Yeah, I heard that. Where did you hear it from? Because I heard that as well. Like,
I mean,
thing.
I think it was Joe Rogan. I'm not sure though. All right, Gio. I should probably shut the fuck up. I think I killed the room already. It's kind of fucked now if I shut the fuck up because nobody else is talking. The room would completely die.
Well, I'm going to be listening, but I do need to step away from the mic for a few. But I don't want to leave you hanging But I think it was Joe Rogan that I saw it. I keep disliking because the YouTube shorts. Sometimes I flip through them on my phone, and every time a Joe Rogan, I keep doing dislike to hope to never have those come up again because there's not.
Yeah, and they're always from different people. You know what I mean? It's like you can't even just use the whole YouTube. Don't send me shit from this person again feature.
Yeah. Well, dude, let me ask you this. Okay, let me throw this idea out there. Would you possibly agree that the idea that we're just on a stationary planar type Earth, the land coming up out of the water, and then the heavens above, would you agree that actually is more like rational and grounded just in terms of like the physics, the simplicity of it and so on? I mean, it's not that it's even that simple, but just the kind of reality part. Whereas the globe, everything's sticking to a ball, and then this gravity thing that has to perfectly cling and stick everything to a moving, whirling ball so that we feel like we're stationary, but it's actually moving, and then all these different directions and the orbits, and has kind of like an irrationality to it. But then to link to that, the second part of the question, I was wondering if you would agree with that part. But then the second part, however, coming to terms with the fact that the globe is a lie and that they pull it off is almost irrational or something. It's almost the opposite. Whereas assuming that the globe is correct and that they've pulled it off the way they have is rational. Does that make sense? Like those polarities?
It does. It does. And honestly, it's like I said though, your first question was about how complex it is. And I don't think it's complex. I think that if you want the way physics works and the way the cosmology and the way matter works in the universe, right? It completely makes sense. It's actually the simplest possible method of us being what we are, right? I don't see it as complex. And then I guess there was another question within that, which was about the heavens being above. I don't think if there is a God and there is a heaven, then there is no direction for a heaven. Right? I think the heaven is something that's within. It's like maybe a different dimension if you want, or the self isn't something that's part of this this I don't know what's the right word, this place that we live, if you want.
Realm, maybe realm. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about realm. Yeah, I guess realm could work. But like, you know, the whole heaven shit kind of throws. And if you're gonna believe in heaven, you should probably believe in hell, which means there's got to be a top and a bottom. None of that shit makes sense to me, bro. Like, I don't think heaven and hell are part of this realm. That's something that is completely outside, if you want, even time as we know it. Like, without getting too fucking weird about it, like, you know, for people to think that it's you as a person that goes to heaven or hell, right? And you keep the memories you have today. I think that's ridiculous, right? I think memories and the person you are on this earth is a construct of your brain. Your soul is different to that. And when you leave this realm, you don't take those constructs with you. You don't take your memory. You don't take that shit. What you do take is, you know, if you want, the feelings that the soul experienced during your life, but none of the memories. Memories live in our fucking brain. It's like saying, you know, if there's a hard drive, you know, and there's a heaven or hell, are you gonna take that hard drive with you? No.
I think I kind of get it. Yeah. Interesting concept.
Like, if we did take all our memories and shit with us, right? Like, where is that stored? In the cosmos? In the fabric of space and time? There's no. I don't see a way that our memories and the shit we do today on Earth actually gets taken with you. I can see how our feelings, and if you want the wisdom you get through this time you spend on Earth, which is only about 100 years, it's not that long. I think you can take that with you, but I don't think you can take those memories.
I mean, what would be the purpose of keeping the memories? You know?
Yeah, like you got to understand, if your soul is eternal, right, and is being around forever, why would you want the memories?
Yeah, it'd be like a blink of an eye. Yeah, it would be
Exactly. They don't mean anything. It's only the feelings and what you learned, if you want, as a soul, that matters. How is Kosho typing from the shower?
Maybe he's got like his phone in like a baggie, you know.
Maybe some water drops reached the phone keyboard or something.
Wait, hold on. It says, I think Branch is making a good point. I think your memories get added to the collective record of everything, but your essence parts without that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole notion of like what you do on this earth actually matters. I don't think it really does in the long term life of your soul. Like, even if you was a really bad person during one of your lives here, right? That doesn't mean your soul is bad. You know, and a lot of shit actually accounts for that. Like, you can make someone do bad shit by giving them a bunch of LSD and shit.
Yeah.
Right? You can control someone just through manipulation. It doesn't mean the person's soul is bad. It just means they did bad things.
Yeah, you can also argue they were dealt a bad hand too. Like, you know, like where they were raised, or just like, you know, like I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, but their character, like the I don't know. Like I look at it from like a like what
I
the
mean,
fuck
what is a bad thing though? Like, I don't know. Some people's bad is another person's good, and like, let's say there was this weird thing, right, where souls are just floating around doing nothing all day long, and then you have a choice: go down to this planet and live a life. 100 years, it's just a blink, right? It's like playing a video game. Now at that point, if you're just there for a video game, being an eternal soul, you're only there to fucking learn simple shit. And would you rather have a happy life doing that, where you generally don't really appreciate anything? You're just bucking fucking girls all day long, right? Or some shit like that, which to most people seems like a fucking great life. Or if you live a life full of suffering and shit, which one would your soul actually get more out of?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think suffering is what feeds your soul. That's how it learns. And imagine if your soul is eternal, and I only see one place. I don't see a heaven or hell, right? I think I see one place where souls exist, right? And it's a place where it's outside of time, right? And that's what eternal kind of means. But like, I don't know, at that point, if you was to come back and say, let me give this video game a try again, would you want a life that's just happy, or would you want to learn from it and make that motherfucker who's playing that video game for you, your avatar, would you want that guy to suffer? And that way you learn more.
But the question would be though, like, why? What would be the purpose of like learning though? Like what's the grand, like what's the end game? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I think like imagine if you are an eternal soul, right? And you don't really, as a soul, have a concept of happiness and sadness, right? Those are concepts that we have as humans. And I think that as a soul, those are things that would interest you. That's why you want to play the video game.
So would the learning then be for the video game character, like the next video game character you play or something, or would it be outside the video game?
I know, it's interesting, right? Like, if you are eternal and you live outside of time, then you've at your instance of life where time is essentially a point. How are you learning? You're not, right? I don't know. It's weird. That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I ask because like I I don't know, like I'm very like I like philosophical talks, you know what I'm saying, like this. So I kind of want to like know what your like view is or whatever, so I can kind of expand my like philosophical,
I mean, Armor, to be honest with you, bro, like there's part of me that thinks this way, but there's also a part of me that thinks that we're just animals.
Yeah, there you go.
And when we die, we die.
There's always that if. There's always like maybe.
Right, and I will be honest with you, right? Like, I kind of think that the latter is reality. We're just fucking animals, just like a dog or a cat.
Yeah, like a dog barking in the background.
But there's also a part of me that thinks that, the way society is today is making us lose that connection we have to our spiritual self. And, the more we live this way, the more we forget nature and spiritualism. We basically lose touch of our soul.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's also that other side of me that says, you know what, the soul is bullshit. It doesn't exist. We're just animals. We're just fucking, I don't know, a product of evolution.
Might be a mixture of of both, where it's like, animals and like a spiritual thing. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's fucking
Right,
weird,
and
but
that was my original thought. Is like what I was saying was, it is a product of both. And when you die, you don't take the shit that you gather on this earth with you. You just take, I don't know, a feeling.
So like the animal shit just kind of stays with the animal shit, but you still exist beyond that or some shit, and it's you kind of just take
Yeah,
the feeling.
the soul is weird, right? Like, why do we think humans have souls and animals don't?
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna like go on about. Like, let's assume like we do and animals don't. Like then how does that happen? Like at least in terms of like a in terms of like us being animals but also having like souls, whatever. Could it just be that like at a certain point, like during evolution or whatever, where like you gain enough intelligence, maybe that intelligence is like a link to like the spiritualness or some shit. So maybe I don't fucking know. This sounds like fucking like drug talk. Like when like high, when people are like high or whatever. But like I don't know.
No, it's not, bro. Like it's not, and like it's not. This is real talk, and that's where society has this thing on people where like this type of discussion is considered crazy, right? At least in Western culture. But if you have the same discussion in Eastern culture, it's not crazy.
That's true. That is true. There is like a
like Hindus, we believe that animals do have souls.
Yes, I do.
That's why most Hindus are vegetarian, right? And then people get actually all twisted. Like these guys, they fucking praise the cow and shit. Like it's not even that, my man. It's just the fact that if there is a soul, then every living animal should have it. I mean, I wonder if trees have souls.
Hey, Branch. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you understand anything about hyperbolic trigonometry?
Oh shit!
Hyperbolic trigonometry.
Yeah, but the hyperbolic timetable.
There's a hyperbolic sine function, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's you're talking about the calculus behind formulas.
No. I was just interested if the hyperbolic sine also has the thing about using radians and degrees, or is it something different?
Radians and degrees, why would it matter?
Because I need to know if I have to convert it in radians or degrees, or if it has nothing to do with degrees. I don't know. I have no idea what this function does. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean,
Bacon.
It depends, bro.
I'm sorry for changing this.
If your function expects radians, then give it radians. If your function expects degrees,
yeah, I don't know what it expects. That's why I'm asking you if it works with angles. If the input of a sine hyperbolic sine function is also an angle, is it?
Oh, an easy way to test it is just input 1, right? And if 1 gives you an answer that makes sense, then it's using degree. I mean, it's using radians.
You mean pi?
Yeah, pi. 1. Oh, I meant 0 actually.
No, one doesn't mean anything in radians. I mean, it means an angle, but it's a pretty much.
I know in radians, and that's kind of what I was getting at. Like if you put in 1, and you get an answer back that makes sense, then you're using degrees. And if you get an answer back that doesn't, you're using radians.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that with pi and
radians.
I mean, by 1, you could have used any number. I just used 1.
Yeah. Okay. You can go back to the previous conversation. Sorry.
I think this came from me saying I enjoy Bacon's math talk with Kosho.
Bacon. It doesn't use radians.
Radians.
The input of hyperbolic sine is not an angle.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
I'm not sure even if I understand your question, Bacon.
Bacon pancake.
I'm trying to code a Earth projection called the Miller cylindrical projection.
Right, I mean, you can use radians or degrees as long as you're consistent.
Right. Yeah, but the thing is that there's a formula, and the equation multiplies things by constants. So it matters if I'm using radians or degrees, or if it doesn't even make sense to use radians or degrees with this function. So I don't know.
Yeah, like radians and degrees only make sense for regular trigonometric functions.
Oh.
I don't know. I think that the function itself.
I think he was
If
right.
you just read the function, you would know if it expects an input of radians or degrees. Like,
well, I don't know.
Although it is named a bit weird.
I think he's right. I tried using pi and 2 pi, and it doesn't give me round numbers. So I think it might not.
What's
I
this
think the
for?
reason why it's named sine h is it kind of follows the same derivative pattern as regular sine.
Like if you use 1 as your measurement and it's expecting radians, then you get a nonsensical answer, right? The function just wouldn't work if you use 1 and it's expecting radians.
I mean, if you think about trigonometrical functions, if you input 1, it doesn't matter if it's expecting radians or degrees. The output's going to be
It's still
known.
going to give you an output, but the output won't make any sense.
But it doesn't make any sense in either case. I mean, what do you mean by making
If you use 0, pi, 2 pi, or any multiple of pi, then you will get a number that kind of makes sense, but 1 won't make any sense. Using 1 in, let's say, sine. What is sine of 1?
A very small number.
Oh shit!
It's extremely small, right?
Oh, it's close to 1. I think the beginning of sine function is y and x are similar, aren't they?
Well, I mean, like, if you look at the sine curve, right? 1 would kind of be up there, right? But like,
but that's the output, not the input.
No,
right.
Sine of 1 is
output of 1
almost 1.
Wow.
Sine of 1. What is sine 1?
It depends. 1 degrees or 1 radians.
1 degrees.
I just use radians.
It's something close to.
It's probably like 0.0.
Oh, it's close to 1 radians. It's probably going to be close to 1 radians. Sorry, 1 degree converted into radians. That's close to what sine is going to be.
I don't know, man.
I'm pretty sure. I
haven't used math for a very long time, bro. Especially sine and cosine. You don't usually use that in day-to-day fucking shit.
I
don't. You're right. But if depending on what you're doing though, like for me, I kind of do it because I do some game stuff. And you got that cosine sine shit, yeah, for that circle shit, you know.
Oh, I was right. So the with 1 degree you get 0.174, and I said it was probably going to be the same, close to the same as converting 1 degree into radians, which is also 0.0174. So yeah. I think my trigonometrical intuitions are working good.
It's good. That is good.
Right, but like sine 1 using radians, right, would be almost like
And it would be 1 in radians
very
is
different.
Okay, 3.14 is 180 degrees, so 1 is less than 90. A bit less.
Yeah, like almost 6 in radians is like 360 almost in degrees, right?
I mean,
6 being 2 pi, all right? So maybe 6 point.
I don't
whatever.
care. I think we're going too far with this. I just want to make this equation work. I don't know.
What is this for again?
Okay, I'll share my
Got
screen.
no idea.
It would make more sense if I
Yeah, let
show
me
it.
see this. Let me see this math.
I'm showing the map, not the math.
Oh, the map. Okay, well, this will still work. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay. It was this. Yeah, this whole project. I remember this. This was cool.
That's one of my coolest projects.
That's right.
agree.
Yeah, yeah. Remember when you did like the basketball thingy? That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was
It
awesome, man.
still does the warping.
Look at that.
Okay, so I want to. Okay, I should be using this account. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Let me switch to another window.
No. No one. I don't think really anyone's really. You know.
What are you doing with this though, Armor?
Wait, who? What? You mean bacon?
I mean bacon. What are you What are you trying to do?
Join the live stream. I'll show. I'll show you. I'll present to you.
And then after you're done,
Yeah,
I want to ask.
live stream.
Yeah, and then afterwards, yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say after you're done with that too. After you're done with like showing or whatever, I wanted to ask you like. Well, actually, I'll just ask beforehand because this is short. Like, what was the whole point of the whole like sign whatever thing that you and
I'm trying to add another projection, and unlike like the A map or the rectangular projection, this one doesn't have like an explanation. It's just an equation. It's just like an arbitrary equation. So all you can do is just to copy it. You can just derive it on your own because there's nothing to derive from.
All right, but just input one and you would know which one to use. Input one, input pi, whichever one makes sense. That's the one the fucking thing's written for.
Okay. Anyway, let me just show the project. Okay, so yeah, so this project here, it has the mapping of many Earth projections, both from flat to sphere and from sphere to flat.
Nice.
And so you can pick any projection, like this is using the A map, and you can read all the pixels, assuming it's the A map, and you can also print them, assuming it's the A map. So the end result is just the A map because you're assuming it's the A map and you're treating it as the A map. So everything's the A map. But if you want to project as a different map, you can just pick a different projection here, like let's say the Mercator. So what's going to do is it's going to try to render a Mercator map, but each pixel is going to come from that A map, and it's going to know where to get the pixel from based on the equations of the A map. So it's going to remap the A picture into a Mercator, just like you've seen there. And it can also, let's say, this is the rectangular projection. It's very common for textures. So if you're using a sphere on Blender, for example, you're gonna need one of those.
Yep.
But there is a rectangular projection here. You can actually pick it. But if I just switch the projection, it's gonna see all wobbly because it still thinks this is a map, but it's not an A map. It's an rectangular projection. So if you tell it,
I mean, it kind of is though. It kind of is still an AE map or a map. Like again, it doesn't matter what it looks like as long as what your reasoning behind having that map works. Like if you look at the AE.
The problem there is that it was mapping it it was mapping it wrong. Like it was getting the coordinates from the wrong part of the image. But here it's reading as an rectangular projection, plotting as an rectangular projection, but you can tell it to plot as an A map, like this.
Yes.
And yeah,
That
it will
looks
convert.
cool.
Yeah. So
actually pretty cool though, Bacon. Like you set this up. Like
the coolest part isn't there yet. It's gonna get cool. So I realized that I mean all that I did here is just to each projection I only have to do two things: the equation that from a 2D coordinate gives me a latitude and longitude, and also a function that from latitude and longitude gives me an XY coordinate, and the application does the rest. So and then I noticed it would be easy to create a 3D globe, because a 3D globe is simply a two-dimensional picture of a sphere. So I created a function.
The 3D globe is the data set that you're using to create this model, though. So
Sorry?
if you then create if the 3D globe model is the data set you're using, isn't it?
No, the data set is just the pictures of the projections. You can use any picture actually. I'll show that later. But so if a globe is also, what I mean is that I figured out that a globe is also a 2D projection on the screen. So if you take a picture of a basketball, that picture is a projection, a flat projection of the basketball. So there should be an equation that maps a basketball into a picture. So if I add that equation there, I'm going to have a 3D rendering of a globe rendering of those maps, and that's what I added. So there's a output map here which says globe, and the application just doing the same thing as doing for the other projections. It's simply mapping coordinates into a flat surface, but it can do that assuming so using a method of a globe, a picture of a globe, and that's what happens. And then
You know what would be interesting, Baker? As an input, if you used a ball as an input, not necessarily a globe with countries and shit on it, but if you just use like an orange, which had a whole bunch of writing across it, right? And then you started making these different projections with that writing on it, then people would actually be able to see how it's all skewed.
I'll actually show that. Yeah, I'll still get there. So I wanted to be able to roll this ball. So what I did was that I added like a control in which you can grab a coordinate and drag to another coordinate, and the application is going to make a rotation in 3D space. So the coordinate you drag is going to end up where you drop it. So you can like roll the sphere here, and it's going to remap it.
Which is
So
pretty cool.
it pretty much looks like you're rotating a sphere, which you're actually just changing the equations of the mapping. But the fun thing is that I didn't do this I did this for the globe, but I didn't do this specifically for the globe. I did in such a way that it would apply to any of the other projections. So if we go back here and plot this
Hey, Baker, you mind if I ask a side question real quick? How long was you waiting to show everyone this?
I already shown everyone. I'm just showing you now.
I know, but like you did this, right? And then there was this thing where like you can't just like bring it up out of nowhere and show people this, but like you must have done this probably about maybe 4 or 5 weeks or maybe 4 or 5 days ago. But you've been waiting to show it, right?
He's been working.
Did it months ago.
He's been working on it ever since his flat Earth birthday party.
No, the first version of this I made before that. Anyway. Okay, so if you try to roll something like the AE projection, it also works, but you get something like this. So you can change where the projection is centered of the Earth.
Look at that. That's trippy. Look at that.
That is very cool. Very cool.
And
they're all fucking valid projections of
exactly. This is also an AE projection. It just has a different center.
Wow.
And I created like okay, let me show all the ones I have. So I have the AE, the AE centered in the south, a stereographic one. That was the last one I added.
Wow.
The question is this. The question is this, Bacon. Can you make a projection that makes the whole landmass of Earth look like a dodo?
Isn't that the AE map?
Yeah, I think that's what you need to do, brother. Make it look like a fucking dodo.
Wait, are you saying dodo or dildo? Oh, I can't.
Dodo.
Okay, I thought you just had like an accent as saying.
It'd be very hard to make it like a dildo.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it's possible.
Let's assume Branch is not trying to get muted.
Okay. Okay. Right. So one last thing is that you can actually pick a custom picture as a source of as a source mapping. So for example,
right, and I think that it'll be super interesting for you to just have an orange or a basketball with a bunch of writing on it, and just see how the writing would skew as you change the projections. Because that way, we're seeing fucking shit that we can represent visually in our minds, and see how it skews with projections.
Right. Oh, it's hard to find a rectangular projection of an orange, but I'll do with a basketball.
Well, it's got to be an orange with writing all around it, right? It's got to be an orange with writing on it. Or just a circle, any type of fucking globe with a bunch of writing on it. And to see how that writing gets skewed on different projections would actually let people see what's happening visually.
Oh shit! You know what? You should try like rectangular. I mean, not that it matters because I mean it's pretty obvious, but rectangular like projections of like those pictures where you get like both like the North and South Pole, whatever, to see how that looks. I mean, obviously it would be it would be weird though because it wouldn't be like
What do
you're
you mean?
looking around. Okay, you know those pictures where they have like it's like pretty much 360. You like and it's like you know like of like the North and South Pole, like you know the star
by the way,
trails.
yeah, I already used it. So I used it like here. That's a very good point. I already did it once. It doesn't work with everyone because some of the 360s they have a different mapping,
Yeah.
but some 360s have a rectangular. They're actually rectangular projections once they are in video format.
Mhm.
And I got a frame of a star trail and I put him on the website. And once I put there was no star trails converging or diverging anymore. They were all like
Oh,
circles parallel to each other.
nice.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Dude,
fucking neat.
I swear I had it for like months here, and then I thought like, well, I'm not gonna use this again, so I deleted it. But I think I know where to find it. Just give me
See,
a sec.
I said it's smart. Like usually I say it's stupid, but that was you know yeah. Look at that. Look at me.
Okay, let me see if I have it. Oh, I still have it. Okay.
Okay, but bacon. What I'm saying is like if you look in the live stream text, something like this, and then projecting it in the
Let me
different
see.
views.
Oh, look at web. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, little yeah.
Right. Oh, I did it with a chessboard. So here's the thing: the Mercator projection. I'm just gonna show it. Just give me a sec. better show than say it, right? Pictures. A chess puzzle. I think is going to be nice. Okay. Now this one has a bar. Okay, this one is going to do it. Right, so back to I have to change it to something else before picking a custom one. Okay, there it is. So here's a chessboard. Let's say in the same chessboard image.
I gotta get back into chess.
It's projected into a rectangular projection. So it kind of stretches the pieces like close to the equator. Yeah, anyway.
My ELO is bad.
Right. Okay, so the nice thing about
the problem is Irma. What you're showing here is the opposite of what you're actually trying to show, which is you're presenting something flat on a globe. What I mean is you should do it the other way around, where something that makes sense on a globe is then projected as flat.
That's harder to do, but yeah, I know what you're saying. But
yeah, with that, wouldn't you have? That would have to be.
That
would have to all be.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say because like for that, wouldn't you have to have like it couldn't be an image? Obviously, you would have to have like an actual like, you know, like data.
A texture file of a ball, like a soccer ball texture file. Let me see.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what Branch is saying. Then I thought he was saying like get something that's a ball, like actually 3-dimensional, and then turn it 2D or something.
Yeah. I think he's saying like drawing on a sphere, and then projecting, creating a flat projection of that, right?
Maybe.
Well, anyway, yeah, I'm kind of doing the other way around. But here, look at it. So the Mercator is set to not preserve areas but preserve shapes, right? And here you can clearly see that the ones close to the equator are squished they're bigger
Turn to
horizontally.
triangles.
Yeah, I mean the closer to the equator, they're like scaled horizontally but not vertically, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you use the Mercator as a source of mapping, they kind of get back their shapes, as you can see. So the points here get much smaller, and the pieces the pieces close to the equator here get much bigger, but the overall shape is no longer that distorted anymore, which is exactly what the Mercator is trying to do with the Earth, right? It's trying to create continents that have the same shape, but not caring about their areas. And that's the same thing it happened with the chessboard.
Wow.
So it
Look at
makes
that.
sense.
Pretty neat.
Dude, it'll be
Like,
so fun to play a game of chess using that model.
On a sphere, yeah.
I think it would work the same. It would just be more confusing.
But no, but the pieces have
It
to stick out
would.
too, 3-dimensionally. The pieces have to stick out.
The,
It's like,
the game's the same, but it'll be fun to play.
You're
yeah. But imagine the pieces are sticking off. Like it's like Mario Galaxy, but it's like chess pieces sticking on the ball, though. You know what I'm saying? They're like, angles all different and shit, and you move the piece and it like hops. It's kind of cool.
I mean, do you guys prefer Mario Galaxy or the 2D Mario?
I guess traditional 2D Mario technically is truly where it's at, but I like 3D Mario too.
It's a different game, I think.
Yeah, it's a different game, but they're both good different games.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I prefer the 2D Mario. 2D Mario is where it's at.
Oh, look at this! Look at this right here.
Okay. That's a soccer ball. So maybe this could accomplish what you were asking, Branch.
That's a soccer ball?
Yeah. That's the cup from 2000.
I'm getting like some deja vu. Not deja vu. This
2004?
feels familiar.
Yeah, there was a World Cup that used this ball.
No. There was like I remember when I was younger, there was like a ball that had like that kind of shape. Those little, see that little shape is kind of like a weird, like elongated peanut. But these peanuts were kind of like wrapped around each other. Just two of them making a ball. And they were like two different colors.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't place it either.
It might have been like a puzzle or a toy. I don't know what it was, but it was when I was younger though. It was fucking weird. I'm getting like some flashbacks now. It's really tripping me out. It's crazy.
Yeah, I kind of want to get to the bottom of that too. Like, I think it was a candy or some shit. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, that's throwing me off. Also, this is really nice bacon. Look at that.
It's nice to play with it.
That's what you see when you do drugs. That's some psychedelic shit.
Yeah.
You think that's what's happening when people do drugs? You think like random math is happening in their brain and just you get like this shit?
I don't think it's related to math.
You don't think so?
It depends, bro. Like, there's different drugs, and I think some drugs are good and some drugs are bad.
I think it's a math thing. I think your brain is just like doing all these different things, and it's like, and it's like you're getting all this crazy shit, and it's like it's computing like random shit. Like that's what I think.
I don't think it computes using math.
Dude, some of the visionary experiences that can be had, depending on what particular plant or substance we're talking about, but can be some of the most complicated, fractal, multi-layered, leveled expressions of very complex mathematics and what even might be referred to as like quantum hyperdimensional. I can keep word salading if you'd like.
I don't know, Gio. I actually think that like our mind has this ability to regulate itself from having crazy thoughts, and I think that what drugs do is it takes away that inhibition and lets you think. If I want to say freely, but without the inhibitions.
I think it's like that. It's like what Bacon was showing. It's like it's just because it's just like it's just. It's crazy.
There's a bunch of ball textures here.
I mean, I've never done drugs, so I don't know how that shit's like. But I can imagine it though. It'd probably be some fucking crazy shit. Because sometimes when you're like half asleep, or you're like not half asleep, but like like when you're like what is it called? Sleep deprived. At least for me, anyway. Like I start seeing some shit, and it's like I can imagine that. It's like, oh no, it'd be crazy. It'd be like that. I mean, I've never seen it like that, but like I imagine it could get to that point where you just got this. It's like whatever this is. This is like a ball that's like with pentagons.
I mean, do you know what? When the CEO of Google got hired, right? What they didn't just give him a fucking interview. They got him high as fuck. Just to see how that motherfucker thinks.
Oh wow. Oh man.
Well, both Steve Jobs and Bill Gates attribute LSD to being one of the most important experiences of their lives.
So, Gio, why do you think that?
Yep.
Why do you think, Gio, that these drugs are all fucking illegal and shit? Like,
well, I don't know. Throwing the word drugs around, it's not really.
It's a bad connotation, right?
Well, yeah, it depends on what we're talking about, but yeah, the word drugs I usually use for like either synthetic or pharmaceutical type chemicals.
Like I remember back when I was in university, right? Like fucking, I always thought that the way we're thinking is way too fucking linear, and
thing is, nature makes the compounds that allow you to have those experiences, like the fractal, complicated mathematical geometric ratios and all of that. I mean, that comes from nature. Like mushrooms, of course, grow out of the ground. The plants that they use to make ayahuasca that we were talking about earlier, and all the compounds in ayahuasca are found in our own brain as well. So it's not like a foreign, like it's built into nature.
But you could say that about any drug almost, because the only reason drugs work is because there's receptors that can bind to. So if we have those receptors in our fucking brain, then it doesn't make a difference. Like everything is natural that affects you has got to be natural in some way if we have receptors for it.
I mean, that's a whole different philosophical thing, but I would not necessarily agree. I guess, I would use the word natural for something that comes from nature directly. So
why would we have
like, for example, like psilocybin in mushrooms is completely natural because it comes right in the mushroom and it has all the cofactors and so on. Whereas something like LSD is actually semi-synthetic. It's not completely synthetic, but it does have a semi-synthetic component. So in a sense, doesn't have the same natural component as something like mushrooms does.
Yeah, but even like to say LSD is something different to psilocybin.
Well, they're pretty different, but they are both indole alkaloids. The thing about LSD in particular is that it's made from lysergic acid, and lysergic acid is found in like certain seeds, like morning glory seeds and several species. So lysergic acid is like a visionary plant molecule, and then LSD is like a variation on lysergic acid. So it does have some of the similar lysergic acid.
Right. So if morning glory can get you LSD, right? And it's not the same LSD, I don't think.
Well, it's LSA, lysergic acid. Although you can make LSD from lysergic acid, which you can extract from certain seeds. Yeah, that's one way to make it. There's several ways to make it.
Why are we saying LSD is not natural then?
No, because LSD itself is not found in nature. It has to be synthetic. It has to be produced in a laboratory.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this whole THCO and THC, all these new types of THCs that are coming out, right? They're not natural, and they require some type of processing of, either CBD or THC compounds, right? But they still interact with our brain's normal, natural THC receptors.
Well, I don't know. If you're talking about those synthetic THCs, some of those are pretty toxic, actually. And they can like even kill people and stuff. Some of them at high doses. So I don't know. Those are not the same. But I mean, just because something interacts with a receptor doesn't mean that it comes from nature.
I don't think that there's any way to die through THC receptor. I don't think there's any way to die through THC receptor stimulation.
Well, I was talking about some of these like synthetic drugs that they're making now. These like synthetic THC chemicals.
Yeah, but they're still all they're really doing is, if you want, basically putting a key into the receptors that require a key. Right? Like if you look at the receptor, it just sits around waiting for something that has a key that fits. And
key.
Yeah, like these like, I'm not sure if key is the right way, but like basically a shape of a molecule that fits within the receptor.
Key to the heart.
I'm not sure I necessarily believe that whole model of how the brain's working, but I do hear what you're saying. I just
like I don't see the difference between smoking a shit ton of homegrown weed to using something like THC zero. I do understand that. I do understand that they give you different buzzes, but I think that's purely because of, you know, which receptors they're binding to, and the quantity.
Oh my god.
Of receptors on which ones. Like we have a multitude of different THC receptors. I can't see how any of them could cause death.
Well, if you type in like synthetic THC causes death or whatever, there are reports and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I just wouldn't mess with any of that synthetic.
Yeah, but you could also type in does homegrown THC cause death, and you find the same results.
Well, no, it doesn't. No, there's no death. I don't. Cannabis has never caused any death from the cannabis itself.
Right, and like I don't know, I just find it weird to think that synthetic THCs are so much dangerous than regular THCs.
You know, all I hear is THC. That's. Sorry, I'm just kind of listening and second hand.
But what's interesting is why would we even have THC receptors?
That's kind of a good point.
Why do cats have this odd receptor that gets them high as fuck on catnip? And it's not just like a smell that makes them feel good. These cats are visually high as fuck.
That's correct. They are high. They go fucking crazy.
Like I look at them sometimes and I'm like, bro, I kind of wish that I had those fucking receptors.
Bacon, I'm looking at your screen. That kind of looks like almost like a plane within a sphere. So what do you think about the idea of the Earth actually being that, like a planar surface that is in a sense surrounded by the sphere, like a celestial sphere?
Interesting.
Well, I don't think how that could like match your observation because of it comes back to that whole perspective idea that we understand perspective differently, so the way we understand it, this wouldn't work. So yeah, that's where I stand so far.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. It's just two different understandings, and
I don't know. I mean, I don't know I know you guys are not trying to strawman me, but I guess you'd have to. I'm not sure I do or don't disagree with some view that you might have on perspective. So I don't know if that's like just a generalization based on what other people have said or what you perceive that they said.
But it's not about perspective. These are projections.
Well, I brought it up because what Bacon has on his screen looks like that. It's starting to look like almost like a crystal glass ball with a plane in the center, and then
it looks gold. It doesn't look gold. It looks gold. Look at that.
Like, this is a 360 map on the sphere. So
look how grand that is. It's very gold looking.
What I'm trying to say is that you still get your spinning sphere. It's just that we're on the inside of like a crystal ball.
Yes.
Instead
of a witch.
Yeah, like we're grounded on the Earth in the middle of a massive field surrounding
celestial sphere.
Yeah, you call it that.
Yeah, but what you're saying, Geo, is that it's flat on the inside.
Yeah, like, okay, in one sense, I'm talking about like you have all the water, land coming up out of the water's level. Well, it levels out even though you've got the tides, so it's not ever perfectly level. It's always fluctuating with the tides. Now that's a whole nother component. But that whole water with land coming out of it being level and so on, horizontal, vertical, all that good stuff, that whole thing is in a sense then surrounded by a massive, let's say, sphere of plasma, toroidal field, superfluids, whatever that may be, which is membrane between this physical realm and the beyond.
Right, but the difference is, Geo, is whether or not the Earth is on the outside of the sphere or inside the sphere.
That's a plane on the inside of it is what I'm talking about.
And that totally changes everything. That's a totally different thing.
Right. Well, does it mean that the Earth being in the center of a celestial sphere?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. I think.
But then we wouldn't have people seeing opposing parts of the sphere, the celestial sphere, right? Because everyone will be restricted to the same side of the sphere.
I don't think you are seeing. Are you talking about the southern stars?
Yeah, something like that. Like, for example, if the northern polar rotation is above the plane, then the southern one would be below it. So
no, it's not a celestial sphere like that. That's not. That's more of like a globe idea where you're putting a celestial sphere around a globe. What I think it is, I don't want to speak for anyone else in this sense, but what I would say is like, okay, well, there's a quadrupole is what I was going to get to. So like if you have the whole spherical toroidal field, plasma, superfluid, etc., that's surrounding the Earth, then the plane on the planar surface, you have the northern star rotation, and then there's 4 southern star rotations in like the 4 corners of the Earth, essentially. And so that's not the southern side of a sphere. It's one of the corners of the larger spherical system that we live within.
Right, but the difference is, Geo, is that...
Hold on, let Bacon respond, bro.
No. Yeah, there's some immediate problems that comes to mind when I try to think about that. For example, if there's a southern rotation in Brazil and another one for Australia, and they're both clockwise, right? So if you have 2 clocks side by side, one where they're next to each other, you have one pointer going down while the other pointer is going up. So if you're traveling from Brazil to Australia, somewhere in the path, you would have stars going down at the same time as you have stars going up. Like you would have stars going in opposite directions side by side.
Wait, say it again.
Okay, so if you have 2 southern rotations and they're both clockwise, in between them, you'd have stars going up. If they're part of one pole, one of those poles, and stars going down if they're part of the other pole. So right next to each other, you'd have going up and going down stars.
Right, but does anyone have any good documentation of the deep southern Pacific or deep southern Atlantic stars? Because I would like to see what they're doing there. Although I do hear what you're saying. If it even works that way, it may not necessarily work that way either. So here, let me just I just picked up a couple images. I'm just going to blast them all. Now, these are not really showing a plane within a sphere. These are actually just showing like the idea of the 4 corners. So the first one on the upper left, that's it's called a cosmological mandala. So humans have been making these for millennia, since the dawn of time. And these are based upon, so you see kind of the North Pole in the middle, and then the 4 outer regions. And there's more complexity to what those are. That's just one example. There's many others. Anyways, then the one on the right just shows an AE map with sort of the idea of the 4 southern areas there. And then the map on the left, if you enlarge it, you'll see that they, like the 4 corners of it, they also have, just in the design of that ancient map, they kind of have the 4 circular corners. And then the one on the right sort of shows like 4 star fields. Now, what's happening in between these star fields is a good question, but it may not, there's several options and ideas of what could be happening, but you're not necessarily, just because you're seeing one of those 4 corner rotations, it's not that, Arma, your mic is crackling really loud. anyways, just to finish my thing, what I'm saying, just to finish the whole question, like the lower right picture, since I was going through them, those two star fields, like it's not necessarily that they're going to be clockwise, like two clockwise things, like gears in a machine that are meeting there. Although I know that like the thought on that, but why you're saying that, but it doesn't necessarily, because they could be far enough apart as well. So there's several factors. I don't want to talk for too long, but I do have some thoughts on that.
Right. Well, if you pick there are constellations like Orion that you have both parts of it above the celestial equator and parts of it below the celestial equator. So the bottom part of the celestial equator would have to be in some of those circles because we see that part making a circle also around the southern celestial south. But the problem is that constellation can be seen from the northern hemisphere also, and it can always be seen. Like there's also some country that can see the Orion constellation. So how could we have two south parts of Orion constellation and just one north part if it's a constellation that everyone can see at the same, like not at the same time, but everyone can see the constellation regardless of where they are. The constellation just like, yeah. Does that make sense?
I think so, but I don't. In my mind, there's not a contradiction with that. Like if you have okay, so this is partly. Sorry, I'm just gonna grab one more thing or a couple of these. So like a quadrupole magnet, for example. Like this is are you familiar with what a quadrupole is?
No, I know it's for something.
Yeah. I mean, essentially, it's, just to define it simply, like this one shows it as well. It's a magnetic field in which there's 4 points, like nodal points, that are all interacting with each other. And then there's a meeting point in the center. So what I'm suggesting is that the stars and this entire realm functions as a quadrupole magnetic field, toroidal in nature as well. But that quadrupole is centered at the 4 southern regions, which all the continents are coming out, like on an AE map. They're all stretching out in those 4 directions. Like you have the Americas, north and south, and then you've got the southern region there. You've got Africa, going down to South Africa in that region. Of course, there's like the Australia region, and then there is the one that would be in the South Pacific, which potentially is the 4th one. And you notice that there's all that land missing on the AE map in that 4th one, that 4th quadrant. So could that indicate that there's more land there that they're hiding from us? I think so. But nonetheless, that would be the 4th one. So you see how they're all going out, like other than the 4th one, which is missing land. But like I said, there may actually be land there that they're not showing us. Nonetheless, they are all coming out in those kind of 4 directions as well. So if it's a quadrupole, there could even be a deeper part as to why the continents are all stretching out from the center like that. But if that being the case, it would just be that in the 4 southern regions, as part of the quadrupole magnetic field structure of the sky, that you have the northern ring, and then some of those ones that are going around. Okay, certain stars are going around Polaris, and certain ones are going around one of the 4 southern poles.
Right.
Do you mind if I ask Gio, real quick, Bacon, do you mind if I ask Gio, where did you get that picture from?
Well, I posted a bunch of them, all from different places.
I know, I asked where. Like what?
Well, let's just let Bacon respond because I just said a bunch of stuff. If you're just asking, I can tell you later, or I can.
My bad.
I mean, one of them's an ancient map. One of them's a cosmological mandala. Another one is an AE map that someone just added those things onto. The other one is from a P-Brain video in the lower right that shows kind of 4 star fields. That's from a video P-Brain. I don't think P-Brain doesn't say that there's 4 southern poles the way I'm talking about. However,
I was literally just asking Gio, where did that? I was actually referring to the bottomest picture you just posted. Where did you get that from, and what's the context of it?
Oh, it's a quadrupole magnet. But Bacon, go ahead. I can.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I can't see how that would work without losing some of the properties that we have of the stars. For one of them, it's one of my favorites that the angular distance between the star is constant. So if you measure the angle between any two pairs of stars, and you do that later, or someone else does that, they get the same value. Like the angles aren't changing. So they look to be as far from each other all the time. So if you have two, sorry,
the stars.
Yes.
Well, you know they make their stellar parallax claims, though.
No, yeah, I mean, down within a couple arc seconds at least.
All right. If you want to say that's okay, let's just leave that. That's a whole nother topic. Whether there even is stellar parallax. Okay, so yeah, there's no problem with that. Dude, the thing about
well,
good.
It's just elaborate a little bit. So if you have stars rotating around a North Pole and some other stars rotating in a different center, they would have to get further from each other at some point. If one is rotating around a pivot and the other is rotating around another pivot, they would have to get further from each other at some point.
Yeah,
and
well, they like the one that Branch posted at 6 after the hour. I'm not saying that, but yeah, I mean that shows where the transition zone is. That's the
but they aren't getting further from each other.
Well,
Like,
the two rotations.
Yeah, but as I'm saying, if you measure the angle between them, how far they are from each other, it doesn't change. It's constant. Like that's happening on that because I mean that's one of the examples of where perspective comes into play. Like
I just don't get what you mean. Are you talking about this converging diverging thing that I'm showing here? Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about something different?
Yeah, that only happens in pictures. Like if you get the angle between them, how far they are from each other, that isn't changing. They're not actually getting further or closer to each other. It's just a picture thing.
All right, I'm just not sure I'm understanding. Are you talking about here? Let me post this. This is actually just an image I found, so it has nothing to do with the Earth. Although it looks like it's like a zodiac is kind of what it's modeled after. It's like a zodiac artwork that someone made of some sort, and so it does seem to show it's got little notches like a clockwork. Nonetheless, are you referring to just taking the basic idea of this, where you have a circle? Let's just say that thing is the AE map, and then the one on the lower right, let's just say that's the Southern Star rotation. Now, I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm just kind of just throwing this out here for a second. Are you saying when you talk about stars changing in angular relation, are you talking about where, like in this image I just posted, this little artwork, where the one rotation would be like a gear that's doing a circle, and then the other one is doing an opposite circle, and so they would have to like join and meet like gears?
Yeah, it's some way to visualize it. But if you have two circular paths, the distance between 2 points between those two circular paths changes all the time, right? I mean, the only way if one star is rotating around something, the only way that the distance between that star and another star is not going to change if both of those stars are also rotating around the same thing in the same period. So if you have two rotation points, they would get far and close to each other. Like this is
See this one?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just very basic, but see how it shows how the ones in the middle that are meeting and then the two rotational. Dude, I just think it's a magnetic field, man. Like, have you ever seen like a Ferris cell? Like, this is exactly how these magnetic fields function, like these vortex patterns. And if you put two of them together like that, that's actually, you can even do it with if you take a paddle and you drag it through water, like a rowing paddle for like a canoe. But you can even just do it with a wooden spoon in water. But if you take a paddle or something and just drag it through the water in a straight line, it will create basically what I just posted there. It'll have the straight patterns in the middle that are right behind the paddle, but then it'll have this very potent like vortexing of these two patterns that are all coming together and meeting and swirling. It creates that pattern of two opposite moving vortexes.
Actually, it wouldn't, Geo, because it would at the center, but then you get interference patterns, and it would actually fuck up the sides. You wouldn't have that line you have in the middle.
And in that picture, like as you can see, that if you try to follow a star that's going horizontally in the image with a star that's making one of the rotations, they will start getting further from each other. I mean, the closest point would be right at the center, of the image, and as they move, if one's moving horizontally and the other is making a curve, they're going to get separated. Their angular distance should increase. And
yeah, but there's different ways it can be laid out proportionally, though. I mean, that one, that's another one from P-Brain's video, and yeah, that's very, very like kind of crude in a sense. Like it's very kind of simplistic and just has those general lines. This is the one that New Perspective often posts, and I'm only posting it just to show how those are blending. So yeah, I mean, I would like to see more of the Southern Oceans to verify further components. But basically what it would be is that, okay, so like the way I'm talking about it with like the quadrupole and the 4 outer poles, the way I think it's working is that if you're near Polaris or anywhere where you can see Polaris, you're going to see all those stars rotating around Polaris. Now, as you go south, because of how huge the Earth is, you can never be in 2 quadrants at once. So you couldn't see 2 of them because it's just, you can only see a couple hundred miles, I mean, a couple thousand at most if you really can get up high, but that's a whole nother story with infrared. But I mean, essentially you're only seeing a small portion of the whole system. And so as you go south, depending on how, it's like if you're coming out from the center, you're going at one of those directions. And at some point you're going to blend from the inner circles of stars that are going around Polaris. You're going to blend in the magnetic field until you're now in the south and you start seeing one of the southern poles, and there's a transition zone in between there, in between the north and the south. And like something like you mentioned before with Orion, yeah, like that's just because it depends on what part of it you're talking about, but part of it is still in the rotation around Polaris. In fact, it all is, because it all still goes around Polaris.
I mean,
even the part below the equator?
Well, I'm not suggesting that the equator necessarily is the dead midpoint. I mean, which area are you referring to?
So the whole thing, like you have the Orion belt that is around the equator, and then you have the upper and the lower part of Orion. The upper part is in the northern hemisphere and the lower part is in the southern hemisphere. So if the southern part rotates in a different rotation than the northern part, then the bottom part will have to leave the Orion belt, and then the lower part from another southern rotation will come back at it. So it would, I mean, we don't see that happening.
What star? I'm not saying that is happening. So what?
I was gonna say
okay. What is the most farther south degree of like Rigel or one of the southern stars?
You mean their latitude?
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second, because I don't know that from the top of my head.
Because I mean, I'm not saying that right at the equator is the exact point that there's some huge gear flipping, because obviously at the equator we still see everything rotating around Polaris, depending on how north of the equator you are.
It kind of is, because if you take a look at like Branch's picture there, where you have the celestial equator and you have 2 opposing rotations in the edges of the image, the ones that appear to go straight is where the Orion belt is. So the other one part in which you see it rotating clockwise is the southern hemisphere, where the other half of the Orion is, and you get what I'm saying, right? Like the celestial equator definitely where it flips.
I was gonna say, Bacon, like that picture that Gio posted came from someone that we're not sure who he is, but like, what if you use that model you showed us a second ago and had the lines of magnetism on the top, and then you projected it into the
which one
model? So like,
well, remember, like when I first brought this up, I was saying being on a planar surface Earth surrounded by plasma superfluid sphere, which contains the stars, and we're not even seeing like the edge of any sphere. So I don't necessarily mean, because we can never even see like the end of the sky.
Gio, you do realize, Gio, you just overtalked me, right?
Not really, but what was Bacon? What did you say before about what part flips on Orion?
The belt is around the celestial equator, So, for
I'm sorry,
example,
Gio, when you're done, can I get out what I was about to say?
Yeah, we can get back to it. I
All right, let me know when you're done, Gio.
Oh, just answering Jill's question. So Rigel is at 8 degrees south, and Betelgeuse is at 7 degrees north. And you have one of the stars of the belt right at the celestial equator. A couple arc minutes off, but almost
All right,
right at the
The furthest southern star is
what I
8
was trying to
degrees.
say, Bacon. What I was trying to say, Bacon, is that Geo posted a projection of, if you want, magnetic fields projected on the AE map. Right. What I'm saying is your model that you just created could actually show us what those field lines would actually look like when projected on the AE map. Why don't you do that and show Geo how the picture he's just showed is bullshit?
Okay, can you make me one, Bacon? That's actually a good idea, dude. Here, I just posted this. Can you make me like an actual, like a sphere surrounding a planar Earth with all four poles and the North Pole all in a quadrupole, all rotating? That would be amazing, dude. If you could.
No, we don't need all that bullshit. Just take the fucking field lines that we have on a globe and reproject those on a AE map.
What
it would look
field line?
nothing like. It would look nothing. It would look similar, but still not completely like what Geo posted.
What field line are you referring to?
Like, just take an orange and draw the field lines of electromagnetic field lines that we observe on Earth, and then project that into a AE map.
Well, that's been done in a lot of different ways. A lot of different.
Okay, well, I
combinations.
think that's what you tried to show in the picture you posted, right? What I'm saying
Not
is
necessarily. Somewhat. I mean, that's showing sort of like a toroidal vortex kind
okay.
of.
Then what was
But
it?
Bacon, like, so wait, hold on, Bacon. You were saying that the most southern star of Orion is 8 degrees south. Is that what you said? South of the equator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, that whole thing is still rotating around Polaris. Like, you're not even in the southern rotation yet.
Oh, what about Sirius? Well, but the Regio is, if it was in that if it wasn't the picture that Branch sent, it would be in the left part.
Well, where's the first part of the sky that starts to circle the southern region? I would say one of the southern regions, but on a globe, it's one southern region. So when does that first star stop, going around Polaris and starts going around the southern? Because it does flip, even on the globe line.
At the celestial, it flips at the celestial equator. So anything south at the celestial equator is going to make a circle around the southern celestial south. But I mean, you can pick southern and southern stars.
It works the same. This is not even the best animation, but it does kind of show a little bit of a sense of it. It works the same on a planar surface with some sort of a dome or hemisphere, or it's just a field of view as well. But I mean, like those last two that I posted, like I said, I'm not even saying those are perfect representations or anything, but in your mind, what is the? Because I mean, dude, even in all the mainstream heliocentrism, like Witsa talks about, where they admit that that the stars can all be mapped on a geocentric coordinate system, just as equal, really better ultimately, but in a transferable way to a heliocentric. So I mean, the stars have been known to work on a geocentric and even a planar shaped Earth as well. So I'm just wondering why you're saying it can't work.
Well, for the kind of things I would expect to see, and I don't see, like the stars getting away from each other, or I don't know. I mean, I don't see how you can have half hemisphere, half of those stars being seen by one group of people and the other half seen by the other group of people.
Well, you've seen this, right? Like this globe animation. Oh yeah, let me look at this one you posted. But you've seen this globe animation I'm posting, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's transferable.
Quick question, Joe. Like, you're showing us a lot of these views on what magnetism looks like on Earth, right? But like on a flat Earth, what is actually causing that magnetism?
Well, that's a good question too. But Bacon, this one you just posted, dude, I mean, that kind of shows it in a sense. Imagine you're on a planar surface looking up. Now, it's not like perfectly proportionate and whatnot, because it would be a heck of a lot more distance as well. And those rotating stars. See, the thing is, dude, like we can only see a pretty small section of the sky, so that needs to be incorporated. There's a ratio of the size, the proportion of how small we are and how big the sky is. Like we don't. So there's that factor, and then the actual distance of these rotations and how they're working. But yeah, what you just posted shows in a general way, like, yeah, because it's on a planar surface above a planar Earth, essentially, if you want to view it that way.
Oh, that picture's like showing the how the celestial curve splits Orion in half. But
that works over planar surface, is what I'm saying as well.
Well, how? I mean, no,
because take even exactly what you have there, and just imagine that, take that and put it on your ceiling, and then you're just on a planar floor looking up at that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to proportion it and make it, but that would just be above you. It's already on your flat computer screen.
Sure, yeah. You can always map things into the surfaces, but
yeah, so it's already there.
Yeah, but how do we cross like different observations, like the southern celestial pole, southern celestial south, and the northern celestial south?
Yeah, that's the deeper part, because even if you would accept these two like this over a plane, then I'm suggesting that there's four. So that does bring a, in terms of with the field and where those are all interacting.
Right. I mean, but if there's more than one, I think that's already enough for we to expect things that we don't see, like stars getting further and closer to each other. Well,
I don't know what you mean by further and closer, because I mean any section of the sky. Well, any section of the sky you're in, you're only seeing like a small portion of it. So there's not going to be.
Right.
Not quite. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen one of these, but a planisphere. So I mean, even planispheres, it's like a disc. It's like a flat surface, and then it has the opening.
But that's half of it. I mean, what I mean is, like, if you have two people in opposite coordinates, one's gonna see half of the stars, the other gonna see the other half. There's no star that both of them is gonna see, and there's no star that neither of them are gonna see. So each star is either gonna be seen by one or the other if they're in opposing coordinates. Anyway, I mean, this is a nice topic, but it's getting too late for me, so we have to leave it at that.
All right, Bacon. Well, congratulations on your Flat Earth birthday party.
Thank you.
That is hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, yeah.
That's epic.
So, yeah, good night. See ya.
All right.
Have a good one.
Yep. Talk to you later. Well, I kind of feel like Bacon, not to talk about him when he's not here necessarily, but it did seem like he was just trying to tell me it couldn't work without actually showing how it couldn't. But what do you think, Arma?
Oh, I mean, I wasn't really paying too much attention, but yeah, I think maybe in the future, yeah, I feel like whenever someone wants to like make a claim like that something doesn't work, yeah, they should at least show why. Because I feel like that happens a lot on both sides. We just kind of say no, that doesn't work, and You know, we don't like thoroughly go through with it. Like, oh, you know, this is exactly why it doesn't work. You know, I feel like that's really important.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people, you're right. That is a thing that people often say. Just like, doesn't work on a globe or doesn't work on a, it's just like making that blanket statement like that, which, without necessarily like confirming it and fully showing what they mean. Because I mean, if the other person is logical and being honest and coming in good faith, then I mean, if they show why it doesn't work, the other person, in theory, should be able to be like, "Yeah, I see what you mean." Maybe they don't have to completely agree, but at least concede the logic. You know, like right there with Bacon, I didn't hear anything yet that he said that actually was problematic. So that's why, and then well, maybe we'll have to pick it up another time, but to be able to have like 2 points of rotation within a magnetic field that can be over a planar surface, I don't see there's no contradictions around that in terms of that being the coordinate system rather than being on a sphere looking out at a celestial sphere. But if there is 4 southern rotations and 4 southern star areas, Arma, could that possibly, in your mind, possibly sufficiently explain the southern stars that everyone says there's a problem for the Earth not being a globe?
For a second, it did. For a second, when I first looked, I was like, oh, you know what? That actually might be like, you know, the flat earthers actually might have a good, like, when you showed me that picture, you didn't show me, you showed the, you know, the chat, but like 23 minutes after the hour of like, that, like, you know, you have like the different points. For a second, I was like, yeah, that actually, that might work. But then I'm thinking about it, and I don't think it does, at least in terms of like, I mean, I guess you could argue that, you know, we don't have observations of the South Pole, you know, that isn't on land, or my bad, or whatever the reverse is. But basically, what I'm trying to get at is the flaw of this would be that if you're not on, like, you know, Australia or South America or Africa, right? Let's say you're just in the middle of the ocean, right? We would expect to see no like South Pole kind of, you know, star, you know, like the center of rotation. We wouldn't see that with this, because it seems to be that the center part, like the actual like center of rotation in this model, seems to be pretty much near like these you know, like continents. So if you were in the water, you wouldn't have a little pole, you know, center of rotation to look at. I probably didn't make any sense, but I hope you kind of got what I was getting at. I could try again if you didn't get that.
Yeah, no, I got you, dude. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I'm looking at the one at 23 after the hour. Here, I'll just repost.
Yeah,
So, you know, ultimately, I'm suggesting that there's 4 of those in the 4 southern regions, and then the North Pole one. But this one just shows 3, so there'd be 5 total. I think there's 5 total. There's the Polaris in the north, and then the 4 southern ones, and all the 4 southern ones have the same stars, like they visually look the same. Which does, in a way, it kind of seems like, okay, well, why would they have the same stars? But you know how like a room has like 4 corners, and generally like they're all the same. They're like mirrors of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like generally, if you're in a room, all the 4 corners look the same, you know? So I just think there's a way in which like north, south, east, west, there's just some like way in which that kind of, it's called quadrature, that quadrature geometry of like a circle with 2 lines, like in the shape of like a compass, you know, like a plus sign, kind of like a plus sign, like north, south, east, west. So yeah, I mean, I think the luminaries just look the same in all 4. It's like they really are like 4 corners, and a lot of the ancient texts talk about that too, like 4 corners of the earth. It's in the Bible and other sacred texts.
Yeah. So like, I do think this could work, but like I said, I think the thing that would be the thing that could dismiss this though is if someone was to see this, you know, center of rotation of the South, you know, star trails or whatever, while they were like in the ocean or something. If that ever happens, then you would have to account for like more points. It wouldn't just be the four corners. It'd be like 5, 6. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, no, I know what you mean. So if there's 4 of them like this, and if you were in, because yeah, that image I just reposted there does kind of show, because you're talking about like in between those two in the south, how those lines are all kind of funky and they're not really, they're just like, is that what you mean? Like where those two intersect? Because that's what Bacon mentioned as well.
Yeah. Oh, but you know what? There is actually, now that I think about it, there does seem to be. Let me see. Actually,
okay, let me say this: the way I'm like, look at this one here, which those are actually not even lined up in the correct way, but it does show the general thing, a general layout of it. So here would be the question: like, if you were in North America, you'd be seeing all Polaris and all the North Stars, right? As you go south, you get to the equator, you're going to still be seeing the rotation in the middle band there. Yeah. And then once you go south, you're going to get to one of these 4 quadrants. And once you get far enough south to see one of them, you're going to start seeing it. And then obviously the more south you go, there it is, the quote unquote Southern Pole. And the thing is though, is that if you were to go from like the tip of South America and you start going east, I mean, that's a whole question. Like, is that longer than what they say on the globe? Because obviously on an AE type map, it would be. And then there's no shipping routes there. And there's all these questions. And I know there's certain claims of people that claim they've boated, done boating there. So there are different components. But my point is that let's just take this AE map for the moment. If you were to go south from South America, that's a long way. And I do know what you mean. At some point, the southern pole that is south of South America is going to fade away. And then the other one, in the other southern pole over by South Africa, is going to start fading in. So like, what is the transition between those? Is it like the equator? Is there like a you know what I mean? Is there like a straight line somewhere that, you know what I'm saying? And then you have like we have like that going on at the equator. So is there like another version of that going on, in between all of these? I mean, that is a good question. But the thing is, who has really good star observations from one of these deep southern oceans?
Yeah, I guess that would be sort of like, because I don't know enough if there is, but yeah, I guess that would be the argument, for it, that I guess no one's really kind of traversed that great of a distance to see if it ever flips to like another. Yeah, fair enough. So I guess it could in theory work, but it is a tricky one.
Yeah, one way to somewhat prove it on a globe, if they could shoot something up into the sky in the south, like a bright red flare or an explosion or something of that sort, and let's just say there's some like red flare, imagine, or like fireworks, something really big and explosive, right? If they could, because on a globe, like I'm saying, it's 4 corners of the world now, so they're all separate areas, is what I'm saying. So if you were to blow a huge firework up into the sky south of South America, in the way I'm talking about it, you're not going to see that in South Africa or Australia or anything like that, because you're just shooting it in one corner of the room. The other dudes can't see it. But on a globe, if you were to be in South America and you would shoot some huge firework in the sky, all of those 4 points should see it simultaneously, correct?
That's true. Yes. And
don't you think that's testable?
I mean, it would have to be really big, and it would have to be. I'm trying to think of, like, you would probably have to work out the angles for that. Like at what height would you have to set up this huge firework thing? And you would have to do some math. But I mean, I guess
maybe a laser. See, the problem is that in order for it not to be the globe, you just wouldn't see it in the other 4. Or no. Because you guys might be able to say, oh, well, it's not strong enough. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you always would have an out with that, maybe. But, or at least just to be like, oh, well, it's just not strong enough to see it in all 4 locations, or at least one of the other ones. But of course, that is the result of what I'm saying, is where you would not see it in one of the other 3 quadrants.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as the math is done right, though, I guess we can't really have an out. Like, if math is like, if we're saying, okay, this is the angle, it's just a matter of brightness now of, seeing this thing.
Yeah, that's true.
But, yeah.
Like a massive laser, I mean, don't you guys claim you can shoot lasers to the moon?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, what would be okay? So we shoot a laser. So
if you can shoot a laser to the moon, we absolutely should be able to shoot some shit in the southern sky and see it in all 4 southern areas.
But it needs. But it
See,
needs to.
if you could do that, dude, like honestly, I would have to completely change my worldview if that happened. If you could blow something up in the sky and it actually did, that would mean that it's definitely nothing even close to the AE map. I don't see any way that it could be possible. It'd be absolutely zero. Unless you want to say some like reflection, like interdimensional transfer. I don't know. I'm maybe like a portal or something that portals you to the other side. But I mean, as you can imagine, geometrically, if you were to shoot a huge firework up in like, let's say South America, and you were able to see it in all other areas, then
It'd be tricky.
It'd be tricky. I mean, but then it makes me think of the coffee cup caustic and how the light can wrap around a dome and all of that. But I don't know. I for some reason, I feel like that's different when it's the sun, but it does seem to do that. Whereas if you were to shoot like a firework up in the sky, you know what I mean? I wouldn't imagine that is going to bend and refract around the whole thing to make it look like it's just shooting in a southern sky. Because on a globe, you should just see it from like the other angle, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I said, you have to make sure you get the angle right, because hit the 4 corners or something, and then you. But I'm trying to think, would it be because it might have to be over Antarctic though, because I'm trying to think about this. It would have to be over Antarctic because that would be that'd be the best like point to do that. You know what I'm saying, over to Antarctic because South America, Africa, Australia, that would be the closest point to all of those. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to do something over Africa and then it'd be a lot harder for what's opposite to Africa? Maybe South America. I forget which one's farthest. But yeah, I think you get the point though. Like basically, it would make the other continents, other southern continents, harder. It'd be harder for them to see whatever it is if it was just over Africa. You know what I'm saying? But if it was over like Antarctic, though, I think all of Africa, South America, and Australia would easily be able to see that. So.
How about this, dude? How about this for a test? We put up a balloon or some kind of equipment, drone, balloon, whatever it may be, at really high altitude in one of those southern regions. And then we put another drone or another balloon up at very high altitude, right? So even like 120,000 feet, like 2 balloons, right? Mm-hmm. And then we try to shoot a signal. Now on a globe, that should work, right? As long as you're up over the curve, bada boom, bada bing, you should be able to shoot the signal. But on an AE map, if you're all facing south, all going out, from the center of a dartboard, you will not get a connection. You would never be able to see it.
That is interesting. All right, yeah, because all you would have to do, is shoot like a like a signal or whatever.
Dude, we got to do that. That's actually a new idea. I just invented that right on the fly. That's awesome. We should definitely do that. That is a great idea.
Yeah, because that doesn't involve like.
If I may say so myself. Sorry, go. I'm just joking because I'm like hyping up my own idea, but I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that actually doesn't involve because the whole thing is that you can't really go to Antarctic and really explore, but that isn't exploring. You'd just be shooting a what do you call it? You'd be like a beam or something, or a beacon or whatever. You'd be doing that, and that you could. I believe that's fine over Antarctic or whatever, or just fine over continents in general because that's just like a signal or whatever. So I think that's sort of like the way around it. That would be the way to prove whether or not Antarctic is. Well, I guess anyway, it would prove because you would I guess.
Now, how about this? How about if we put them up? Same thing, high altitude. One in Australia, one in South America, right? And we put them up and we shoot it outward and it does not connect, which it should on the globe. What if we turn them 180 degrees, shoot them inward, and they do connect? Now that is a game changer. Okay, so now imagine we have these high altitude balloons in South America and Australia. So, conceivably 180 degrees from each other. On an AE type map, if you turned them inwards and pointed them at the North Pole, essentially, and if you could connect them and get the signal to bounce, which I know it's a very far distance, but if you could get the signal to bounce, I mean, what would you have to say it's doing on a globe? Like bouncing up and bouncing off the atmosphere and going all the way up around the globe to the north? That would be a far stretch.
Yeah, that would be a pretty huge stretch. Yeah, I don't know. That would actually, yeah, if turning them inwards actually got it, that would be, that might be, yeah, it might be a potentially a globe killer. Well, yeah, because I can't think of anything else. I can't really think of how that would be explained. Yeah, especially since when we point them outwards, they didn't do it, but inwards it did. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, that would be like evidence for the flat Earth. That would be like just like pretty much like, yeah. That doesn't really. I don't even know how that would work on a globe. Yeah.
Well, I mean, just to try to give a globe argument, they do say that the ionosphere kind of can bounce the wave or whatever. Like Marconi, that's kind of their explanation for Marconi. Yeah. But to claim that it would be bouncing multiple times off the ground and then back off the ionosphere, back off the ground. I mean, unless we had like relay stations on the ground, maybe. But
yeah. But you still have to make the argument, though, and this is, whatever. But you have to make the argument, though, that like you'd have to explain why that doesn't work, in the southern, like pointing it towards the Antarctic. You know what I'm saying? Like, because yeah. So I mean, the globe would still be kind of fucked at that point. Because I mean, like, why would it work one way, the long way, in fact, but not the short way? Right.
Exactly. And then ironically on the AE map, it wouldn't work at all going out, whereas it does if it's like four corners to where they're actually meeting as well. So yeah, exactly. Oh, and I was going to say too, if this equipment was particularly line of sight equipment, that would be the other key thing. That if it's built to work on line of sight, ideally where you can get the ping time and everything, meaning if you can get the ping time or you can, I mean, dude, do you think we could even get visual of it? It's probably, is that too far? It's got to be. Yeah, that's. Well, on a globe, it seems like you should be able to if it was a globe, though, right? Maybe it depends on the mileage.
Maybe it's still debatable if this is even possible because I'm pretty sure you would have to get pretty high to get that to work, though. I mean,
well, like 120,000 feet. Or maybe a little more, and then put like a telescope. See, that's what I want to do, dude. Launch up a balloon that's really stacked with a bunch of equipment, and you could even put a P900 on there, and you could robotically control it from a control system.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? Let me see real fast because
that's what's right there.
I have a little Earth curve calculator kind of things. I want to see how much curve there would be, and if it would be. Line of sight, if we could pull that off, with 120,000 feet. I want to see that real fast. Let me see.
Yeah. What would that be? Do some mathing on it.
I'm pulling up my little Earth curve calculator because I have a thing where you can like set the height and shit, and it kind of like shows you, but also,
Yeah, dude, I don't think there's really any viable. I mean, if we got the signal shooting north, you'd have to say that two people are in like the southern part of the globe, and then they're shooting something all the way. I mean, that's almost as much as the idea of like, cannonball, you shoot it and it comes around and hits you in the ass or whatever, like that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just getting kind of to an absurd level of.
Let me see.
But if it's line of sight, then that's not even on the table. Like it can't be bouncing all over the earth. Like it has to hit it. And that time period that's connected to the distance, because it's a distance time relationship. If you have the right equipment with the signal, so line of sight and the timing shows that it's line of sight.
Let me see.
What I'm saying? I don't know if you're me, but they do this in the military. This is how they do line of sight targeting. And they get the distance by pinging a signal to measure it. And the timing is based upon it being line of sight. Because if it's not line of sight, if it's bouncing off of a mirror or off of water or something else, it's going to be delayed. And it's not going to have the same potency.
Let me open up Google Earth just to see. Because right now I'm getting at 120,000 feet in the air. I'm getting, so it says horizon distance, okay, land distance. So it's around, land distance is, what is that? And God damn it, I need to fix my program. from the looks of it, it seems to be like around like 450 miles to the horizon. So that'd be double of that. So it'd be 900 miles away. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a little tricky. This is a bit tricky. I think from the looks of it right now, at 120,000 feet, you only get around like 900 miles of reach from the looks of it, according to my math anyway, which is not even close to enough. Let me see how much would be enough though. Let me open. Where's my measuring? Where's the measuring?
Yeah, dude, I'm looking. Okay, because I was gonna measure from. Just gonna see what they say the distance.
No, this is not even close. Okay, so from like the tip of like, at least according to Google Earth anyway, the tip of like South America to, let's go to Australia. Yeah, it's like 10,000. That's 10,000 miles. So at least according to my math, we're like 10 times off.
Hold on. I'm on Google Earth too, and I'm getting 5,400 miles, 5,400 miles
to the center, to the Antarctic, right?
It's actually only on the globe. See, this would be something we could definitely test, dude. Okay, 4,700 miles. I got it down to going from New Zealand to the southern tip of Argentina. 4,700.
Really? Okay, hold on. Let me check that real fast. Okay.
I mean, that is pretty far, though. It's not that that's not far. It is, but I'm saying, could we get a signal?
Oh, I have it in kilometers. My bad. Okay, look at that. I'm stupid. Let me get that to miles. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah, but that's still a lot, though. That's still a lot.
If you go right over Antarctica, like more of a straight shot, at least on their globe model, if you want to go to like Perth to the southern tip of Argentina, at least on Google Maps, it's like 6,200 miles. So if you launch something up in the air, I was going to jokingly say before, like, there's one thing I'm pretty sure the governments of the world are not going to let us do, which would be to go to the South Pole and launch an explosive up into the air.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure they're gonna.
Let me see what the height of these balloons would have to be, though. Let me see. 300,000. No, let's try 400. 500,000.
I mean, we see the sunset at several thousand miles in my viewpoint. So yeah, I mean, there is some transfer at those distances. Like the whole stretch of like when the sun rises and sets is like roughly 8,000 miles. It varies depending on where you're at and what time of year. But when you think about that, that's less than this. So think about this. Well, but the sun's far away. It's not right above your sky. But when you just watch the sunrise and go through the day and then the sunset, I'm suggesting that it's making, like, just throwing a number out there, like an 8,000 mile stretch. So if these distances going over the southern pole are only like 4,000 or 5,000 miles, that's like half of your sky. That's half of what the sun traverses on your sky.
I think so, yeah. Interesting.
All right, I'm going to move it over to, let's see what Africa. Oh, this is even less.
Oh, Africa? Let me see.
Cape Town to the very southern tip of Argentina is 4,200 miles. See, that's what they say. See, dude, that could be tested, bro. Just get in a boat and do that trip, right? But here's the trick. You can't follow GPS. You got to throw GPS in the trash. So this is where we get into some advanced celestial navigation. But we would need some other tools. But like, I mean, it depends on like whether one would think it's, like, would you be stopped by the government kind of thing or by the military? But I mean, don't you agree, like, with the whole AE map versus the globe, like that trip would totally give a lot of information, because if it's this lower distance that it is on the globe, then the AE map is really not on the table. On the other hand, if it is a way longer distance than the say on the globe, then obviously the globe is pretty cooked.
Yeah, it's true.
Unless it's really pear-shaped, like extreme pear.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm looking at the numbers right now. Okay, so if we actually wanted to do this balloon test, okay, it looks like we would have to be like, at least according to my math anyway, close to like, let me see, let me try 2 million. 2 million feet.
Are you now? I'm getting what you're calculating. Are you trying to do the curvature of what it would be over a globe over Antarctica to go like these 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 miles, and to see if we could get high enough to be over the curve?
Well, something like that. I think basically because you want to shoot like if we're gonna have balloons over South America and then balloons over Australia, right? Obviously, we have to make sure we're high enough to where the curve isn't in the way for the signals to, yeah. So I'm like, according to my math, I mean, I have like around like 2 million feet. Like that's way beyond what we're capable of going. In terms of balloons, we can't. Like the highest is usually around like 120,000 feet, before it like pops or some shit. 2 million is just way too much. That's All
right. So at an eye height of 120,000 feet with a target distance of 4,500 miles, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of hidden there. 9, is that the number you're getting? Wait, 9 million?
9 million. Maybe, let me see. I don't know. Let me see. Hidden height. I kind of fucked up my program recently where all the conversions all fucked up, so I don't even know what I have right now. But jeez Louise. Okay. Let me see. Let me try to put in observer height. Let's put 6 feet. Hidden height is 6. So hold on, 3. Okay, so horizon distance is 3 miles away. Hidden height is 6 something.
Yeah, we could only do like 500 miles at 120,000 feet.
Yeah,
like roughly. It's a little less than that, but yeah, like because once you go to like 400, okay, at 120,000 feet, at 425 miles is when the target height is 0.
Yeah, so, but you could always the thing is you're allowed to double that though, because the idea is that even though the line touches, even though it like, at least with my visual, it makes more sense though. But basically, what'll happen is, yeah, if you have something that is 120,000 feet up in the air, right? And let's say you have another thing that's 120,000 feet up in the air, far away from you, right? Sure, the Earth will start curving away after 400 and something feet, right? But if the thing beyond the curve is high enough, you'll see it. And basically, because basically the math ends up being where you could just double the number. So instead of it being like 450 feet, 450 miles, it's really like 900 miles, because the thing that we're targeting isn't on the land but in the air as well, and at the same height. So you could just like double it. So
yeah, no, it's definitely a good point. Yeah, 120,000. If you have another thing at 120,000, I'd have to even think how that even works. Can you just as simple as double it, or does it even work that way? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like a ratio. I mean, yeah, I guess it would be before 425 to on a globe model to the point at which the essentially curve of the Earth, even though you guys say, oh, or some people say, oh, it's a refracted horizon, all this other stuff. But let's just go with like what it should be, which is just like the physical rocks, like the actual Earth. And yeah, if you're at 120,000 feet, then there will be a limit. But then if the other one is at 120,000 feet, then yeah, they would meet at the middle, and they'd both be 400 and whatever miles.
Mm-hmm. Let me see something.
So that would give like maybe a maximum of 1,000 miles.
Yeah,
it's still not quite far to do. It depends on how close they would let us get to Antarctica, because if we could get closer, then we could cut that down a lot. That's the thing, dude. Like, I don't know. Do you think it's like risking your life to even do this stuff, even if you have all the funding?
Ugh, I don't know. Maybe I'm not really sure how strict their thing is for that whole Antarctic thing. I don't know if it's like super strict where they'll fucking kill you or not. Maybe they will. But let me see, 25. Yeah,
2,600 miles. I was just looking at what they say the Antarctica right across it. Well, there's a couple ways it could risk your life. Number one, if you're going to do some adventuring, you never know what might happen because you're off the grid and all the weather. Who knows? I mean, there's that component, and then there's the whole government component. Their restrictions and stuff. But it would be fun to see what's really going on in the South.
yeah, man. I really like that idea too with the balloons and whatnot, but oh well.
Well, what about linking a couple of them?
But if you link them, you have to. They would have to be kind of like above or over the Antarctic, and I don't know if they allow that. Like that might be intruding like airspace or some shit.
Right. Well, there have been certain globe Earth people that have been saying, oh no, you could just go down there, but of course there are all the permits and yeah, I mean, I think we all know that they're not going to let you do that. I mean, they've got that shit on lock.
I mean, it might be possible to, because once again, since we're dealing with the globe model, right? It could be possible that maybe you can like do the bounce thingy, right? Because then that can work over the Antarctic, right? You're bouncing the signal, or whatever, or over the Antarctic, and then we don't have to worry about the curve of the Earth. You know what I'm saying? And then and you could make the argument. No, actually, no. Yeah, if we bounce it and then we receive it, right, over the Antarctic, then you would have to kind of figure out how that would work on a flat Earth, and I don't know if that does, unless it's like bouncing off like the dome or something. I don't know how that would work, But
well, yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from with this. Let me think. Yeah, that's pretty. Okay, so are you saying having like a third or fourth one in between, or are you just trying to say like shoot it at the sky and see if you can get it to bounce down?
something like that, because isn't that like the whole thing? Like, I mean, on the globe model, like you can like bounce like a thing off like the fucking, what is it, the ionosphere or whatever. You could bounce something off one of the spheres, well, it's not like a signal or some shit. So I mean, in theory, what if we did the same thing with these balloons? Instead of, because once again, we can't get high enough to where it's a line of sight thing. You know what I'm saying? So we would have to do a bounce. It would have to be a bounce like off the fucking the ionosphere or whatever, or whichever sphere it is. I forget which one it is.
Yeah. Well, dude, this one right here says that they shot this thing 6,000 miles and then they echoed over an even longer path of 18,000 miles.
The hell? You mean like the beam, the signal?
This says 150 watt transmitter using a backstay antenna on a sailboat from Nicaragua.
Well, there you go. Then I would try to do that then, like, but with the south, yeah, continents, whatever. Do that over Antarctic. See if Australia gets the signal from South America, because at that point, once again, I don't know how that would work on, the flat Earth. But of course, it would have to be directional though, obviously, because if it's just spreading out, then obviously it's But I guess it goes without saying. I don't really know how this shit works. I'm not even gonna try to, pretend I know. But
yeah, I mean, conceivably though, if we were able to get the signal across, then that would indicate more of a globe type system, because that's the idea that where they're sharing the southern sky and they're sharing that southern region at the bottom of a sphere. And I mean, there is like a way in which maybe those waves could even like kind of bounce around the outside of an AE map kind of thing. But I imagine that, I mean, that would be kind of tough to just say that you're shooting it off to one part in the sky. The thing is, like, do you know about the caustic, like the coffee cup caustic thing?
I've seen it before, yeah. In fact, I see it in my bucket that's in my bathroom. Like it does that exact same little like almost heart-shaped looking thing going on. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is a way in which, like, even the way that he shows it with that little glass dome, that the light could be reaching around the outside. But to then get into the idea of radio waves doing that is much more complex. And so, yeah, I think if we got that result, if we got the signal to transfer between those southern regions, that would indicate more towards a globe idea, or in some way in which the southern skies are all, much closer and converging to a point at which that signal could be transferred.
Maybe. Maybe.
But then, like I said, we can go the other way. The thing is, that's so many miles. Well, this one was saying 18,000 miles. How many miles would it be on an AE map from like South America to Australia? Because this one is saying 18,000. Now that was with an echo though, so may have to.
I'm pretty sure even on an AE map, I'm pretty sure 18,000 would that's more than enough. I think I would assume, honestly. I think 18,000 is because, like, let me see. So from the center to the South Pole, I feel like even on an AE map, it would be very, very similar to the fucking globe Earth. So it would be let me see, like probably around 12,000. Yeah, I think 18,000 would be enough, even on the flat Earth. Enough distance for you to make it to, Australia from South America.
What if we go higher than 120,000 feet too? That would be interesting. What if we could get like a line of sight at a really high altitude like that with these signals? That would be incredible. That would be the question, because like over a planar Earth like that at that very high altitude, see, that's the thing. You could get some signal transfers that would be impossible on a globe Earth.
I can see that, yeah.
There's also the idea of putting up multiple balloons and then having them all interact as well, like having them send signals between each other. We can talk about that for years as well, because that would help.
Yeah. Well, I guess just to kind of like wrap up this like sort of topic, whatever this this little discussion. I do think though, yeah, the best way to go about this is because once again, because we can't go as high as we want to, because for us to get line of sight on the ball, it would have to be like over like 2 million feet, and that's way too much. So I think if we bounce off the ionosphere, whichever fucking sphere it is, all right, and we get like South America to Australia, communicating, whatever, like the actual signal, being received, whatever. Not only does that, like, not only would that more or less potentially prove the globe, right? But also, it would be fun. It'd be kind of funny because there have been like debates like in these chats where it's like, oh, you can't bounce, signals off the fucking, ionosphere or whatever, and that would kind of prove it, So it'd be like, the globe, science in practice, So that'd be kind of cool.
I can bounce radio waves 2,200 to 2,500 miles from my house using ham radio.
Nice. Yeah, because getting a signal in theory to go over Antarctica on a sphere would be similar in a way to circumnavigating north to south. You know what I mean, Arma? Like, it's not actually circumnavigating in a craft or whatever, but it's sending a signal on that same path and getting a connection point. So yeah, a lot of people have said, like, in terms of the Earth being a globe, like if you could circumnavigate, like if you could go south, to Antarctica and essentially go over Antarctica and actually come up the other side of the globe, then of course that would be indicative of a globe. But then there's all the, that it's never been done and all those different factors. But being able to send a signal would be an interesting, like we've been talking about as well, to either verify it or.
They did it with one more orbit. They entered Antarctica, across the pole, and exited Antarctica. So they did it with one more orbit. You can look up the flight. And it was photographed going over the pole.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that propaganda.
It's world record. But in any event, with ham radio, you can bounce signals. They bounce on an average of 5 times, and they bounce off the ionosphere, and it's dependent on the frequency that you use. 20 meters, for example, works better during the late afternoon when the ionosphere is split. And then as it closes up at night, you get the longer frequencies or the longer wavelengths like 40 and 80 meters. Then those start propagating. And you can actually pull up reports of contact report maps, and you can see that it has to do with whether or not the sun's, it's daytime or nighttime, and you can get the sending station and the receiving station. There's a lot of really good data that's freely available on the internet that you can review.
Try to fix it face here.
Another thing we're talking about, Bob, that would be, for a globe would, because we're talking about the southern stars and all these different components. And what I was saying originally is, if you could take something in, let's say, South America, southern tip of Argentina, and you could like shoot it up in the sky, either a laser beam or a firework or a big whatever, some lights, something that would be very, very bright, very, very active, maybe even some kind of balloon or whatever it may be. And if you could see it in the other 4 areas, like South Africa, Australia, etc., and you could all see it simultaneously, that would show that they are actually sharing the same sky. And then, of course, that does lend more towards the globe in terms of all those 4 things coming to a center and actually seeing the same sky. Whereas I was talking about, of course, on like an AE map type of a layout, you would have 4 different corners essentially that you'd be looking. So you'd be looking at different skies, all diverging from each other, on separate, like 4 corners of a room rather than on a sphere. So we were talking about some way, could you, shoot a laser? And then we started talking about shooting the signals.
Well, no, I mean, it's a very good thought. You could use a shortwave signal for that and bounce it across Antarctica. The other thing that you could use is the constellations, of course, because, there's one Southern Cross, just one. It's not a double or triple constellation. It's a single constellation. If you can see it from, say, Australia and South Africa at the same time, that would argue for the globe as well. But no, I think you're on the right path. I just know that with my radio, I can generally talk to Colorado and Southwest Florida and Virginia with no problem at all. The farthest I've ever gotten is Slovenia and the Cayman Islands.
Wow, that's pretty far.
Yeah, it's actually, and it's of a quality that's got almost like a CB quality. My antenna is only 30 feet high. My wife bitches that my house is starting to look like a Russian trawler, though.
Yeah.
I've got 4 antennas up on the roof and strung over the yard, including a long wire that goes out towards the park.
Nice. Well, my thoughts on the Southern Stars, because I was talking about my view on it. If you, in the chat, the second to last thing I posted there, it's just a very basic AE map, and it just shows these 4 little circles in the 4 southern areas. So what I was saying is that I think there's 4 southern star regions, like 4 corners, but they all have the same stars in the 4 southern. So that's why something like the Southern Crux, in my viewpoint, there's actually 4 southern cruxes. They all look the same, but they're actually different parts of the sky. And then you have the north rotation. So I think it's a quadrupole. So I'm just saying, in my viewpoint, they're not mirrored, like there's not an actual mirror in the sky that's mirroring them, but I'm just going to use that word meaning that like they're the same. They're like 4, kind of like if you like in a room of a house, like if you're just in a basic room, like all 4 corners are the same. They look the same.
In other words, the same pictures on all 4 walls.
Yeah, exactly.
You realize how convoluted that is and how absurd that sounds? I mean, with all due respect, you realize that sounds pretty ad hoc, There's one Southern Cross.
I mean, this has been the ancient understanding since the dawn of time. Like
Well, the modern understanding is there's one crux.
Well, yeah, because that's the globe model that they've been
and it works. So
portraying.
It is what it is.
But something like this, I just posted this as a cosmological mandala. So I mean, and then the ancient texts for this, since the dawn of time, they talk about the four corners of the earth and these cosmological mandalas. It's also like the north, south, east, west, like a plus sign. And then all the continents seem to be coming out from the north in these four directions as well. So I know it's not the mainstream one has tried to say that there's just the one, but what I'm describing is not necessarily new, or it's really like just embedded into the default cosmology since the dawn of time.
Yeah, I don't really give much credence to people that never saw a telescope, or never really had accurate star maps, or had an understanding of why the moon eclipsed and could predict precisely when and where it was going to happen. We can do all that now with the globe model.
Well, but then I guess my response would be that I'm not talking about the same ancients that you are, perhaps, because then we get into history and what that, those components. But I'm not referring to people that didn't have access to all kinds of different tools, or even way more advanced than we are today, is what I'm referring to.
Really? What? Okay, so Chinese astronomers were really good. Okay, what did they have that we don't have today? Did they have radio telescopes? Did they have 100-inch telescopes on top of mountains? I mean, do you even know what kind of tools they used? I mean, the tools they used were ingenious. You look at things like a wall sextant is just a brilliant way of doing it. They used wagon wheels, large wheels that could be rotated, and altitudes and azimuths could be precisely defined, simply by lining up the star in a set of sights. I mean, they had very ingenious things. I actually think about, look at a sundial for God's sake. But they don't have the type of equipment that we have now. They didn't have Hubble. They didn't have James Webb. They didn't even have a decent telescope.
Well, going back a bit. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Here, I'll show you something that gravity demonstrates. How's that sound?
Well, we were talking originally about the star layout, and I was talking about the idea of the four southern poles and having like a southern crux, and and so on. So, Bob, just what I'm laying out there, the idea where you would have the North Star and all the stars rotating the north, and then four southern corners essentially that would have the same stars, like they would look the same. In general, do you agree that could be a valid explanation for an AE map type layout with explaining the southern stars, just in a generalized way, without going into more and more detail, that it would be like a quadrupole with four poles, and that at least would fit our observations?
No, because it's unnecessarily complex. There's a much simpler answer, and one that's easily verified. I mean, you can have a room and you can deliberately say that I want to put this same picture on all four walls, but that doesn't mean that that's the way the sky works. I like your idea on the radio, and I like your idea on the signals. As far as shooting a laser straight up or something in South Africa and hoping to see it in Australia, I think that's just too far.
Yeah. Dan, dude, let me run a couple of these ideas past you. Yeah, we've been talking about this. So what do you think about the idea of like going in the south, like southern tip of Argentina, South America, and then over to Australia? We were talking about the southern stars, but then we blended into talking about like trying to do like two high altitude balloons, like 120,000 feet up, and then try to get like a signal shot between them. Because of course on a globe, you should be able to get that signal. Of course, on an AE map type thing, of course you would not, because you're looking opposite directions, like four corners of a room. However, if you then turned them 180 degrees and you shot them at each other, like towards the North Pole, like at each other, if you could get that signal, that shows that would give the AE map type, whereas on a globe, you should never do that, because it would have to bend and warp all the way up around the North Pole. in order to hit it line of sight.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, though, we just haven't tried sending 2 boats around Antarctica to see
That
if
too,
they do
yeah.
it.
The distance.
No, just are they running an inside loop or an outside loop?
Yeah,
that's
good too.
They don't even have to get close. They just have to get as close as they can and then go in different directions. See if they meet. Where they meet.
That's a really good one too. Yeah.
Less equipment, just a couple of boats, I don't know a lot about the stars. I definitely don't. Bob, if you're ready to be challenged, I heard you talking about predictions, and I'd love to talk to you, not in theory, but in real life here, without getting upset.
I think the room's pretty chill right now, so we've been having super chill conversations. There's been no turbulence for quite a while.
Yeah, it's really chill right now, but I'm afraid, Dan, that train's already left. Your history is just too much with me.
So you're
I
not
don't
willing.
really feel
You're
like
not
engaging
willing.
with you.
You're not willing to engage suddenly, huh?
Nope.
Well, we know why, because you can't match the prediction that I'm going to bring up, because it's just a 3-mile prediction where it's 6 feet. There should be 6 feet of drop, not 2 inches like your half mile in your yard. So
yeah, come on. Yeah, come on, Bob. Throw an olive branch out. At least let's have a conversation. It could be interesting. There's not that many of us discussing this stuff. So let's can we just, accept each other and move in so we can continue?
Well, as long as he behaves himself, I'm happy to entertain his
Thank
thing.
you. Thank you, Gio.
Go right
Thank
ahead,
you
Dan.
so much. It's just that you talk about us not being able to make nor match any predictions. So I'm going to ask you hypothetically, what if I did a 3-mile test? What would be your prediction? What should you observe? Now, you have the tools and you have the math, and I'll take your advice on what you think the prediction should be.
Well, let's see. At 3 miles and assuming an observer height of 6 feet above sea level, I would say the horizon would be at approximately 3 miles. And that will be slightly variable because of the short distance and refraction, but not too bad. You're not going to see 50. See, that's why I don't really look at observations that are less than 50 miles short of shore. 100 would be better.
So what do you think the obstructed height should be? Probably half of the drop, right?
Zero.
Half the drop, maybe?
0.
Well, the horizon is at that point. So
Right. And if you have a ship at that point, the entire ship will be above the horizon because the horizon doesn't even start until then.
No, the horizon starts right away, Bob. That's why
No,
it's
your
that's why
horizon.
it's 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, and if you're at 6 feet, your horizon is 3 miles away. If you've got a boat 3 miles away, it'll be entirely visible because it's on top
Okay,
of the
so
water.
let's say we're down to a foot off the water then. In other words, I'm looking at the chart, right? It says 6 feet. So I'm not sure what your problem is when it comes to expectations of 3 miles. The drop is 6 feet. If half of that is going to be, what do you call it, Sajita or something like that, you figure there's going to be 3 feet, 36 inches of obstruction.
You mean Sagitta?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, but no, I mean, if you're observing at 6 feet, the horizon is 3 miles
But you
away.
said we're observing at 6 feet. I just put you down to a foot.
Okay, well, I said 6 feet. So
I
if you're at a
just don't need
foot,
to complicate that. I don't
yeah,
need to.
but at a foot, you're going to have all sorts of effects with refraction. I don't know. You could see anything from a mile to 3 miles or 5 miles or 10 miles.
Okay, so I'm referring to Nat Geo, okay? And
Yeah.
they never made a prediction, but I'm making the prediction now of half of 6 feet, 36 inches, minus the PVC pipe, 32 inches, something like this. I'm expecting over 2 feet of obstruction.
Well, how would you come up with that expectation? How would you determine that?
Based on the shape and size of the globe.
Okay, and how did you determine that? I mean, how did you
The same way you
calculate?
did in your backyard, Bob.
How did you calculate it?
Bob, the same way you're going to do in your backyard. Just
How did I do that?
Stretch it out to 3 miles instead of a half a mile.
Okay, well, how did I calculate it?
The same way we all do.
And how's that?
What do they call it? Pythagorean rhythm? There's 2 or 3 ways to do it, right? I don't know.
Okay, well, what way
You're
did
the
you do
science
it?
guy.
Well, what way did you do it when you did the?
I'm asking you to make a prediction so we can compare it to the results.
Well, okay. Well, let's go to Bisslin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
Call it 2 feet off the water.
Okay, you want 2 feet off the water.
I'll show you a picture of the guy. I mean, I don't know.
All right.
You know.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see what Bisslin says. But again, you're going to have really weird results being that low. That's why you don't measure things that low. But let's go see. You want 2 feet, right?
I got a couple of different camera shots. One guy's laying down and one guy's sitting up.
Yeah, well, that's to take maximum advantage of refraction to try and screw up the results. That's why they do that.
They were trying to prove the globe, so they weren't.
Well, then do it from 20 feet then.
It's already been done. I'm just trying to see what
So 2 feet and
to happen.
What's the distance?
3 miles.
3 miles. Okay, and what's the target size?
6 feet by 8 feet.
What's the 6 feet?
Height.
Yeah, 6 feet height. All right.
Bob, have you seen the Flatlanders series yet?
According to this, you should have roughly 5.33 feet visible. So it should be missing about 0.6 of a foot.
0.6 of a foot. How
About
did
8
you derive
inches.
that? How'd you derive the 5 feet? And then
just
how
told
did you
you.
get?
I said I went directly to Walter Bisslin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. I put in your figures, 2 feet and 3 miles, and a target height of 6 feet. And according to this, it says 5.33272 feet are visible. And only 0.667 feet are hidden. So what'd you get?
Nothing.
Okay, so you think that because there's a variation of about 6 inches, well, we'll give you 7 inches. So you think because you see 7 inches more than you should, taking a very low angle, maximizing refraction, you think that's somehow significant?
So you used beyond standard refraction this time and never asked
No.
about the conditions?
No, that's with standard refraction, but you were maximizing refraction by taking it so low to the ground. So you probably had even less hidden because you were so low to the ground. You were trying to stack the deck with refraction.
You keep accusing flat earthers of performing this.
Oh yeah, they know very well. Flat earthers know very well what refraction does, and they know to get the maximum.
Flat earthers did not perform this. I keep telling you.
You see, but flat earthers know the effect of refraction, and they try and bring that camera as low as possible to the water to maximize it. That's why when they tried that, what was that canal in England? Gio, help me out here. What was that canal in England?
Yeah, Bedford.
The Bedford levels, yeah. When they went out to test the results, what they wanted to do was they wanted to make him measure it from very low over the water. He says, no, I'm going to measure it from 13 feet above the water to get out of that refractive layer. And guess what? It dropped. Yeah, they deliberately put the cameras as low as possible to try and fudge the results. That's why I don't even look at observations that are less than 50 miles. But your answer is, under standard conditions with standard refraction, you should have about 6 or 7 inches missing.
All right, I appreciate your time. If you could just one more thing, explain your double standard between you doing something in your yard at a half a mile and now insisting that I do something at 50 miles. While
Just
disregarding the stuff I've done at 17, 25, and 35 miles.
I was simply measuring the curvature appropriately by survey.
But you're saying that I can't do that in less than 50 miles.
Yeah, if you want to overturn the paradigm, I want to see something that you cannot see on a ball.
Okay,
And
I
for
accept
our
your
observation of
standard,
50
your double
miles,
standard, and I
I'm
appreciate
not trying to overturn the paradigm. I need something that's unequivocal. How many objections have you guys made to me measuring that 2 inches? You know, you bitched about the water level, or you bitched about the water level. You bitched about the auto level. You bitched about the fact that I made a mark with masking tape and didn't have a story pole. You know, you have all of these objections over that.
Well,
but isn't that why you bring it to the community? You want response. So I mean, isn't
No,
that fair? It's fair that people are
it.
giving critique. Everyone who does anything it puts it out there is gonna have some level of that, you know.
Okay, but I did an error analysis of it. I accounted for refraction. I made a standard that was unequivocal. You know, curve versus no curve.
Wait a minute.
You've done none of those
Refraction
things.
doesn't matter the distance anymore, whether it's
You've
3
done none of
miles or
those
a half
things
a
on
mile.
yours.
You can just throw it in at any value you want, regardless of the conditions of the day, morning, noon, and night. Come on, Bob.
What
I've
is
done this
refraction at a
morning,
quarter of
noon,
a
and
mile, or
night.
at half a mile?
I've done this morning, noon, and night. I've waited for the conditions where there is less haze, less refraction. It's not
I had
about
no haze
choosing
of
the right.
refraction.
It's not about choosing the right height. It's about choosing the right time of day where there isn't a dramatic difference between the surface and the air.
Which is what I did, and I compared it to a different day.
But you're not allowing. Never mind. I hear
Yeah.
you. Thanks. I hear
And
you.
refraction at half a mile accounts for a quarter of an inch. The change was 2 inches. So refraction doesn't help there.
Had we absurdly taken an auto level, pointed it somewhere, and tell you that it was shooting the same height on the other side, you would never appreciate that. We never dreamed of it by just proving that our camera is level. Come on. I mean,
Actually, what I did was I did observations on both sides of the lake to make sure that my numbers were right.
I'm just saying that when we do it with lasers and we measure the same height on both sides, you're going, oh, it must have curved. But
Well, first of all, lasers do curve over that distance. And second of all, you didn't do any measurements with lasers. Your test was, can I see the light or can't I see the light? You didn't have any error analysis. You didn't talk about the cone of the laser divergence.
That doesn't whoa. That does not make any drastic implications whatsoever. The width of that thing does not mean that it's not pointed at you when it's pointed at you. So for you to shoot shit on the width with the divergence is not relevant whatsoever. You can see the beam, so you know it's not diverging dramatically to the point where it's spread out all over the place. We can tell the difference when it's
pointed
right at us.
What is the divergence of your laser?
It's just a false claim that it's a problem. It's not a problem.
What is the divergence of your laser?
It doesn't fucking matter.
Okay, there you go. That's why it's not science.
Thank
you didn't bother doing an error.
Thank you, Gio. Thank you, Bob.
You don't even know how much your laser diverged. You know, you never bothered.
It doesn't matter.
You also didn't include refraction, and you didn't make any measurements other than, hey, I see a light at this distance.
Stick to it, Bob.
You made no measurements as I did.
Stick to it, Bob.
But thanks for playing.
You too. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Gio.
Yeah. I mean, you guys done then, or? I mean,
we can.
Well, I was just gonna say, Bob. I think laser. I don't have you ever done one? They're pretty profound in real life. It's like incredible to see this laser just firing across the world that you're in, and just just incredible. So, have you ever done one? And because I think they're definitely significant.
No, I haven't. I've seen them. Yes, most definitely. But I prefer more accurate measurements, and that's what I do. Is I do more accurate measurements.
Well,
when we do a gradient, 5, 10, 15, 20, and keep moving away, keep showing it to you, I can't think of any better science.
And there is the problem.
Okay.
You see, science is all about trying to find sources of error in your experiment. That's a very important part of science. And, there's a lot of work to doing real science. It took me, I didn't just look out over my back porch and say, oh, the other side of the lake is 2 inches lower. It took a couple of hours to survey this stuff in and get everything accurate and recheck it and research the type of errors that I could encounter. What's the accuracy of my auto level? What's the standard refraction? Is there evidence of excessive refraction in the images? No, there's not. They're clear as day.
Yeah, I would say, Bob, in general, like what you're trying to do, it is a pretty short distance, and you would have to, I would say, verify it with several other, we've talked about doing a type of events where you get 5 or 7 different surveyors to all do the exact same thing, but they don't even talk to each other. You know what I mean? They do it independently because, with your calibration of your auto level, there's so many factors that could come in. However, the other thing I was going to say is the two things you guys are discussing, I don't really think necessarily that they're separate. I think they could be done together. And
Dan out design this thing, but he doesn't want any help. So that's
we could all work together to actually design and plan and make something awesome. That
I offered. Dan refused. So
I have a massive double standard where you expect me now to go to 50 miles. Come on, you're able to prove something at a half a mile, but I got to go to 50 miles. That's 100 times.
To prove it out to 585 kilometers. So, I mean, I there's not a limit to what I need to do with it. I mean, if I can see it, I can measure it. And I've demonstrated it with 500 up to 585 kilometers. One of the things that I'm thinking seriously about doing this spring is going out to Warren Dunes and seeing if I can get some shots of Chicago on different days. And I may go back, once a month for a couple of months just to see how it changes. Because we've got that one photograph, the Norwicki photograph, but we don't see all the other photographs where Chicago looks very different. You should be able to see Chicago from the top of Warren Dunes. It's just that was an excessively large amount, but still 580 or 800 feet of those buildings was missing. You can't get around that, man. That's those buildings.
I'm sure you didn't watch the Skiba film, so all right.
I watched the Skiba films. Okay. Skiba was a scammer. He used to do little parlor tricks with his little Fresnel lenses. I've played with those.
That's not a parlor trick, and that's very not right to be speaking negatively, especially when he's passed. I mean, come on, man, that's not even legit. He first of all, he wasn't even a scam artist, and then to do that to somebody who's passed on that's just not right.
I demonstrated that that was a parlor trick. And I reproduced.
No, dude, I like his thing. I don't think it proves anything 1,000%, but the fact that you can take a lens, and those are great little videos, little demonstrations. It's showing that you can get a sunset over a planar surface through a lens and/or an atmosphere.
Did you see mine?
I don't know, Bob. You could post it, or maybe I have.
You may want to have a look at mine before you put a lot of faith in that, because that had to do specifically with where the camera was and where the lens was. So the camera had to be shooting through the bottom side of the lens, because if you shoot through the top side of the lens, guess what happens? The sun disappears up How about the left and the right side of the lens? Guess what? The sun goes off to the side. It's a parlor trick. You know, it was a little sleight of hand designed to manipulate people. And that's why I had no respect for it. I was able to reproduce it, and I demonstrated it. I showed exactly what he did to fool you guys.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree at all. I mean, many people
I'll
have
go
done
pull it
that.
up right now.
Many people have done that with different lenses in many different contexts. In fact, that guy Flat Earth Data, he did it one time live. This was back on, I believe we were in Brandon's server back in those days, and we were like, he used to do those after shows. Anyways, it was back then, and Data did it right there and posted it. So yeah, it's been done by a lot of different people. But no, dude, I mean, my understanding in terms of that part of Rob Skiba's work, yeah, he was just showing a demonstration of it. And I'd have to see what you're talking about exactly. I'm sure there are different ways to line it up and stuff. The thing is, Skiba never, as far as I know, he never claimed like, oh, this is exactly how the sun sets over the earth. He never said that. He was just showing how when you have a lens and you have a surface and you have something above that surface moving away from it, that it can do exactly what the sunset does in our world, which is that the sun will lower and then hit the horizon and vanish from the bottom up. So it's good. I mean, he's not saying that's what the earth is or anything. He's just showing a demonstration of how that can happen.
No, he's taking advantage of a property of a Fresnel lens.
Because you can do it with other lenses too. You can do it with even magnifying glass.
No.
You can do it without a lens, can't you?
Yeah, you can. David Weiss has done it many times.
Here, I'm putting up a little clip, a couple of seconds of one. It's a quarter on a table. It's not that, it's just for people not to for you, Bob, to not recognize. I'm sorry, I don't want to get into it. It's just really difficult to comprehend that you've got a story for everything we observe. It's hard to comprehend that, including vast bodies of water without any need for measurement whatsoever than the understanding of level.
And I mean, with all due respect, Bob, it sounds like I know that I did skim through the video the one that you're talking about with the auto level, and yeah, that's a very, very short distance. I just think there's to try to say that you're measuring an inch of a curve is
2 inches. And yes, it is a short distance, but the fact is, because it's done correctly, you can measure curvature over that short of a distance. And you can
I
do it
contest
yourself.
that it's even a measurement. I contest that that's even a measurement. Line of sight is hardly a measurement. If I just thought that all we got to do is level a camera to prove something to you, well, I don't know. I mean, it's so bizarre to think that you think that's a value, because if I presented it, there's no way it has any value.
How did I level the camera?
Yeah, well, hold on, Bob, because you think you possibly could maybe agree that there is a truth to what he's saying there. I mean, it is such a short distance, and at the end of the day, you are just looking through an optics. Now, I know it's an auto level, and we could get into how those work and all the components, but I mean, just you're kind of doing like just point and click and claiming you may measure curvature. Not really fair to fully say that. Now, you might be able to say that it lends towards it possibly being that, but at least with the lasers, and I'm not even trying to compare it to the lasers because there's other methods as well, but we need to get something physical through the environment, not just looking at something.
And how would you test for that? How would you test for curvature, Gio?
Well, it's a huge question. I don't want to derail if you guys are going back and forth on this.
No.
I have 1.5 million ideas, and we could probably.
It's not derailing, Gio, when I'm putting you on the spot to find out specifically what your standard of evidence would be and how you would design it.
We've been in that position as the people that have gone on the field and had to adapt and learn every time. For instance, in the chat, you will see the same span of 9.6 miles day and night. Day and night. Now, you got to understand the vast difference in conditions.
Do you see the Skiba lensing that I put up?
I'm just telling you what I've done.
Yeah, and you didn't, what we talked about. You didn't do any error analysis. You didn't account for refraction. You didn't have any sort of discussion on this other than, look, I see the laser. The Earth is flat. It's not a scientific
daytime
observation.
It's when we're not too low and we're not on the water and it's daytime and it's a mirror and it's a completely different light source and the temperatures are different and the wavelengths are different. And in the picture where you see the mirror on the other side, you can see shore to shore clear as a bell.
You can see
shore to
the shore
shore
on that?
I'm looking at it.
All right, I'm looking at it right now. I see the lights reflecting off of the sky, but I don't see a shore of.
Go back to the beginning, Bob. Go back several pictures to the daytime. Remember, we're talking day and night.
I'm going to humor you and have a look at it, but let me see and then I'll tell you what I think of it.
Well, there isn't much to think about, but you can do that all you want. It's just that what you asked was, what would we do? And what we would do was do it again under different conditions with different light sources. And we would make sure that what we're seeing is accurate before we open our big
Well,
mouth.
let's go ahead and get started with it. You've got 9.77 miles. Is that right?
9.6 sometimes. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is that a globe Earth distance or a straight line distance?
It's not to me. That's a ridiculous question. We use your math. We use only your math.
Okay, so you use globe
whatever
math.
the fuck you want.
You use globe math to find that distance. You use the Haver sign and a great circle to find those distances. You didn't do that on a flat point. All right. You used a globe
we've
distance.
got two different distances, 9.77 and 9.6. So obviously two people use different sources. Why don't you just call it an average? Why don't you call it an average like you do refraction?
What were those sources?
Who gives a shit? Stop nitpicking. There's no doubt that we're looking across a span of just less than 10 miles. There's no doubt about it.
How did you measure that distance yourself? What did you do to measure that distance?
I had like this little ruler, and then I had another one, and I walked across the water and I kept laying it in front of. Actually, I taped them to my feet.
Okay, so you're just making it up. You didn't actually do anything. You didn't.
No, what I'm telling you,
could you have triangulated that?
Is that you're full of shit right now?
No, could you have triangulated that?
You won't accept anything. It's like me trying to prove to you, hey, Bob, how do you know it's a half a mile?
I measured it with Google Earth.
Oh, then we measured this with Google Earth. Go on.
Okay, well, but I'm on a globe. I'm fine with measurements from Google Earth, and I've verified measurements from Google Earth many times.
But Bob, are you doubting that this is roughly around 9.7 or something?
No, I'm just pointing out. I'm pointing out the fact that he's using a globe distance to make his measurement to start with.
And all globe math. You're right. And everything globe to prove it's not there. Thank you. So in the meantime, you found a way to not address the issue. Is that what you tried to corner Geo into was, hey, what the hell you do? And they go, any good researcher would do it at different locations, under different conditions, with different light sources.
Well, I asked Geo specifically how he would test for curvature. What would he use as a test of curvature to tell whether the Earth is curved or flat? I asked for a scientific observation of that, something that is reproducible and something that would give me an answer one way or the other.
Sea level.
As I did.
Sea level is fine, Bob. We have a shallow argument. It's called sea level. Now,
all right.
I'm sorry you have to make up all these other things to justify your world. But in reality,
you're not adding anything, so I'm going to put you on mute for a while.
When you use words like standard or maximum refraction and heights and all the things that you deny, we change our lights, we change our heights, we change the weather, we change day, we change night, and get the same results. Our light parallels the water. So you're saying they both bend. So tell me why my lights don't bend when we change heat or we change location. How come it's bending it the same at 17 that it does at 9, the same at 25? We're getting the same arc no matter what, and it just happens to match the water. I don't get it, man. I don't see how you can justify that. I do see how you could sit and argue about 1/10 of a mile. I get that. And it shows me where you're at. No wonder I get upset at you. In the meantime, you got a double standard, and you're trying to tell me I got to go 50 miles while you're presenting shit at 1/2 a mile. This is not just a double, triple. This is a factor of 100 times, which is exactly how I feel about you, Bob. It's 100 times awful what you do. And your double standard proves it. Your lack of addressing conditions, for instance, different heights off the water. Oh, you're screwing up. Well, guess what? It's like 18 feet here. We're not a foot off the water. Then you go, well, it's too high. And then Ruhif says I got to go 50 feet up. So then we walk down to the water and prove that it doesn't matter what distance you are from the water. You can still see the thing. I'm sorry. This is really throws.
Okay, I had a look at it. Let me know when you're ready.
And Bob, I mean, I honestly, dude, I have so many different thoughts, ideas, and multiple categories of ways of measuring and detecting curvature. So it's a 6-hour discussion. But anyway, so I mean, I kind of wanted to listen to you guys complete this.
We're done.
No, I think it doesn't seem like it.
But I went ahead and I had a look at his video.
Let's just reset. Okay, let's just boom, brand new.
Okay. Well, I had a look at his video, and there's a couple of interesting things on it. First of all, other than, of course, using globe distances, I saw that he did a curve calculator in there using one curve calculator that doesn't include a refraction. The other thing that I found was interesting was he did make a good effort to try and level his camera with a water level over a few feet using what looked like a Celestron telescope, which actually kind of impressed me. But, trying to do a level over 10 or 15 feet is not quite the same as doing it over 2,500 feet to the surface. If he had done a level to the surface of the water, that really would have been very good. And the other thing that he did that was kind of interesting was that they had people with lasers on the other side, and basically their test was, if I can see the laser, it's flat. If I can't see the laser, it's curved. We know how that worked out with Jaren, but this is not a very precise test. You've got a lot of blackness out there, you've got some lights, and then you have a green laser that shows up. It's just not a very impressive demonstration, shall we say. But I think that you probably ought to have a look at my video on Skiba. And let me go ahead and get you an exact timestamp where I show exactly what he was doing and how he did it. Notice that the camera is always below on the lower half of the lens. That's the key to this. The objects will go out of view towards whatever side of the lens you're on.
Thanks for ignoring.
So
the
if you're on the upper half of the lens, they'll go out of
Bob.
view to the top. If you're on the left side, they'll go off to the left. And if you're on the right side, they'll go off to the right.
All right.
So I'll get you a timestamp.
That was an old topic, man. You were originally responding to. I mean, I guess that's what you got, Dan. He seems like he doesn't really want to give too much. No. I mean, he did give a little bit.
Daytime stuff. He's afraid of the daytime stuff because he hasn't picked it apart yet, so he's afraid of it. And I just hate that. I just hate the way he operates so much. So disappointing. He really is a
Go to 2526 on my video.
I mean, I posted another one, Bob, right above that. You see it at 48 after the hour. That's somebody else entirely. They're showing it from a third person and first person with a lens showing that exact same effect.
Okay, so let me see which one you have here. This is the YouTube video that you posted?
I would show.
No, at 48 after, it's a little GIF. It just shows it's been done many times by many different people. At 40,
yeah, I know. You can see the cameras at the bottom half of the lens, just exactly as I said. So that's what he's doing. He's just simply taking advantage of the properties of the lens.
Of course,
which is opposite. which is opposite
point
of
of
what
it.
you would see due to the density gradient in our atmosphere.
Says you.
No, it
bunch of
says
words.
everybody. I mean, that's just the way it measures out.
Well, how do you explain the
That's
one
not
above?
that's not in question. That's a given.
No lensing whatsoever. How do you explain the one above there at 44 after the hour?
Let me
where
have a
there's
look at
no
this other video you posted.
no
I mean-
lensing at all. You're going to run from this now too.
Well, see, Bob. I mean, I don't know why there has to be tension. It seems like you guys It's like you guys have very similar goals. It seems like you would want to work together more than whether it's just for now, just brainstorming, or you know what I'm saying.
I offered to work with him. I offered to work with him and help him design a valid experiment, and he basically just became abusive as he's been here. That's why he's on mute right now. I'm not interacting with him anymore.
Chicken shit.
I showed you the courtesy, Gio, of, you said, hey, let's just go ahead and do this. And I said,
He
okay,
never
well,
looked at
we'll
the
give him the
daytime
benefit of the
footage.
doubt. And he
Never looked at the daytime
didn't.
footage. Never looked at it.
So let's go ahead and have a look at this video that you posted.
Denied its distance and then never looked at it. He proved himself. I did good. Just listening to him is perfect. Thank you, Gio. Just, of course I'm disrespectful. Can't think of a better man.
I'm just curious about something, Gio. Do you know why the pencil seems to do weird things when it's in a glass of water? What happens if the glass is square?
The last one I posted is like a 6 minutes, like a longer video. It's got a bunch of different clips and it has the Skiva stuff in it. But the one before that at 48 after the hour is another person who did it as well with a candle and a Fresnel lens and like a cell phone, basically. Just lines it all up on a table. It shows a third person. So, but I thought you were actually
the same technique. I can do it too. I do it in my video at 25 minutes and 26 seconds. Go ahead and look at my video and I'll show you, and you'll see exactly how he did it.
All right, yeah. Tell me the timestamp. But
25.
But the thing is, dude, you kind of just
25.
did a review. You did a review on the video that Dan had posted, and you did give some positive, and then you also had some critiques, but now you just have him muted. You're not even going to let him respond.
No, I'm done with him.
That's not. I mean,
it's good. Thanks for your time, Bob. You show your colors.
He had the opportunity to hear me.
I mean, Dan, he got a little bit aggressive, but I mean, it didn't seem like it was too. I mean, he was
he's got some underlying aggressive and abusive tones, and I'm not going to deal with it anymore. Like I said, that train left the station.
Did you say that a water level?
I told him from the get-go. I'm happy with it. I'm happy discussing it with him as long as he behaved. He didn't. So.
Did you say that a water level of 25 feet would be different from one at 2,500 feet?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna sit down and look at, if you want to establish equal elevations on both sides of the lake, it's a lot easier to do it from the surface of the lake and use the lake as the water level, which is what I did. It's much more accurate.
Well, the lake isn't a tool that establishes horizontal, is it? I mean, water level is.
Do you agree that the surface of a lake is level?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of shit that could be happening, waves and ripples and shit. So I wouldn't use that to establish a horizontal.
Okay, so there's no waves on the lake. The water is calm, and I have the surface of the lake. Can I not measure from the surface of the lake at any point around the lake and get an equal elevation?
I mean, you could, but I wouldn't do it.
Okay, well, what would you do to establish level over 2,500 feet?
To establish horizontal, I would use a water level.
Did it just go quiet?
So are you just saying that? Are you saying that 9.5 feet above lake level on one side of the lake is different than 9.5 feet above lake level on the other side of the lake?
There's no real way to make sure unless you have a tool that establishes horizontal.
Well, can you establish the surface of the lake?
What do you mean?
Well, can you measure things from the surface of the lake? Is 10 feet above lake level on one side of the lake different than 10 feet above lake level on the other side of the lake? And all the way around the shore.
Depends on if you say level is level or level is curved.
Yeah, that's why you got to use.
No, don't even bother going with that. Let's go ahead and say what I said was elevation. Is 10 feet above lake level different on my side of the lake compared to the other side of the lake or any point along the shore of the lake?
So when you say elevation, you mean vertical from a horizontal.
Elevation above lake level, yes.
So you're saying the lake is horizontal?
No, I'm not. I've never used the word horizontal. I said lake level is the word that I used.
Yeah, but when we go further down, you're going to say level means curve. Ha ha ha! Checkmate. Flurf,
Level means a set elevation above a datum, such as lake level. So 10 feet above lake level, all those points will be level with each other as long as they are all 10 feet above the lake level.
So they're all vertical, right? All vertical above the horizontal plane.
No,
and thus,
I didn't say that. You keep trying to add in horizontal plane. I'm not saying horizontal plane. I said lake level is the 0 point for elevation. If I measure 10 feet above lake level at any point on the lake, all of those points that I measure that are 10 feet above lake level will be level to each other because they are the same elevation.
Right. So if those are a vertical distance,
Don't say horizontal plane again, or you're done too.
Yeah, this is a scary line of questioning.
Yeah, Bob. Now
Don't
you're
say horizontal
hold on,
plane
Bob.
again.
Now you're getting aggressive and you're interrupting. I mean, come on, it's not fair. At least let him respond and go back and forth. If you don't agree, that's cool, but just at least.
Fine.
Yeah, if you're going to say that they're all that it's all a vertical distance, then they would need to be referenced to horizontal.
Okay.
Which would.
All right. Thanks, Gio. I appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, Bob.
That's funny timing when you said that.
Was that flipping the table? Was that flipping the table or taking the ball? Which did he do there?
He took his volley and went home.
You flattened his balls.
Riggs, motherfucker.
I was thinking of a meme he's had it up to here, and it's like a horizontal flat line, like a level line going up his body, like reaching his head. It's like his level is headed up to here.
But they work so hard. They work so hard to convince us. It does really. You got to question his motivation. He wouldn't accept the distance. He wouldn't accept the switch when we weren't playing with lasers because he hasn't really got a bunch of excuses yet for it. And
no, he's not here to. He's just here to convince himself. Because if he can convince us, then it'll make him feel better.
Exactly. That's a good analysis. That's an accurate analysis. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Like the idea that
he's actually not sure. That's what he's here because he's this is the cog dis.
Exactly.
Riggs and I are nearly friends, and we barely agree on anything.
Well, like there's that idea that if you're trying to convince someone of something in a really a certain way, like a very fixated or controlling, whatever it may be, or domineering, all the different factors, it could actually be that person is really just trying to convince themselves, that they don't really even kind of believe what they're saying themselves, so that they're trying to convince someone else of it. to see if they can get like a numbers, like, well, if I can get someone else to believe in this, then it might make it more true, you know? And that plays into like the whole mainstream way that people go with that too.
Yeah, we're guilty of that too, though. That's just human stuff, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone's got their own approach.
Yeah, there's a fine line because there can be a way in which like being very compelling could actually be like a very positive trait as well in terms of having a positive impact or just sharing wisdom or knowledge or truth or whatever it may be. But then there could be a level on another hand where someone might have like a narcissistic thing with it where they then feel like they have to prove it to someone in order to have some narcissistic need met, but it's not even like a real need in the end. So then it just ends up being a looping cycle.
In some ways, the worst of me comes out, and in other ways, that worst of me is the best I got, too, you know? My positives and my negatives are pretty hand in hand. I wish I was in better control, and one day maybe I will be. Riggs, you want to come to California? Mark Sargent's coming out to a meetup next month.
Oh,
we could bring boxing gloves or something.
I would probably bring a hand grenade.
Renee's been trying to fly him out to his house for like 5 years, and finally he cornered him and sent him plane tickets.
What?
Riggs, would you meet him though? Like if he was in the same place you were in, like what would you do? Would you like just not talk to him? Would you go up and say something kind of wild to him? Like what would you do?
Hand grenade, he said.
I mean, this is why I didn't go to the Dallas event.
To save lives? You went so you could save lives?
I just don't want to. I don't want to get involved.
Well, it's one of our biggest disagreements, you and I, because I've seen the guy. I've seen the guy.
There's no disagreement because I don't care what you think. I'm done.
I've seen him in human form. It changes. Yeah. It changes things when you see people.
No,
I mean, I've
doesn't
confronted
change anything for me.
You guys got the same height for the sun?
Yeah, definitely.
That makes sense.
At the equinox at high noon, yeah.
You guys coincidentally picked the two places that are exactly on the same latitude.
Right. 33rd degree, man. Come on. You know.
Well, not exactly, but like within 1 degree.
Yeah, 32, 30, yeah. 33.
If you pick 1,000 people all on the same latitude on the equinox or any day, and they all measure the elevation of the sun, they're all going to get the same height for the sun.
No shit.
You got to be at different latitudes to see the difference.
Yeah, man. If I'm up in Canada, yeah, it's gonna be different. No shit.
It'll be 60 nautical miles per degree.
No shit.
Yeah. Therefore, globe.
You got it. Hey, that's how they reverse engineered the whole thing, man. That's
No, 60 nautical miles per degree is an empirical fact.
Yeah, it's an empirical fact. You are absolutely right.
Okay, and that means it's a
I
sphere.
would not disagree with you. It's an empirical
Okay, so then you agree
fact.
it's a sphere.
Yep. We're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, man. We are hauling ass, man. Hold on. We are hauling ass.
Jesus.
Is somebody
Are
snoring?
you snoring, Elbow?
He might.
Holy shit.
He's fucking snoring. No. Unmute him, man. Unmute him. I want to hear the snoring a little bit more.
Hey, why don't we try this? Because I think this is
Hold on. Let him snore. He's got those little quick snores.
snore.
Hold on.
Yeah, but I think that
I think we can diagnose his what do
Sleep
they
apnea.
call it? I think
Yeah, sleep apnea.
Sleep apnea. Yeah. Oh, we could diagnose it right here.
Yeah, but why don't you guys who did the test? Because I think Dan's yours was interesting, and the one that you did with Matthew was interesting. It'd be more interesting if you did it with 2 people or whatever. But
yeah.
What about doing the same thing?
Hey, we can do it on the next
including measurements from a different latitude and seeing if the result is consistent.
Yeah, let's do it, man. I can do it on the 18th of March.
What about tomorrow?
No, I can't do it tomorrow because I want to do it on the solstice.
Equinox?
Equinox? Solstice, one of those. No, pick one.
A couple days before the equinox, but regardless, that's the other interesting thing is if you do it in the same location on the equinox and you do it at your same location today and see if you get the same height for the sun or 2 different heights.
Yeah. I mean, Matthew and I can go do it, man. We're in Southern California here, man, so we can go out to the beach or whatever. Do it. I mean, it's not a problem. Matthew and Lawrence and I are known each other, I don't know, 3 years now.
Kosho, have you considered, and also Ruhif, have you guys considered that this actually is a very real process of discovery, of actually getting all the information? Like getting everything?
For you or for us?
Well, okay, I guess I am coming from the perspective that it's not the WGS-84 globe.
Yeah.
So meaning,
No shit.
yeah, like it's not that. So then what is
Not
it?
that.
Yeah, it's definitely not that.
Definitely not that, bro. Yeah.
So from
We've been
there,
through this before.
yeah, it's like what I'm saying is that like if there's like a very real process of discovering what it actually is.
Yes, yeah.
I think that's why we're all here, man. I mean, Eratosthenes, man, would love Discord, bro. It would have been cool. Newton would have. Oh shit! I can collaborate with all my bros about where we live and gravity, and yeah, those guys would have loved Discord, man. Oh shit, we got it so good, you guys. Just want you guys to know how good we got it. Remind you that our the people that came before us, man, didn't have it this good, man.
Well, I think it reminds me when
we can go right now on YouTube and go, what kind of music do you want to listen to? How about Louis Armstrong? Okay, hold on. and bam, you're listening to Louis Armstrong, man. That wasn't the fucking case in 1982, man. You couldn't fucking do that shit, man. I lived through it. I know. Dan the Waterman lived through it. He knows. I mean, we're living in a time that's unbelievably cool, man. And we can have a Discord that talks about where the fuck we live. Oh, shit. How cool is that, man? That's a good idea. Let's talk about that. And most people will just say, yeah, whatever, man. I don't care where we live, man. I want to go dancing tonight or go to the disco or the basketball game or whatever. And they'll just go. And they don't give a fuck. They're distracted, man, 100%. They're distracted about where they live. And if you're not interested where you live, man, then, man, that sucks, man. It sucks for you. And every day that I've known where I live has been an adventure beyond anything I could imagine. It's absolutely not boring at all. The world just is so fascinating. And it's absolutely amazing where we live, man. Trees and rivers and oceans and plains and shit, man. Fuck, we got all kinds of cool shit to talk about. And we do it here every day. And I think it's absolutely amazing that we do this and we don't fall into the mainstream cuckery, I call it, the cuck syndrome. And that's what makes this place great, man, is we get to talk about stuff that most people don't even think about it, man. They don't, come on, man. I mean, out of 100 friends I know, I mean, maybe like 2 of them like talk about it. Yeah, 2%, you know, would be interested in talking about where they live. Yeah, and we all
Damn.
live here, man. That's the thing, man. We all live here. We can check it out. We can go hiking. We can go, up the stream, down the mountain, whatever. Go snow skiing, surfing. We can check it out, man. It's not complicated to go check out Earth if you live
Or
on
you could
Earth.
you could do the Groundhog Day and just wake up every morning before you go to your cubicle office and purchase the newspaper and read all the newspapers, so you've got all the general knowledge for something to have a conversation with your
Yeah.
colleagues at work.
I call that the water cooler effect, and it's a thing, man. That when the media puts out a story about, oh my God, these kids got murdered here, there, and it's out in the mainstream, whatever it is, NASA landed on Mars with a rover, whatever it is, and hey, did you see the NASA thing, man? On the Mars and oh my God, it was amazing. It was just amazing. I can't believe the pictures and it's so cool, man. We landed on Mars, and that's Hollywood, man. It's psychosis. That's why I did Hollywood with Dan the Waterman, because I hate Hollywood, man. I hate that they put out such crap like Star Wars and Star Trek and all this bullshit that makes you, in a hypnosis state, believe what's going on, man. What is reality, man? What is it? We're out there.
It's,
We can check out.
it's 1984, man. That's what it is.
It's
1984. Yes.
1984, man. You're being,
advertising everywhere, subliminal messages left, right, and center.
yeah. It's just like They Live. That was a documentary for sure. They Live.
Ruhif, what do you think about like that? If you believe something that's not true, and then if you come to the truth, that you're actually rising to a higher level of sanity. Do you remember how before you said that if you came to the conclusion that you were wrong, that you would feel like you were insane? Well, what if you actually
that I was insane first?
You would what?
Before I concluded the Earth was flat, I would conclude that I was insane.
You Mongo. Hey,
before coming to it?
Yeah.
It would be more reasonable to assume that I would be insane than be correct about the Earth being flat.
Come on, man. You don't go there with me, man. I mean, I'm a real person, man. I'm just a fucking piano tuner, luthier. And, I love real things in reality, and I know you do too, man. Because if I pluck the string, man, and if it doesn't tune up to the next string, man, I'm fucked, right? I'm fucked. It's gotta the
Hey,
frequencies
man.
have to match. The frequencies have to match when you're tuning a piano, man. I mean, there's 3 strings that make one note. Okay. Therefore, the frequencies have to match. And that's something you can experience in reality, man. I can't, there's no mathematics for it. I mean, there is some math for it. However, when you hear it, there's no mathematics for hearing something, right?
Well, I think
Right.
I was under the impression that because he does his theodolites and he points them and gets angles,
Right.
and uses like globe coordinates to calculate
Yeah.
temperature, and then bada boom, bada bing.
Bada boom, bada bing. Hey, we got some curvature here. Hey, check it out. No, man.
But Ruhif, that's why I
There ain't
was
no
asking.
bada
Like,
boom, fucking bada bing curvature, man. I hate to break it to you, bro. There ain't no fucking like bridge I can stand on or mountain or nothing, man. Airplane that I can see curvature, man. It's not going to happen in reality, man. That's a fact. Anybody's got any observations of curvature at Lake Pontchartrain, let me know, man, please.
well, they got him.
But they do. They
Oh,
got
Ruhif,
it.
that's why I was asking you, because if you came to the truth, how would you be insane? That was my point. Like, if the thing you came to is from a lie or something that's false into the truth, wouldn't that by definition that you would be more sane?
If it was actually the truth, but it would mean my reasoning abilities were utterly wrong.
But then they would then be improved because you got to the right conclusion eventually, right?
There
you go. By what reasoning?
Well, it's taken you 6 years and you haven't given up. Thank you for keep trying. Thank you for playing.
Anyway, Flat Earth Dude, check either the chat or what I'm sharing.
Hey, man, I'm not going to go philosophy on you.
It's not a philosophy question.
I'm going to go reality on you. And
Okay, this is reality.
I'm talking to you right now. And the reality is that every observation I've ever made says that the Earth is flat and stationary, man. And
we can discuss yours.
You can put your hand on your chin and philosophize about it, whatever you want to do. And
It's not
that's
philosophy.
cool, man.
It's not a philosophy
All
question.
good, man. However, reality cannot replace, Hollywood imaginary psychosis, man. And the reality is when I stand at the beach, that shit's flat and level and everything above my head is moving. Oh my God. What a revelation. Oh, it's so simple. Oh my God. That's what I observe. And I will stick to that till the day I die, man, because those are the reality things that we can all observe, man. Don't trust me. Go outside and check it out. Thanks.
Outside.
Thanks
Yeah,
for listening.
I'll have to say that you have terrible reasons for thinking the Earth is flat. Terrible.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me I'm terrible. Thank you.
That's not very nice.
You have terrible reasons.
Well,
terrible. By going
You get into the
outside
beach.
and looking. Oh my God, it's terrible. What a fucking disaster I am. I'm
nothing about you.
Mongo. I'm a fucking Mongo, for fuck's sake.
It's not a reflection on you personally, but your reasons for believing the Earth is flat are atrocious. They're bad reasons.
Why? Observing reality? What I observe? Oh my God. What a disaster I am.
I measure curvature.
Yeah, measure it. Measure the curve. Measure your fucking reality. Observations of your personal observations are not applicable here. They're not applicable.
Neither of us then.
So I am absolutely ridiculous in thinking that observable phenomenon in my reality is not what I actually see. Is that what you're saying?
You know what we need, Kenny? Kenny,
Well,
we really need infrared for the Catalina run from Renee's
I know.
house. You
I
know,
know.
we need because Rue goes through a lot of this tolling stuff, and he says that he's got the math wrong. And when people pressure us on Catalina, we don't see boats. We don't see the harbor. So we need to cut through the haze
Yeah.
and with the infrared and
Yep.
take that shot, or we fail. To be honest, we could
Man, we're
really.
not going to fail. We just haven't had the opportunity to present the
I think
observation.
it's the angle into the harbor from down further south. It's no more than, let's say, 46 miles. I think, down by.
Yeah.
Did you say you're doing it from someone's house?
Well,
No,
there's a meetup. There's a regular meetup that we have that's across from Catalina. We're having a meetup there next month. Mark Sargent's going to be there. You're welcome to come.
I've been to LA for 3 years.
But on a clear day, the island is just so brilliant, and that's why I talked to you about the sunset behind it, because it is 30 miles away.
So how about Catalina?
Well,
Yeah.
From San Clemente, Pier, it's like 67
I've been
miles.
to San Clemente Pier. Where's Dana Point? Is that near Dana Point?
Dana
same
Point,
area.
dude. I had a sailboat. I got my first sailboat in Dana Point. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there was a shark attack at Dana Point when I was there a couple of years ago.
There used
That's
to be
rare.
There
That's
used
rare.
to be a surf break called Killer Dana. And then
Where's
they
Dana
put
Point?
the
There it is.
fucking marina in, and they killed the surf break, bro. They killed it.
Jeez.
The fucking bastards.
We used to stay in Newport Beach a lot.
Rui,
Yeah.
do you put on your American accent when you come to the US?
I'm 20 minutes from Newport Beach, man. 20 minutes.
Nice. Yeah, Pelican Hill is where we stay.
Rui, if we threw you a surprise birthday party that was like Bacon's, what would you say?
Yeah, what would
Did
you
you see
say?
Bacon? Did you see Bacon's picture?
Oh,
Yes. Good as it is.
Is that like, oh, I couldn't believe that cake, man. That cake is tits, man. I said it earlier, man. It's tits.
Jack to the tits.
Tits. Tits up, girls. Tits up, baby.
I was making fun of you, Ruhif, for telling Bacon that he needs to add this fucking cheat code into his app. But it's fun. I'm sitting here for fucking ever trying to fucking. I found one star and I'm trying to fucking sort out these other ones.
I know. I did a plate solve. I could take a photo of the screen and then plate solve it online.
Plate solve it.
Yeah. So you take a screenshot and then you just post it on like a plate solve. Measures the angles or measures the relative angles between all the pairs of stars and then compares it to its database and tells you what you're looking at.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's funny. I found one, but it's just it's.
Is that like a Stellarium kind of thing?
Plate solve is software that sort of brute forces. Kind of brute forces where it thinks you are, what sky you're looking at.
Like Stellarium.
Stellarium doesn't do plate solves.
Okay. I didn't think so. Stellarium didn't do the 20. Stellarium didn't